Waren ze heel erg film. Ja, politie erbij, bij het station. Dat hebben ze gezien. Natuurlijk. De mensen hebben mij ook gezegd, er was een film. Er was een vraag dat mensen gewoon vinden van die provincie hier. L1. L1. L1 film. Ik ben niet begaan. Zo, ik weet het, vraagt mij. Ik ben hier een beetje. Ja, ik ben gewoon boos. Ik ben boos. die man gewoon te doen. Het is er maar niet. Maar dat ding is. Zo simpel is het. Maar ja, eten. Zo die. Bla. Uiteraard, was maar. Hij had mij ook gezegd, luister man, ik heb ook diezelfde probleem. Hij zei, ik heb geen probleem. Nee? Ik heb geen probleem meer. Eigenlijk. Ik ben klaar met alles. Ik ga naar vakantie. Naar vakantie. Sparen, ik ga sparen met geld. Naar vakantie kijk ik geld sowieso. Ik ga sparen. Ja. Ik wil een leven hier. Nee? Ik wil een leven. Helemaal leren. Helemaal leren. Een keertje. Mensen doen dat. Daarom ik hou afstand van mensen. Is dat niet moeilijk? Ik ben verstandig. Daarom ik hou afstand van alle mensen in de klas. Ik weet wat we moeten doen. Hoe moet ik leven? En waar ik eten ga kopen. Ik heb een buikpijn. Ik heb een 9 kilo. Totaal veel niet dat. Weet je, heb ik gewoon mijn kippen gebakken. Gewoon afgewassen. En mijn kippen gebakken. Het was beter. We waren met 9 kilo. Waar ik de opsporing verzorgd. Waar ik over 9, 12 uur. Daarom laten kijken, ja. Dus ik doe niks. Ik doe niks verkeerd. Nee, gewoon een normaal leven. Waar ze zo'n film hebben die mensen gevraagd en vragen jou, hoe vind je die provincie? Waar is politie erbij? Die mensen drinken, ik drink er niet. Nee. Ik wil leren. Dat is mijn gedachte. Oh, Lila, jij hebt een net eten. Schrijven. Zitten schrijven. Human. H-U, man. Dat denk ik Engels. Aan jezelf zitten rusten met mijn bril, lezen. Natuurlijk, hoef je niet in gevangenis om elkaar leren lezen en schrijven. Dat is helemaal uit. Ik heb in die tuin geveegd, monddag opruimen. Ik heb een beetje geveegd. Kijk hem maar. Ik ben moe mens, ik ben 6 uur wakker. Slapen niet meer. Oh, wil je boven slapen? Ga gewoon naar boven, laat de konje aan. Tuurlijk. Alles laat ik aan doen. Naar boven. Goed mij niet. Ik zorgen, ik heb geen probleem, geen verdriet en zo. Hè? Geen woedingen, gewoon loslaten. Natuurlijk. Praten met God. Uit jou altijd. Dat is eigenlijk iedereen. Natuurlijk. Je weet die man waar ze doen met die meisjes. Mensen van die kerk. Die man verwachten. Dat is zo. Hoe Bob Marley zegt, joh. The big fish eat all time the small fish. Niet all small fish can the big fish eat. Ja, leven is eigenlijk zo. Mensen weten niet hoe hard mensen krijgen soms. Natuurlijk. Jij moet dus zorgen, man, voor jou. Afstand van het probleem. Het probleem is alles. Als jij zit lekker op een strand met barbecue, muziek, mensen in bikini, jij zelf in zwembroek en zo is gezellig. Is geen probleem. Het is feest. Snap je? Het is altijd goed, feest. Ja, iedereen wil feesten, toch? Zo simpel gaat het hier. Ja. Iedereen wil feesten, natuurlijk. Ja. Ik weet hoe hard ik praat. Schrijven is schrijven. Schrijven waar gaat het over. Natuurlijk. Hoe hard hebben soms. Ik heb het niet moeilijk. De mensen komen moeilijk maken. Dat is simpel. De mensen komen profiteren. Tuurlijk. En ik heb met een pakje bijna 2 weken. Als mensen komen hier, 1 week, misschien niet eens een week, een paar dagen. Natuurlijk. Ik neem alle jouw chef mee. Tuurlijk. Dat is helemaal uit. Voetbal, joh. Ja, het is s'nachts, 2 uur s'nachts. Nederland spelen, zaterdag. Ja, het is tijd voor café. Dan maakt die café open tot, ja, tot 5 uur, denk ik. Dan moeten we sluiten. Ja. Dan krijgen ze iets langer uren om open te zijn. Of om 3 uur, dan mag niemand meer binnen. Als ga jij naar buiten, dan mag je niet meer binnenkomen. En je blijft binnen of blijf je buiten. Allemaal weten het. Allemaal weten het. Natuurlijk. Natuurlijk weten het. Zo is je 1 keer, 2 keer zo gevallen ook. Natuurlijk. Ja. En zit in die café, is zaterdag, is zondag, hoef je niet te werken. Is feest. Dat bedoel ik. Dat is feest. En die mensen zelf komen vertellen. Die kinderen zelf praten nu. En zelf vertellen, hun hebben mond om te praten. Deze zit in een groep. In een groep zitten ze. Zijn vrouwen, mannen, boven leeftijd. Maar boven leeftijd met een meisje daar. Kijken waar ze praten.
Dat zijn mensen die misschien iets bleker kijken dan normaal, waarbij je toch niet kunt zien hoe vaak die in de wachtkamer zit bij de dokter. Ja. Zelf ben ik vorig jaar 48 keer met medische zorg in aanraking geweest, dat is gemiddeld 1 keer per week. En dat is thuis, is dat ook natuurlijk, dat zul je ook hebben, dat is thuis ook niet leuk.
Maar dat is vaak ook het teleurstellende voor mensen, dat ze zo vaak hoppen van arts naar arts. Zonder de gouden sleutel.
Een dochter.
Ja, de stroop waarin je loopt wordt steeds dieper. En dat zie ik ook bij mensen omheen. Ik voel het zelf. Je staat al op in dikke stroop. En zo ploeter je als het ware een beetje door die dag heen. Ik zie jou natuurlijk ook steeds meer klachten krijgen. En dan denk ik, wat moet ik in godsnaam doen om dat te gaan voorkomen?
Op het moment dat ik de diagnose kreeg, had ik nog nooit van Q-koorts gehoord. En het speelde op dat moment al een paar jaar. En later bleek mij ook dat men dat bewust onder de roos heeft gehouden, niet bekend wilde maken om mensen niet ongerust te maken. Het publiek mocht het niet weten.
Ik wil jullie eigenlijk nog heel even mee terugnemen.
Maar eigenlijk die mensen hebben dat gekeken.
Dus 2007 en 2009 werden al de eerste doden gemeld. Op dat moment werd bronopsporing eigenlijk vanuit de landbouwsector tegengewerkt. RIVM kon niet aan bronopsporing doen omdat postcodes van de besmette bedrijven geheim gehouden werden om het besmette bedrijf te beschermen in hun privacy.
Het ministerie van Volksgezondheid en Landbouw sperkelen al weken over
gezondheid.
Het RIVM dat
het spelen. En ze weten
anders het volksgezondheidsprobleem te groot wordt. In feite heeft de Nederlandse overheid een extra verantwoordelijkheid. De vergunningen voor de intensieve veehouderij worden goedgekeurd in feite door de overheid. Eigenlijk tegen principes van volksgezondheid in. Want je zou niet zo'n intensieve veehouderij op korte afstand van elkaar en op korte afstand van de bevolking, dat zou je niet moeten willen. Goed, dat keuren ze dus goed. Als je dat goedkeurt, dan heb je het extra verantwoordelijkheid.
Ik ben jaloers.
Een voorzorg.
Als mannen hier komen bezoeken, komen gelijk dus.
Je hebt het misgehad als er toch een infectie uitbreekt in zo'n stad. Dan moet je dat te hanteren, dan moet je dus maken.
Kom op mij krauwen.
De overheid maakt vaccinaties mogelijk, maar ze stelt aanvankelijk nog geen landelijke vaccinatieplicht in. Ze informeert op overheidswebsites, maar vindt het te vroeg voor een publieke informatiecampagne. Waarom is de overheid...
maar we niet zo vaak vlees eten. Liever vis.
Logisch. Want die zijn bang dat de
een
bevolking als geheel zenuwachtig wordt.
Met
Maar ook rekening te houden met de geitenhouders. Want hoe moet je nou eigenlijk kun je volstaan met wat waarschuwingen te geven van dus dan moeten hygiënemaatregelen worden getroffen. Of moet je bijvoorbeeld gaan verplichten dat die geiten worden geruimd, dat ze worden doodgemaakt. En wat kost dat dan niet voor die geitenhouders?
In totaal moeten hier vandaag 175 drachtige geiten worden afgemaakt. Ze hebben eerder al een keurmerk gekregen en zijn getaxeerd op de marktwaarde in verband met de vergoeding voor de boer.
Ik blijf nog steeds steken op de geitenhouders zijn gecompenseerd.
Ja, ik vind wat Gerard van Burg gedaan heeft als minister van Landbouw, dat vind ik een schande.
Dat was ook de periode waarin de ombudsman aan de mouw getrokken werd van
minister van Landbouw.
Kijk jij eens mee.
Dat is minister van Gezondheid.
Openbare hoorzitting.
Wat is dat? Die vrouw, dat is met haar gebeurd.
Patiënten en oud-ministers worden op het eten gehoord.
Zo waarlijk help je mij, God achter.
In een interview schreef ze dat het de belangrijkste en moeilijkste beslissing was om geiten te laten afmaken. Dus haar focus lag niet bij de mensen, maar bij de dieren.
Wat opvalt in dit dossier is zeg maar, de noodzaak van vroeg signaleren. Dat je, want dat is een risico. Hè, dat je en in 2006 en 2007 waren er al wel signalen. Ja. De Gezondheidsdienst voor Dieren heeft die signalen doorgegeven, opgepikt. Ja. Maar daar is verder een risicotaxatie of inschatting gemaakt aan de humane zeden. En bij mijn weten is daar toen verder niets mee gebeurd. U omschrijft het zo dat het gevoel van urgentie bij mevrouw Van Burg zat in zeg maar, bestrijding via vaccinatie.
Ja, ik denk, men heeft toen gedacht, met die vaccinatie redden wij het wel.
De bewindslieden vinden dat ze, ondanks een eerder kritisch rapport, de Q-koortscrisis goed hebben aangepakt.
Het probleem op zichzelf is verschrikkelijk, maar goedkoop excuus maken, daar schiet uiteindelijk niemand mee op als daar niet iets achter zit.
In 2012 heeft de Nationale Ombudsman gezegd, de overheid heeft te weinig gedaan. Maar wat betekent dat dan eigenlijk naar de patiënten toe? Zijn de patiënten daardoor dan ook, zeg maar, onrechtmatig behandeld? Of kun je alleen achteraf zeggen, ja, de overheid had wel iets meer kunnen doen?
Binnen kwestie werd toen een peiling gehouden en 90% van de mensen gaf toen aan om open te staan voor een schikking. Om de directe nood die er toen was te ledigen als het ware.
Als we zouden kunnen schikken, kunnen we er ook een streep onder zetten en kunnen we in elk geval weer proberen een normaal leven op te bouwen. Maar elk schikkingsvoorstel werd afgewezen.
Toen was er overleg met minister Schippers, maar zij ontkende nalatigheid, wees excuses toen al af. En ze verwees de getroffenen, ik weet het nog goed, ik zat in de Tweede Kamer toen ze het zei, ze verwees iedereen naar het uitstekende en goed werkende sociale voorzieningnetwerk in Nederland.
Ja.
En dat is in feite de directe aanleiding geweest om te zeggen, nou, als men dan echt niet wil, dan moeten we zwaardere middelen inzetten. En dan gaan wij dus naar de rechter. We hebben toen vrij veel publiciteit intern gegeven. Wie doet er mee? Nu de overheid niet wil schikken. Wie doet er mee om een proces aan te spannen? En daar hebben ongeveer 300 mensen op gereageerd.
Toen ik Bert ontmoette, heeft hij mij meteen gewezen op die rechtszaak en de mogelijkheid om de overheid aansprakelijk te stellen.
Die liepen allemaal mank, bij wijze van spreken. En we hadden allemaal maar een beperkte ambtsdauer. We konden niet veel. Maar als je alle stukjes bij beetjes legt, kun je misschien iets betekenen.
Wie van jullie aan deze tafel is eiser in deze zaak?
Dus je hebt het stukje financieel, hè? Maar als ik kijk naar verlies van mijn gezondheid, hoe gaan we dat in kaart brengen? Dat is niet te betalen.
Nee. Omdat ik de Q-koorts heb gehad, heb ik mijn werk als counselor en heb ik verder niet meer echt kunnen doen. Het was werken, naar bed, werken, bed.
Ja, met vallen en opstaan ga je verder.
Ja. Ja.
Maar het vallen gaat steeds harder.
Ja.
En het opstaan duurt steeds langer.
Ja, precies.
Ja, die mensen zijn ziek geworden.
Lijkt het allemaal.
Krijgen die overheid niet in Vandaag 2000.
Maar voor het advocaat die beseft dat deze hele groep samen
Maar zo op
wil
televisie.
tegen de overheid, ligt dat heel anders. Die voorziet dat dit een procedure kan worden die wel eens heel lastig zou kunnen wezen.
Ik had grote twijfel, want het was natuurlijk een grote zaak. Ook tegen de staat. En procederen tegen de staat is heel erg lastig. De staat heeft natuurlijk, kan onbeperkt procederen. Die hebben een goed advocatenkantoor altijd achter zich staan, een landsadvocaat. En het is heel erg lastig om een aansprakelijkheidszaak tegen de staat voor elkaar te krijgen.
Een rechtszaak als deze is zo lastig, omdat je eigenlijk moet bewijzen dat de overheid de noodzaak had om in te moeten grijpen.
En die werd thuis gewaarschuwd, laat ik ook zeggen, ook door diezelfde lieve vrouw, die heel genuanceerd zei van, zou je daar nog wel aan beginnen? Zou je daar wel beginnen om als burger tegen die machtige overheid te vechten? Nou, in de eerste aanleg hebben we de dagvaarding opgesteld. Dat was een enorme plus. Daar hebben we ongeveer 2 jaar aan gewerkt. De dag van het proces, dat is wel een dag die ik niet makkelijk vergeet. Die zitting was bijzonder. Het was rechtbank Den Haag. Een zaal vol met mensen.
Ik ging naar de zitting met een vriendin. Wij gingen er de avond daarvoor al naartoe, zodat we daar in een hotel konden slapen. Want op zo'n dag zelf de reis maken, dat was voor mij echt veel te veel.
Ik kan je herinneren van die dag dat er mensen waren die bij wijze van spreken op 1 been en met een rolstoel en met opkreuken en met stokken kwamen. Fantastisch.
De zaal zat vol met patiënten.
Niet alleen uit Brabant en uit Limburg kwamen slachtoffers uit het hele land. Die zaten te hopen dat er nog enige erkenning van de staat zou komen. De eerste 10 pagina's van de afvaarding betrof alleen de namen van de slachtoffers. 300 man. En de deurwaarder die dat voor ons uitbracht, die zei dat hij zoiets nog nooit had gezien.
Er zat wel een flink team aan landsadvocaten.
Er waren 6 advocaten van de overheid. Dat ik dacht van ja.
Ja, 6 advocaten.
Dat geeft je een slaatje ook een beetje lang. En met veel aplomb, ook een beetje op zijn Haags.
Dat begon eigenlijk vrijwel meteen toen de landsadvocaat een punt van orde had over het aantal appellanten wat in zijn stukken stond en het uiteindelijke aantal dossiers. Hij zei, ik zie een verschil van 4. Er ontbreken er 4, zei hij lichtelijk geïrriteerd. Waarop onze advocaat moest antwoorden, die 4 mensen zijn inmiddels overleden.
Wij wilden niets meer en niets minder dan een verklaring voor recht, zoals het heet, dat de staat onrechtmatig had gehandeld. Dat wil zeggen dat ze niet hebben gedaan wat ze moest doen en dingen heeft nagelaten. Dat ze in feite onrechtmatig handelen. Dus ze heeft het belang van haar burgers verwaarloosd. Ernstig verwaarloosd.
Ik vond onze zaak ook kansrijk vanwege bewuste besluiten om terughoudend persbeleid te voeren. Over het feit dat de postcodes van besmette bedrijven niet vrijgegeven werden. Dat is echt achterhouden van informatie.
Niemand wist wat er speelde rond de boerderijen en dat was des te schrijnender. Omdat toeristen uit Amerika door hun eigen staat waren gewaarschuwd om vooral niet in Brabant in de buurt van geitenboerderijen te komen. Dat was gek, want de mensen die in Brabant woonden wisten van niks.
Ja, het maakte mij alsmaar tijdens de zaak woedend dat de overheid bleef volhouden. We wisten dat toen niet. We wisten het niet. En we kenden de gevaren niet. We kenden de risico's niet.
Er bestaat in 2007 een vermoeden dat geitenbedrijven de bron zijn. Maar zekerheid hierover bestaat dan nog niet. En zeker niet over de vraag hoe mensen, anders dan personen die werkzaam zijn bij deze bedrijven, Q-koorts hebben kunnen oplopen.
We hebben echt onze best gedaan. We hebben alles gedaan wat we konden. Dus je denkt, nou, kom op. Maar dit is niet waar. Dat maakte me woedend.
Ik had het gevoel dat we onvoldoende ruimte kregen van de rechtbank om ons punt goed te maken. De advocaten hebben weinig tijd gekregen om hun beweegredenen voor het proces toe te lichten. Dat had voor mij betreft beter gekund, maar het is wat het is.
Maar de betogen van Bert Brunninghuis en Michel van den Berg, die beide ook woordvoerder waren, die waren wel heel scherp. En daarin voelde ik me ook echt behartigd.
Had een vrouw van 34 jaar, zwanger van haar tweede kind in 2009, geweten dat er een Q-koorts heerste op het geitenbedrijf waar ze met een klas kinderen op bezoek ging, dan was ze nooit gegaan. Dan was ze ook nooit ziek geworden en had ze haar ongeboren kind niet hoeven te verliezen. Zij zit hier in de zaal.
Ja, het pleidooi van Bert in de zaal ging natuurlijk heel erg over wat hij zag om zich heen, wat hij zelf had ervaren. Hoe hij ook heeft kunnen missen deze informatie over de risico's die wij allemaal liepen in de omgeving van geitenhouderijen. Dat was emotioneel, maar dat was vooral boos. En daar herkennen wij ons allemaal in.
De overheid wist wel wat er aan de hand was en kende de gevaren van de bacterie of kon die kennen. De overheid wist de plaats van besmetting of kon die weten.
Toen we uit de rechtszaal kwamen,
Dat is die overheid.
aangepraat met betrokkenen. Iedereen zat wel met dezelfde kater. Het gevoel dat lang niet alles besproken was of aan de orde was geweest wat we hadden willen bespreken.
Eigenlijk lijkt het logisch dat als je nou zoveel schade hebt aan deze slachtoffers van de Q-koorts, dat je daarvoor een of andere schadevergoeding krijgt. Maar dat is juridisch helemaal niet zo. Hier speelt het probleem van het voorzorgbeginsel. Dat is iets heel nieuws. Eigenlijk is het in deze zaak, misschien wel als een van de eerste keren naar voren gekomen, maar gaat het erom, moet nou de overheid betalen omdat hij niks heeft gedaan, terwijl je eigenlijk nog niet goed weet wat het risico is, hoe ernstig het is, of wat de oorzaken nou precies zijn. Nou, misschien die geiten, maar misschien ook iets anders. En ook niet wat nou een goede interventie is, wat helpt. En toch geldt volgens dat voorzorgbeginsel dat je wat moet doen.
Men heeft het ook altijd over causaliteit. Er is geen causaliteit. Ja, 100% wiskunde krijg je nooit iets. Dat zal Jos van der Zanden heeft mij dat eens een keer heel goed uitgelegd. En die begrijpt dat natuurlijk als geen ander.
En dan moet je niet vragen naar het causale verband, want elk weldenkend mens weet waarom die infectie daar gekomen is. Ook al kun je niet precies aangeven welke mens door welke geit geïnfecteerd is. Het was heel goed dat de advocaten dit aanvoerden, maar voor die rechters was het zoeken van wat gaan we nou doen? En de vraag was wat dat betreft, durfden de rechters af te wijken van een oude idee dat je gewoon kijkt naar een simpel oorzaak-gevolg. Heeft deze handeling tot dat geleid?
Ik ben naar de uitspraak geweest en ik wist na 3 zinnen al, oh dit is foute moe. Al heel snel werd duidelijk dat we dit niet hadden gewonnen.
De conclusie van de rechtbank is dat de staat niet onrechtmatig tegenover eisers heeft gehandeld. Dat betekent dat de vordering van eisers wordt afgewezen.
Ik herinner me nog wat voor een verpletterend effect dit had in de zaal.
Ik weet nog toen de uitspraak kwam, dat ik zo gedesillusioneerd was, maar dat de echte klap pas kwam toen ik zag dat na de uitspraak het teampje van de landsadvocaat elkaar high fives gaf. En dat ik dacht, deze zaal zit vol zieke mensen. Er is geen winnaar. Je haalt het in je hoofd om een high five te geven aan je collega's.
En ik herinner me nog dat de rechtbank de uitspraak had gedaan, opstond en onmiddellijk vertrok. En kennelijk hadden ze geen zin om te veel geconfronteerd te worden met de reacties. Ook best wel emotionele reacties van de slachtoffers.
En de uitspraak van de rechter was dat er dingen beter hadden gekund. Dat erkenden ze wel. Maar er was niet onrechtmatig gehandeld.
Ja, ik was teleurgesteld. En de foto die ik later daarvan zag, die sprak boekdelen. Ik denk van nou, je had niet iemand, had op je weg moeten komen op dat moment.
De rechter heeft het voorzorgbeginsel aanvaard. Alleen ze heeft het een heel, zeg maar even, nauwe toepassing gegeven. Een beperkte toepassing gegeven. Dat deed de rechtbank door over de eerste periode van 2007 tot 2009 te oordelen dat de overheid in die tijd genoeg had gedaan met de kennis die er toen was. Doordat ze bijvoorbeeld folders had gestuurd aan de geitenhouders en doordat ze vrijwillige vaccinatie van de dieren mogelijk had gemaakt. De rechtbank oordeelt dat de overheid na 2009, toen ze meer wist over de epidemie, ook voldoende heeft gedaan. Door toen zwaardere maatregelen toe te passen, zoals een vervoersverbod, een fokverbod, verplichte vaccinatie en uiteindelijk ook het ruimen van de geiten.
Ik was niet boos op de rechters, van die doen hun werk. Laat het er heel duidelijk in zijn. Daar heb ik ook respect voor. Maar ik dacht wel, we hebben het niet goed gedaan. Dus we waren niet sterk genoeg in onze bewijsvoering. We hadden dat misschien nog beter kunnen doen.
Ik had wel meteen het gevoel na de uitspraak dat er een hoger beroep moest komen. Omdat ik dacht, ja, maar dit kan niet. Dit klopt niet. We moeten verder, want we hebben een haalbare zaak.
Bert en zijn lotgenoten besloten onmiddellijk in hoger beroep te gaan. Maar intussen was er in de politiek toch ook wel de gedachte gekomen dat dit wel een hele droevige toestand was. Misschien moeten we toch een onverplichte tegemoetkoming doen aan die grote aantallen slachtoffers die het echt heel naar hebben gehad.
Dus toen kregen alle mensen die medisch konden aantonen dat ze besmet waren geweest of iemand hadden verloren aan Q-koorts, die kreeg €15.000. Daar hebben ongeveer 2000 mensen, 2100 mensen hebben het gekregen. En ook een aantal afgewezen.
Maar eigenlijk vonden ze dat echt niet genoeg. Ten meer niet, daar bijvoorbeeld de geitenhouders in het totaal 60 miljoen kregen. Dus daarom dachten ze, wij zetten die procedures toch gewoon door.
Toen we dat besluit hadden genomen met een aantal mensen, toen zijn we op zoek gegaan naar meer bewijs dat het niet goed was gegaan. Intussen was mijn compagnon met pensioen gegaan en dat betekende dat ik er vanaf dat moment alleen voor stond. Dat was een grote plus, vooral omdat er een enorm vonnis lag van 100 pagina's, waar we dus helemaal door moesten om te kijken wat ik daar aan bezwaren tegen naar voren kon brengen. Maar het was zoveel dat ik daar in mijn eentje niet in slaagde om dat helemaal voor elkaar te krijgen. Toen hebben we netjes afscheid genomen van elkaar. En we zijn via mensen, zijn we bij peeradvocaten uit Amsterdam terechtgekomen.
Ja, wij werden gevraagd in het stadium dat de zaak al liep. Dus het hoger beroep was eigenlijk al ingesteld. En aan ons werd gevraagd, nou, zien jullie de kans van slagen en denken jullie dat dit kans van slagen heeft bij het gerechtshof? Is dit een zaak die jullie zouden willen overnemen? En toen hebben we ook gekeken, vinden wij juridisch dat het haalbaar is? Zien wij kansen voor het hoger beroep? Ja, we samen waren we overtuigd dat dit een zaak was die bij het hof moest komen en dat wij dat ook wilden doen.
Wij voelden, er moet veel meer zijn dan wat er nu aan bewijs wordt overgebracht. Er is natuurlijk buiten de formele stukken is er natuurlijk heel veel overleg gevoerd, ook tussen departementen.
En daarmee kunnen we aantonen dat bijvoorbeeld door notulen van overleg, dat de staat eigenlijk al meer wist op dat moment dan we voorheen dachten dat de staat wist.
Het ministerie van Landbouw gevraagd, geef ons de stukken. Ja, dat is natuurlijk bij de duivel te lief gaan. Dat doen ze natuurlijk niet zomaar.
Het is lastig om dat soort stukken naar boven te krijgen, want je moet eerst eigenlijk een soort van net opentrekken met ik wil informatie van dit ministerie en dit ministerie over het onderwerp Q-koord in de periode 2007-2010. Nou, dat is een enorm net dat je uitzet.
Het is ontzettend lastig om die informatie boven water te krijgen. De overheid heeft zoveel meer middelen, heeft zoveel meer macht, heeft zoveel meer kennis, kan zoveel meer dingen achterhouden dan een stelletje, laat ik dan nog een stelletje bijeengeraapte patiënten die toevallig met elkaar in contact komen.
En dan is het wel een wat ongelijke strijd, want je hebt eigenlijk een burger, die vraagt om informatie versus een ministerie die informatie heeft en weet waar die op zit en een burger die eigenlijk niet weet wat er ligt. Toen er wel wat werd geleverd, was alles zwart gelakt. Dus over het verkrijgen van stukken moest alweer geprocedeerd worden. Vooral met die zwartgelakte stukken moet je alles precies goed lezen om te weten, ja, wat is nu vermoedelijk hier weggelakt? En is dat gerechtvaardigd dat dat weg is gelakt? Of moeten we daar toch nog een keertje aankloppen bij de staat? Willen jullie daar nog eens naar kijken? Want we willen die informatie zien en we denken dat jullie die om een ongeldige reden hebben weggelakt.
Maar we hebben via de bestuursrechter in Zettergom-Mos in 4 jaar en 3 maanden tijd hebben we toch heel wat stukken gekregen. En daaruit kwam ook heel duidelijk naar voren dat volksgezondheid natuurlijk meer voor de gezondheid van de mensen wilde doen. En dat landbouw veel meer gefocust was op de belangen van de boeren.
Kijk, het ministerie en de staat zegt eigenlijk nee. De volksgezondheid is altijd het allerbelangrijkste.
Als je moet kiezen tussen de gezondheid van mensen en dieren, is er maar één mogelijkheid. Einde citaat.
Maar dat blijkt niet uit de stukken. En dat is ook niet zo gek, want het ministerie van Landbouw heeft natuurlijk een ander belang dan het ministerie van Volksgezondheid. En het is die hele samenwerking, omdat het gaat om een zoonose, dus een infectieziekte die van dier naar mens springt, dat die twee kolommen met elkaar moeten samenwerken. En dat is niet goed gegaan.
Over een jaar of 4 is Sint volwassen, dan is ze 18. Op een gegeven moment zal ze ook uit huis willen, kan dat. We gaan ons huis aanpassen. Maar er is echt niks voor de kinderen, maar dan ook echt niks. En ik maak me echt zorgen.
Nee, dit is gewoon echt heel typisch dat een nationale ombudsman, dat die zegt, doe deze mensen geen rechtsgang aan. En in 2026 moeten we nog steeds in hoger beroep, omdat mensen gewoon niets meer hebben. Ja. Een zaak van lange adem. Ja. Onze advocaten hebben nu opnieuw de zaak neergelegd bij de landsadvocaat. De landsadvocaat heeft daarop gereageerd. Zijn reactie bedraagt 220 pagina's met 1500 pagina's aan bijlagen. Ja, ik denk dat daar dan nog wel een aantal maanden overheen gaat voordat er een uitspraak komt. Maar goed, er is beweging.
Ik heb toch wel onderschat hoeveel mijn naasten, mijn 2 dochters en mijn vrouw, hoeveel lasten die ook hebben van het feit dat ik ziek geworden ben. Ik zie het aan mijn vrouw, die er eigenlijk wel een beetje klaar mee is, dat ik nog steeds bezig ben om, dan zegt ze soms tegen beter weten in, ben je aan het proberen alles toch weer in gang te zetten of een nieuwe weg te vinden in Den Haag of noem het allemaal maar op. Ja. Ze kan het niet meer, ze kan het gewoon niet meer ombrengen. Het heeft mij ook veel opgeleverd. Het heeft niet alleen gekost, maar ook veel opgeleverd. Het heeft me verbeter gemaakt, maar het heeft me ook wat zachter gemaakt. Mijn gesprekken met mijn vrouw die zijn dieper geworden. Dat vind ik een enorme winst. Het heeft me heel veel tijd gekost. Ja. Je vertrapt het ook. Maar deze kwestie loopt nu 21 jaar. De eerste tekenen van Q-koorts die waren er in 2005. Ja, en misschien ga ik wel eerder dood dat het verhaal is afgelopen. Dat weet ik niet. Dat kan ik niet. Gelukkig weet ik dat niet, moet ik zeggen.
De Davids hebben deze keer verloren, maar ze hebben in hun unieke zaak voor het allereerst in Nederland geprocedeerd tegen de overheid over het voorzorgsbeginsel. Ze krijgen nog een kans om hun zaak te bepleiten in het hoger beroep dat naar verwachting in 2027 plaatsvindt. De ministeries van Landbouw en Volksgezondheid zijn
nog een jaar.
In de verklaring schrijven ze
Deze jaarfase
zekernis te zijn,
komen die hoog
extra geld vrij te maken voor patiënten, een onderzoeksprogramma en het aanstellen van een Q-koortsambassadeur. De ministeries laten weten over de lopende zaak geen mededeling te doen. Volgende keer de zaak van Kel. Die ontdekte dat ze geen recht had op een WW-uitkering toen haar werk stopte. Zo is de wet, vertelt uitvoeringsinstantie UWV haar. Maar wanneer de wet juist vrouwen belet om een uitkering te krijgen, vindt Carol het hoog tijd voor een stap naar de rechter.
Tegenover je staat toch ook wel een machtig UWV.
Het komt er wel op aan of jij de rechters kunt overtuigen van jouw gelijk. Carol was echt nerveus.
Bij het UWV hadden ze toevallig een vrouwelijke advocaat. Die dan ook nog zei van ja, maar ja, dat zijn geen echte werkgevers-PGB'ers. En toen dacht ik, zie je, wordt het weer gedaan alsof je niet waardevol bent, niks bent.
Het gaat wel om zorgverleners die met ongelooflijk veel compassie zorg verlenen. En die hebben recht op gelijke behandeling. Ik heb wel gedacht, we moeten dit wel winnen. Je moet van goede huizen komen om dat dan toch voor elkaar te krijgen.
Huma.
Ja, blijf nog even hier, want zometeen zijn wij er live. En dan hoort u waarom deze man helaas staande zenuwen blijft te hebben. We hebben nieuwe beelden van de mannen die meneer van 96 in elkaar sloegen. Meneer werd nooit meer de oude en overleed 3 maanden later.
En heeft u misschien een rolluik als beveiliging? Nou, over een paar minuten een nieuwe truc van inbrekers om zo'n rolluik omhoog te krijgen. We zien u heel graag zo. Als je goed kijkt, dan zie je dat dit kunstwerk tot helemaal in de verte van het spoorpark doorloopt. Wauw. Wat vind je ervan, zo van afstandje?
Nou, ik vind het redelijk griezelig.
Ja, ik vind het lelijk.
Lelijk?
Hoe lelijk.
Het is wel smaak, hè? Het is natuurlijk nu, ik hoef hier alles mooi te vinden en iemand anders ook niet.
Oh, dit vind ik wel heel mooi.
Kunst in het wild. Morgen bij Max op NPO 2.
Douche met drinkwater, hè? Dat maak je toch niet zomaar lopen? Hou er dus bij één liedje en niet je hele playlist. Wordt geen douchebag. Fris in 5 minuten. Gangnam
Er is weinig nodig om weer helemaal verliefd te worden. Een beetje van jezelf in de verleidelijke pizza-restaurant. Restaurant. Smaakt altijd zoals bij de Italiaan. Proef nu ook onze pizza snacks uit de airfryer. Extra snel en lekker krokant.
Oh, dat is echt even mooi, Koorts.
Right.
Hoe zorg ik voor een frisse adem?
No, mi può buttare laminato. Mi metto butta de mi cambio ancora. Dat trabajo.
Voor het beste advies.
Mi sono capo che sei.
Bij Medipoint draait het om wat voor jou
No,
belangrijk
sei
is,
mi povero.
zodat jij kunt blijven doen.
Wow, che se mi insegna, non mi posso per mi insegna, ma tu clic, 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 clic,
Genieten van
clic,
de
clic.
mensen om je heen.
Doe clic, doe clic, doe bot un come un tapijt.
Medipoint.
Dus
Met
we
de
worden
juiste
goed
zorgen
gedaan.
kun je zo
Klik dan, door de spelen een hoekje naar waar we kwartje palu, klappen dan of plakken. We zijn geïnteresseerd. Nou, nunca mensen, maar ze om jou met je doen rijden. Als je kooi naar Helmond, maar je doet. Niet eens de speel, nunca maar geen goede kooi.
Inenting, we gaan op vakantie.
Vakantie?
Zo.
We kunnen komen elkaar voor het weet.
Ja, versie voor je dames.
Deze dingen lopen.
We doen dat aan die zaken die dus die maakt je niet te druk.
vakantie. Want wij hebben Nederland op weg. En niet alleen bij pech.
We doen dat aan die zaken.
Oh, momentjes.
Ja, is niet te
Maar
ver
de nieuwe
gekomen.
Always Contour Flex,
Probleem.
is dat wel? Die past zich aan je lichaam aan om snel veel bloed op te nemen. Het absorbeert beter dan ooit. Zodat jij je fris en droog voelt. Tot 100% bescherming tegen lekken. De regels zijn veranderd. Always.
En hebben we alles? Bij ANWB vind je alles voor een relaxte vakantie. Zoals een fietsendrager met €100 korting. Of deze dakkoffer nu voor €379. Bij Loetje is alles lekker. We hebben natuurlijk de lekkerste gerechten. Maar je zit ook lekker. Met je eigen lekkertje. Je wordt lekker geholpen. Lekker gewerkt, Rick. En we zitten altijd in de buurt. Dus kom gewoon lekker naar Loetje.
De wereld houdt haar hart vast. Onrecht, armoede, klimaatverandering. Kijk niet weg, kijk om. Coordate helpt met overleven vandaag en een goed leven morgen. Kijk op coordate.nl. Coordate, op de wereld om elkaar te helpen.
goed horen. Hoor je dat? Je hoort tante is juist de kleine dingen horen. Schoneberg. Horen zoals je nog nooit hebt gezien.
Seat, sofa, seat,
Sofa. Echt voordelig, zit je het allersnelst bij.
Handsfree bellen met je hoortoestel voor een glashelder telefoongesprek direct in je oor. Maak een afspraak op schoneberg.nl.
Werden sommige mensen in coronatijd nou wel of niet geweigerd op de IC? Nee, zeggen oud-bewindslieden tegen de coronacommissie, maar artsen zeggen nu zeker wel.
En de vleesverwerkende industrie, waar al jaren misstanden voorkomen, kreeg tot vandaag tijd om orde op zaken te stellen. De voorzitter van die bedrijven is zometeen te gast. Dit allemaal in Nieuwsuur om 10 uur hier op NPO 2. Het is maandag. We gaan samen misdrijven oplossen. Met vanavond.
Deze dief heeft helaas stalen zenuwen. Gezocht voor het mishandelen van een 96-jarige man tijdens een overval. En waarschuwing voor iedereen met een rolluik. Inbrekers blijken ze van buitenaf omhoog te krijgen.
Dit is Avrotros met opsporing verzocht. Live vanuit de meldkamer in Apeldoorn.
Goedenavond en heel fijn dat u kijkt, want meedenken helpt de politie om Nederland veiliger te krijgen. Nog maar 2 weken geleden in de uitzending van de schokkende mishandeling in een Groningse supermarkt van een man van 19 door een hele groep. We zochten 4 van hen. En die zijn alle 4 inmiddels herkend, of omdat ze zich zelf namen, of doordat u iets over hen doorgaf. Heel mooi resultaat. En vanavond hopen we op van die cruciale tips over al deze misdrijven. Herkent u iets of iemand? De alsjeblieft gratis tiplijn op 0800 60 70 en de politie kan meteen actie ondernemen. En u helpt er echt slachtoffers mee. We starten vanavond met hele duidelijke beelden uit Rotterdam. De politie is daar nog altijd op zoek naar deze verdachte. Samen met een andere man die zich gefilmd bij een ruzie met een voorbijganger op straat. De voorbijganger is daarbij in zijn buik gestoken.
Een getuige aan de Goudenstein in Rotterdam-Charloes filmt zaterdagavond 17 januari een gevecht tussen 3 mannen. Het gaat er pittig aan toe en het is 2 tegen 1. Even later krijgt die ene man nog een gemene trap. Hoewel op het filmpje van de getuige niet duidelijk bloed is te zien, blijkt later dat hij ergens in het gevecht ook nog in zijn buik is gestoken. Wanneer de politie er even later is, vinden ze het 42-jarige slachtoffer gewoon thuis. Het is maar goed dat hij daarna snel naar het ziekenhuis wordt gebracht. De buikwond is ernstig. Ondertussen wordt op straat meteen begonnen met het politieonderzoek.
Het slachtoffer heeft het overleefd. Kon de politie ook vertellen dat hij die mannen pas vlak daarvoor had ontmoet. Hij was langs een terras gelopen aan de Slinger aan Rotterdamstraat verderop. Daar zaten die mannen en die hadden ruzie gezocht omdat hij volgens hen te lang naar hem had gekeken. Dat is dus blijkbaar reden om iemand neer te steken.
Onze recherche vond al snel beelden wat op het slachtoffer te zien is op die zaterdag 17 januari. Rond 7:15 s'avonds.
Bedoel je met straat en zo?
Langs een groepje mannen op weg.
Krijg jij problemen met
Een
mensen?
groepje mannen zit op het terras van de
weet het
Sarnazak naast de supermarkt. En 2 van hen vinden blijkbaar dat het slachtoffer te lang naar hen keek. Nou, die 2 hebben het slachtoffer weer opgewacht tot hij terug zou lopen. Links in beeld zie je iemand op de stoep staan wachten tot het slachtoffer weer in aantocht is. Nou, daarna ontstaat een woordenwisseling tussen het slachtoffer en die 2 mannen, waarbij het slachtoffer nou niet echt de behoefte voelde om sorry te zeggen voor zoiets onnozels. En dat is totaal geëscaleerd. We hebben beelden van deze ruzie in maart in ons regionale programma Bureau Rijnmond laten zien, waarop een van de verdachten zichzelf heeft gemeld. Maar we zijn nog steeds op zoek naar de tweede verdachte.
We zien hem hier even in het gezicht als hij opstaat om het latere slachtoffer op te wachten. Dat duurt te lang. Hij gaat zo weer zitten. Maar komt hier weer in beweging met de al aangehouden verdachte als ze de 42-jarige Rotterdammer gaan aanspreken. Luister. Vermoedelijk praat hij alleen maar Engels omdat het slachtoffer de Nederlandse taal niet goed spreekt. Hij wordt uitgedaagd. Hier sporen de mannen het slachtoffer aan om mee te lopen naar de Goudenstein. Helaas deed hij dat dus. Waarop het even later helemaal misgaat en het slachtoffer ook gestoken is.
Ja, wie is die nog gezochte verdachte? Bel de tiplijn alstublieft. U mag ook anoniem over hem tippen. Het liefst zijn naam natuurlijk en anders plekken waar de politie deze man kan vinden. Melddienst dat anoniem is net als de tiplijn van de politie uiteraard gratis. U kunt hem bellen op 0800 7000. Dan kunt u direct uw verhaal kwijt. Ja, dan willen we iedereen met een rolluik vanavond wijzen op een vermoedelijk nieuwe truc van inbrekers. In nog geen 2 weken tijd is er ingebroken bij 3 juwelierszaken in deze plaatsen. Bij alle 3 die inbraken is eenzelfde soort auto gezien en lijken de daders iets te hebben waarmee je een rolluik kunt bedienen.
Eerst beelden uit Sneek. Daar arriveert op woensdag 17 december rond 2:15 's nachts deze zwaar ronkende auto aan de Alexanderstraat. Herkent u het geluid en het model? Een Volkswagen Golf R. Het is een kwartier later. Een van de inzittenden gaat een kentekenplaat stelen. En na wat overleg en het stelen van de plaat voor, vertrekken ze. Bestemming van de Golf, nu met gestolen platen, richting de Wijde Burgstraat in Sneek. Het is tegen 4 uur 's nachts als we 2 mannen over de winkelstraat zien lopen. Ze zijn vermomd, maar kijk alstublieft of u al iets aan ze herkent. Ze gaan hier meerdere keren aan de slag met de voordeur van een juwelier. Met nog een derde man. Hij kijkt even recht in de camera. Er moet iets aan de elektronica zijn gemanipuleerd, want nadat eerst de winkeldeur is geforceerd, gaat nu ook het rolluik open. En dan gaat het ineens razendsnel. Na een uitglijder slaan de mannen gecontroleerd zoveel mogelijk vitrines stuk. Opmerkelijk alleen de vitrines met gouden sieraden. Ze lijken dat precies te weten. De eigenaren vertellen later aan de politie dat de mannen hun hele voorraad gouden sieraden hier meenemen. Met armen tegelijk. Wie herkent er iets aan deze mannen? Net voor de topverkoopperiode voor kerst verdwijnen ze binnen 2 minuten weer uit Sneek. Geschatte schade ongeveer 1 ton. Bij deze juwelier aan de korte achterzijde in Emmeloord kunnen ze zich precies voorstellen hoe zoiets voelt. Hun familiebedrijf met inmiddels 3 winkels bestaat al meer dan 50 jaar. De dochter van de oprichter leidt deze vestiging. Terug naar dinsdagochtend 23 december, 6 nachten na de inbraak in Sneek. Door de korte achterzijde in Emmeloord rijdt een auto, een Golf R. Bestemming, de juwelierszaak. Deze vitrine is dan met het oog op alle extra klandizie gevuld met alle topstukken.
We waren mega trots, want weet je, het is kerst, je mooiste spullen liggen in de winkel, alles was schoon, we hadden echt een hartstikke leuke dag gehad de dagen voor. Leuke klanten, leuk verkopen, leuk met je team, alles klopte. En dan weg.
Het is 3:15 die 23 december als de Golf stopt voor de juwelier. Op de wagen zit een gestolen kenteken. Deze inbraak begint een stuk minder subtiel. De bestuurder blijft in de auto. Een derde man gaat meehelpen met slaan. Deze man lijkt al wat vermoeid. Maar helaas is het gat in de deur inmiddels groot genoeg. Opmerkelijk, net als in Sneek, is opeens het rolluik omhoog aan het gaan. Mogelijk maken deze inbrekers gebruik van een afstandsbediening. De 2 mannen die sloegen zijn ook degenen die met big bags naar binnen gaan.
Als de sensoren afgaan, dat krijgen we op de telefoon krijgen we dat te horen. Dus al die sensoren gingen af. En toen zeiden we al van, het is 3:15, foute tijd, dit kan wel eens mis zijn.
Op hun telefoon ziet haar man dan dit.
Het zegt, er ligt allemaal wit spul voor de deur. Ik zeg, nou, ze zullen toch geen voetzoeken naar binnen gedaan hebben. Weet je, het was net voor de kerst, je hebt natuurlijk vuurwerk. Ik zeg, ik hoop het niet, want dan hebben we een bende.
Het blijkt dus veel erger. De mannen gaan meteen naar de vitrine met de mooiste stukken.
En nog is het wel zo, als ik met een klant bezig ben, dan denk ik, oh ja, die ring zal ik er even bij pakken. Nee, is er niet meer.
Opeens rook van het alarm. De daders gaan nog zo lang mogelijk door met spullen pakken. Tot er geen hand voor ogen meer is te zien. De chauffeur heeft al wat rook gezien. Hij doet alvast een deur open. De buit moet door het gat in de deur geperst worden. Zoveel is het toch nog geworden. Ook de tweede big bag van het merk Toolstation gaat er doorheen. Na wat proppen in de achterbak en het niet vergeten van de voorhamer stappen de mannen in en zijn weg met de sieraden. Hun golf is goed te horen op hun razendsnelle vlucht op de randweg richting de N717. Het blijkt dat de mannen de juwelier voor een aanzienlijk bedrag hebben gedupeerd.
Ze zitten aan onze spullen. Het waren onze mooie sieraden. Weet je, er zaten kroonstukken ertussen. En dat hebben ze meegenomen. Nou, was het niet mooi, ze moeten met hun handen van onze spullen afblijven.
Die Nederlanders.
Weet je, als ik toen ik zag dat ze achter in de auto hoorde, dacht ik, wat afschuwelijk. Ja. Ja, we hadden dus de inbraak in Sneek, 17 december door deze 3 mannen. 6 dagen daarna slaan deze mannen de juwelier in Emmeloord, kort en klein. Dat zijn mogelijk dezelfde daders. En mevrouw Weidema, nog voor deze inbraken was er ook een soortgelijke inbraak in Hengelo.
Klopt. Op 11 december, ook om 4 uur 's nachts, is er ook een inbraak gepleegd bij een juwelier in Hengelo. Daar is ook weer een auto gezien en dat bleek opnieuw een zwarte Volkswagen Golf R te zijn. Nou, ook deze zaak was beveiligd met rolluiken die de daders dus zelf omhoog hebben weten te krijgen. Ja, 3 inbraken dus in 12 dagen tijd door mogelijk dezelfde groep en waarbij dus echt voor tonnen is buitgemaakt.
Ja, tonnen van andermans harde werk dus. Deze inbraken zorgen voor onrust omdat de daders de rolluiken weten te manipuleren. Alle slachtoffers hadden veiligheidsmaatregelen zodat daders niet meteen bij de sieraden kunnen. Ze hadden gewapend glas, zagen de paaltjes tegen ramkraken, maar dus ook rolluiken waar daders normaal gesproken echt doorheen moeten. En al die slachtoffers waren eigenlijk best in de war toen ze aankwamen, zagen dat die rolluiken omhoog stonden. Hoe kan dat?
Ja, om te beginnen, een rolluik is inderdaad een hele goede extra barrière om daders tegen te houden. Nou, er zijn er verschillende manieren om zo'n rolluik te bedienen. Handmatig, bijvoorbeeld via een app of via een schakelaar. Maar daarnaast kun je een rolluik ook bedienen met een afstandsbediening. Nou, dat werkt via een gecodeerd signaal. En wij hebben het vermoeden dat deze daders dat signaal weten over te nemen of te klonen. En dan kun je dus ineens zelf zo'n rolluik gaan bedienen.
Dat is best een eng idee.
Zeker. Gelukkig waarschuwen juweliers en brancheverenigingen elkaar al zoveel mogelijk onderling over deze werkwijze. En aan mensen die nu kijken en die zich misschien zorgen maken omdat ze ook zelf een rolluik hebben, willen we adviseren, verdiep je eens in het systeem, maar neem bijvoorbeeld ook contact op met de verzekeraar of met de leverancier om na te gaan of je een risico loopt. Nou, verder is het ook goed om te weten dat deze problemen zich niet bij alle rolluiken met een afstandsbediening voordoen en dat er vaak goede oplossingen voor zijn. Dus je hoeft niet meteen het hele rolluik te vervangen.
Duidelijk, fijn dat u dat even uitlegt. We gaan ook even naar de daders kijken. Uiteraard, getuigen hebben die mannen onderling Nederlands horen spreken, met een accent. Maar vooral die auto is natuurlijk echt een heel mooi concreet spot.
Klopt. En dat was dus een donkerkleurige Volkswagen Golf R, waar ze in elk geval in december in reden en misschien nu nog steeds. Deze Golf R is te herkennen aan de blauwe remklauwen, de LED-verlichting in de gril en de sticker op de voorruit. Ja, hopelijk zijn er mensen die in combinatie met de beelden van daders misschien weten wie de inbraken gepleegd kunnen hebben.
Ja, en u kunt al hun beelden op onze site bekijken en daar trouwens ook meteen een tipformulier invullen om online iets door te geven. Of bel de tiplijn als u bijvoorbeeld weet waar die auto nu zou kunnen staan. En nog een aanknopingspunt, deze mannen moeten sieraden of omgesmolten goud hebben aangeboden en na december dus meer te besteden hebben gehad.
Ze moeten gepakt worden, ze moeten stoppen. En ik hoop dat de andere juweliers nagaan of een beveiliging op orde is.
Dus ook als u geen juwelier bent, wees alert dat dit gebeurt. Dan de zoektocht naar deze man, die was misschien wel heel ver gekomen als hij acteur had willen worden. Want toneelspeler, dat kan niet helaas.
Een tankstation aan de Ringbaan West in Tilburg is altijd open. 7 dagen per week, 24 uur per dag. Dat betekent dat je een groot personeelsbestand nodig hebt om altijd bemand te zijn. De 2 personeelsleden die er zaterdagnacht 4 oktober werken, hebben deze man nog niet eerder gezien. Maar hij draagt de officiële bedrijfskleding en hij weet de geregeld wisselende toegangscode van de deur naar het personeelsgedeelte. Daarnaast heeft hij een klembord bij zich en hij gaat na een korte knik, zonder iets te zeggen, meteen naar de voorraadkast. Dit moet wel een collega van de buitendienst zijn die ook 's nachts moet werken, denken ze. Het is een dief. En deze buitensporige bluffactie werkt helaas die nacht. Na een paar minuten heeft de man 9 sloffen sigaretten waarmee hij net zo koeltjes weer vertrekt. Het personeel was later onthutst dat iemand hen zo kon bedriegen. Bijna ongelooflijk hoe rustig deze man onder het bedrog blijft. Hij loopt zo te zien zonder ook maar zijn pas te versnellen de Tilburgse nacht in met zijn 9 gestolen sloffen.
Nou, dit is echt bluff van de bovenste plank helaas. En uiteraard denkt u thuis waarschijnlijk nu meteen, iemand moet hem die code verteld hebben, een kleding hebben doorgespeeld. Nou, uiteraard heeft het tankstation dat samen met de politie allemaal onderzocht. Maar dat onderzoek heeft niet geleid naar wie dit is. Even uw beste plaatjes bekijken. Het personeel schatte deze man in de 20. Hij heeft, je ziet een lichte huidskleur. In oktober had hij mogelijk een kort zikje. En in zijn nek lijkt een haargroei, dat gaan we hier zien, in een soort stroken te lopen. Herkent u hem? Dan mag u ook anoniem iets over hem doorgeven. Maar tip in ieder geval. Ja, de politie is heel blij met uw hulp. Ook de afgelopen week weer. Er zijn namelijk tientallen tips doorgegeven over die ontvoering van een 37-jarige Spaanse man in ons land. Hij werd van 15 tot 24 februari vastgehouden. En vorige week maakten we deze beelden openbaar.
Het slachtoffer, hier in het midden, werd vanuit een Mercedes meegevoerd naar een berging in de Rotterdamse wijk IJsselmonde. Hij werd tijdens zijn gevangenschap zwaar mishandeld. Hij was een half uurtje daarvoor ontvoerd vanuit Pernis. Daarbij was deze Opel Astra betrokken. De politie zocht getuigen rond deze plekken, informatie over de Mercedes, maar ook over deze verdachte. Zij waren gefilmd in de Transwijk in Utrecht, waar het slachtoffer vanaf 17 februari werd vastgehouden. Hij ontsnapte gewond op 24 februari. De hele ontvoering draait vermoedelijk om een conflict om drugs in de onderwereld.
Ja, we zeiden het net al, tientallen tips gelukkig. Er zijn namen genoemd bij deze mannen. Dat is nu allemaal in onderzoek. De politie wil nog wel steeds graag met iedereen spreken die ook iets over deze betrokkenen weet of ze heeft gezien. En er is een grote doorbraak daarnaast, want de politie heeft geen informatie meer nodig over deze Opel Astra die in Pernis was gefilmd. Want die Astra is inmiddels getraceerd, dus die kan dus nu onderzocht worden. Kortom, een onderzoek waar heel veel gebeurt nu mede door u. En hier meer ontwikkelingen van afgelopen week.
Tijdens Oud en Nieuw waren in Amsterdam rellen en werd de politie belaagd. We toonden meerdere verdachten in Amsterdam-Oost, zoals onder andere deze, en degene die in Floradorp de politie had beschoten met vuurwerk. Bekijk iedereen die nog gezocht wordt op onze site.
Ook over deze dieven in Veldhoven is meer informatie nodig. Overigens, de 4 telefoons die ze hier losrukken zijn demo-modellen en maar een fractie van een gewoon exemplaar waard.
9 tips over de incidenten bij bewoners van de Bosstraat in Zaltbommel. Deze man met een apart loopje liet een explosief ontploffen. Deze mogelijk andere dader had hun auto in brand gestoken. De meeste info ging over de schoenen van de man. De politie weet dankzij de tips nu welke schoenen het zijn. Graag nog tippen over wie dit deed.
Veel bekeken op onze socials en site, maar nog steeds gezocht. Deze vrouwen, ze zijn betrokken bij oplichting.
Verder vorige week beelden van de chaotische overval op een casino in Zoetermeer, waarbij 2 mannen een medewerker bedreigden om binnen te komen. Door een tijdslot op de kluis en als je zelf de kassalade dichtspringt, zoals deze man deed, valt daar geen grote slag te slaan. De buit stond in geen verhouding tot de angst die de mannen zaaiden.
Er is anoniem over deze overvallers daar in Zoetermeer getipt. De politie is bezig met die informatie, maar er moeten echt nog meer mensen iets vermoeden. De daders hebben hier vast ook over gepraat. Helpt nog in dit onderzoek. Ja, en verder kunnen we ook qua resultaten rond oudere zaken iets melden. Namelijk dat er vandaag een 42-jarige man als verdachte is aangehouden voor betrokkenheid bij de verdwijning van deze Mark Jaskulski. Hij verdween in april 2024 toen hij op weg was naar een afspraak via een dating-app. Er is dus nu een doorbraak, maar Mark's lichaam is nog niet gevonden. Het onderzoek gaat dus verder. U kunt ook nog steeds helpen.
Alle zaken nog eens terugkijken of delen met anderen? Kijk op de site.
Ja, wij gaan hier live in Apeldoorn verder met het volgende onderzoek. U kent natuurlijk allemaal 112 voor nood. Dan is er ook nog de tiplijn van de politie op 0800 60 70. Maar deze maand heeft de politie ook het tijdelijk speciaal nummer om hopelijk een intens woningoverval in Almere alsnog op te lossen. Het slachtoffer, u herinnert zich er misschien nog wel, was een man van 96.
Ik heb verder mijn leven meegemaakt, maar laffer als dit kan het toch eigenlijk niet? Ik leef anders. Ik ben een nou, zielig is een oude, maar wel een ander mens geworden.
Ja, dit zijn meer halverwege december. Dat was ruim een maand na de overval toen we hem interviewden. Meneer leek toen langzaam wat op te krabbelen, maar dat was niet zo. Afgelopen februari moest u het verdrietige nieuws vertellen dat meneer was overleden. Vanavond, omdat de zaak nog altijd niet is opgelost, nog niet eerder vertoonde bewakingsbeelden van de 2 verdachten en de zoon van het slachtoffer over de laatste maanden van zijn vader.
Voor de overval was mijn vader gewoon een volwaardig bejaarde die een zinvol leven had. En na de overval was dat compleet voorbij. Dat was het lijden. Dat was het. En dat was pijnlijk om te zien.
Zijn 96-jarige vader woonde in november vorig jaar nog altijd zelfstandig aan de Lotusbloemweg in Almere. Met wat aanpassingen in huis en de hulp van zijn zoon redde hij het. Wel droeg hij 24 uur per dag een noodklop vanwege zijn hartproblemen.
Ondanks al zijn gezondheidsproblemen was hij toch ook fysiek sterk. Hij weigerde ook om de traplift te gebruiken of zo. Hè? Dat vond hij maar niks. Ja, hij leefde volop. Dat eigenlijk. En daarom is het ook zo'n klap. Hè? Als je dan ziet dat het van de ene moment op het andere moment voorbij is.
Dit zijn nieuwe beelden van de mannen die de politie zoekt. Ze lopen hier die woensdagmiddag 12 november rond 5:45 door de Lotusbloemweg in Almere. Ze staan wat te wijzen naar het huis van de weduwnaar. Even later, rond 6 uur, staan ze alsnog voor zijn deur. En tikt een van de mannen tegen het raam. Meneer denkt dat het zijn buren zijn, vertelt hij ons in december.
Een joek komt tegen die deur en de deur vliegt open. En ik krijg gelijk een duw. Ik val in de hoek.
Er is echt zeer veel geweld gebruikt. Toen we na de overval aankwamen, lag er een kapotte schaal en fruit op de grond. Meneer is namelijk zo hard geduwd dat hij tegen die schaal viel. Deze mannen hebben het slachtoffer tussen de scherven hulpeloos laten liggen en gingen gewoon door met slaan.
En ik kreeg gelijk een pak. Echte stompen met gestrekte arm zo in mijn gezicht. En dat heeft hij een keer wat gedaan. Op een gegeven moment kreeg ik ook een kruisslag op mijn mond. Mijn gebit in gruwelen, ik proefde bloed. Alles deed pijn. Want de volgende slag op mijn mond ging helemaal stuk van binnen.
Het is onbegrijpelijk dat mensen in staat zijn om je huis binnen te dringen. Een man van bijna 97 jaar, bewust, heel bewust, in het gezicht te stompen. En ik vond zelf het beeld het ergste van die mannen die wegliepen, alsof ze op het terrasje hadden gezeten. Dat vond ik zelf eigenlijk meer schokkend. Je doet zoiets en vervolgens. Blijkbaar doet het je dus helemaal niks. Direct na de overval leek hij zich aardig te herstellen. Maar dat was schijn. Hij begon problemen te krijgen met lopen, met evenwicht. Hij ging naar boven toe met de traplift. Hè. Dat was een ding. En het belangrijkste, hij wilde niet meer naar buiten. En, zijn levenslust was eigenlijk weg.
Zijn altijd zo energieke vader krijgt 1,5 maand na de overval een hersenbloeding. En herstelt daar niet meer van.
Weet je, als je iemand hebt die 96, 70, 90 jaar wordt, is dat natuurlijk geweldig. Ja, en als hij dan nog gezond is het helemaal mooi. Maar het einde was gewoon niet zoals het moest zijn. En dat zag je en dat voelde je. Hoeveel zijn leven bekort is, weet ik natuurlijk niet. Wat dat bekort is, dat zat vast. En naast dat bekorten is natuurlijk het lijden dat veroorzaakt is. Maar voor mezelf ben ik van overtuigd dat er een relatie ligt tussen zijn dood en de overval.
Ja, en er is de afgelopen maanden echt wel door u getipt. Maar, mevrouw Pinkse, u heeft het idee, dat is echt heel erg frustrerend, dat er best meer bekend is over die mannen.
Ja, wij hebben inderdaad sterk de indruk dat er mensen zijn die weten wie deze 96-jarige man zo erg hebben toegetakeld en ook waarom ze dit hebben gedaan. Blijkbaar is er toch nog een drempel om dit ook met ons te delen. Terwijl het natuurlijk juist voor de nabestaanden zo ontzettend belangrijk is om antwoorden te krijgen. Nou, daarom willen we vanavond nogmaals een beroep doen op iedereen die iets weet of een vermoeden heeft, bijvoorbeeld door de verhalen of door de nog niet eerder getoonde beelden van hen. En daarnaast is natuurlijk ook nog steeds een beloning van €8500 voor de tip die deze zaak kan oplossen.
Ik wil bijvoorbeeld ook nog weten waarom er zoveel geweld is gebruikt. Het waren 2 jonge mannen tegen een meneer van 96. Dat was helemaal niet nodig geweest.
Nee, precies. Nou, daarom kunnen we ook nog niet andere scenario's dan een woningoverval helemaal uitsluiten. Het zou natuurlijk ook nog zo kunnen zijn dat er een andere aanleiding is geweest voor deze mishandeling die wij nog niet weten. En daarnaast zou het ook nog kunnen zijn dat de daders een verkeerd huis hebben uitgekozen en eigenlijk een conflict hadden met iemand anders. Nou, als mensen daar meer over weten, horen we dat natuurlijk ook graag.
Ja, laten we nu gaan kijken naar aanknopingspunten richting die daders. Die hebben allebei een licht getinte huidskleur. En we hebben dus ook een compositietekening.
Ja, op basis van een getuigenverklaring hebben we een tekening kunnen maken van één van hen. Nou, één ding springt hier uit. Zijn huid was niet heel glad. Het zouden bijvoorbeeld stoppeltjes geweest kunnen zijn of een pokdalige huid met vlekjes.
Ja, die man op de tekening, dat is dus een van de mannen die we op deze beelden uit Almere zien.
Voorafgaand aan de overval lopen de 2 beiden met een licht getinte huidskleur door de Lupinestraat in de Bloemenbuurt in Almere buiten. Ze roken en slaan zo de hoek om, de Lotusbloemweg op. Daar woont het slachtoffer. Terwijl ze hier aan de overkant van de weg lopen, wijzen ze in de richting van zijn huis en gaan vervolgens om het huizenblok naar de Hibiscusstraat. Hier nog een keer, wat ingezoomd op hun gezichten. Eén zou dus die onregelmatige huid of stoppels hebben. Hier zien we ze op de Cliviastraat, naar de hoek van de Lotusbloemweg. Hier staan ze een tijdje te wachten, voordat ze rond 6 uur de overval op de man van 96 plegen. Opvallend is dat hun route zowel vertrekt vanaf de Lupinestraat en ze daar ook weer verdwijnen. Dat zegt wellicht iets over hen. Daar lopen ze na afloop in alle rust weg, alsof ze niet net met z'n tweeën een man van 96 zwaar hebben toegetakeld.
Het leed dat aangedaan is zo groot. En wie weet wat er nog meer gebeurt. Wie weet. Ik denk dat ze ter verantwoording moeten worden geroepen. Niet uit wraak of zo, daar gaat het helemaal niet om. Maar vanuit het idee van een signaal afgeven dat we dit niet tolereren.
Als u ook maar een beetje gevoel heeft, praat dan alstublieft. Dat kan uiteraard getipt worden via de bekende manieren, zoals de opsporingstiplijn, meldmisdaad anoniem. Maar van links ook, dat is uitzonderlijk via een speciaal telefoon.
Ja, dat nummer is echt speciaal en alleen voor deze zaak in Almere. En dat nummer is van 10 criminele inlichtingen van de politie Midden-Nederland. En hier zitten speciaal getrainde politiemensen met wie je afspraken kan maken. En zij kunnen garanderen dat je naam en andere gegevens buiten de politiedossiers worden gehouden.
Ja, zelfs de officier van justitie die met dit onderzoek is belast en de recherche kan niet te weten wie de tipgever is en de daders dan al helemaal niet. De politiemensen van de 10 criminele inlichtingen werken volledig onafhankelijk namelijk van de recherche en zullen nooit informatie delen als dit te herleiden zou zijn naar een eventuele tipgever. Stel je weet iets, hoe werkt het dan praktisch als je dat nummer belt?
Je krijgt dan rechtstreeks een van die collega's te spreken en zij zullen dan met de tipgever afstemmen hoe ze het beste met hen en met hun verhaal kunnen omgaan. Nou, we doen dit natuurlijk allemaal om de drempel te verlagen voor mensen die iets weten en misschien nog twijfelen. Daarnaast is het zo dat als mensen dit nummer bellen, ze wel nog aanspraak maken op die beloning van €8500. Terwijl dat niet zo is als zij meldmisdaad anoniem zouden bellen. Nou, het nummer van 10 criminele inlichtingen is nog tot eind deze maand juni bereikbaar.
En we snappen echt dat het een hele stap is om te tippen over mannen die zo agressief zijn, zelfs tegen iemand van tegen de 100. Maar doe het dus alstublieft. Het kan zonder dat bekend wordt dat u iets heeft verteld. Ja, even iets heel anders. We weten allemaal dat er momenteel veel mensen nog altijd slachtoffer worden van nepagenten die thuis bijvoorbeeld sieraden komen ophalen om ze zogenaamd veilig op te bergen, omdat er criminelen in de buurt zouden zijn. Nou, bij vrijwel elk slachtoffer van deze fraude zit echt een heel schrijnend verhaal. Gelukkig in de volgende zaak duidelijke beelden van zo'n verdachte.
Deze jonge vrouw wordt gezocht omdat een dame van 83 in Nijkerk bestolen is. Iemand die zei dat hij van de politie was, belde mevrouw met de opdracht haar sieraden klaar te leggen voor een collega. Toen mevrouw twijfelde, reageerde hij zeer geïrriteerd.
Hij zei, maar wij zijn van de politie, mevrouw. Wij zijn echt te vertrouwen. Weet u wel hoe hoog wij zijn?
Best wel angstig liep mevrouw daarom deze zogenaamde agenten haar huis in. Die rent hier weg met zeer dierbare sieraden. Ze kwam overigens weg door tegen mevrouw te zeggen dat hij maar even in de keuken wat water moest drinken tegen de emoties. Zodra mevrouw in de keuken stond, verdween ze met de sieraden hier in Nijkerk.
Ik heb al 50 keer gezegd tegen beide personen dat ik ze niet vertrouwde. Ik had het gevoel dat niks klopte. Toch durfde ik ze niet te stoppen.
Dit zeggen veel slachtoffers, maar schaam u niet. Doe aangifte. Door deze aangifte kon de politie snel deze beelden van de verdachte nepagenten achterhalen. Wie weet heeft ze wel meer slachtoffers gemaakt. Wie is OON van Oost-Nederland 326? De politie in Brabant zoekt deze pinner. Hij haalt hier in Erp een telefoon tevoorschijn die net met een smoes door een netbankmedewerker is afgehaald bij een oudere dame uit die plaats. Mevrouw moest haar bankpas en die telefoon inleveren om te voorkomen dat er fraude met haar rekening werd gepleegd. Deze man gaat pinnen met die pas, maar er zat bijvoorbeeld ook nog een belangrijk medisch pasje van mevrouw in de telefoon. Mevrouw is zwaar gedupeerd door onder andere deze man. Hij is niet de enige die bij haar oplichting is betrokken. Want ook deze pinner haalt daarna nog geld van haar rekening. Hij doet dat in Eindhoven, waar hij meerdere keren pint en ondertussen lijkt te videobellen. U mag ook altijd anoniem tippen als u iemand herkent. Wie zijn OOP 046 en OOP 047?
Vraag. Zou u voor €190 uw hele toekomst op het spel zetten? Nou, iemand uit de directe omgeving van Odilia in Brabant heeft dat dus wel gedaan.
We kijken even mee in een tankshop in Odilia Peel. Daar staat op maandagavond 19 januari een jonge medewerkster een klant te helpen. Ze verwacht dat het een van de laatste zal zijn. Ze gaan zo sluiten hier bij dit Esso-tankstation aan de Oude Dijk. Op dat moment is deze scooter via de Koolmeestraat die kant op aan het gaan. Het is ongeveer 7:15 als hij aankomt, net als de klant vertrekt. Nu al een beetje te zien, de scooter heeft 2 kleuren, zilver en vermoedelijk blauw. De man met een opvallende Nike-broek lijkt opeens iets te bedenken. Wanneer de medewerkster ziet dat iemand een bak gaat verplaatsen, denkt ze eerst nog dat het een collega is die mee komt helpen afsluiten. Tot ze de helm en de inhoud van zijn Albert Heijn tasje opmerkt. Wanneer ze het mes ziet, moet ze van de zenuwen lachen. Dat bevalt de overvaller niet. Hij maakt pikkende bewegingen. Overigens helpt de bak niet echt de deur openhouden. Buiten ziet de laatste echte klant wat er gebeurt en belt direct 112. Hoewel ze hem amper ouder dan zichzelf schat, vermoedelijk is hij begin 20, is de vrouw bang dat hij wat zal doen als ze hem niet geeft wat hij wil.
Ik hoorde toen dat hij schreeuwde naar mij riep, geld uit de la. Ik hoorde dat hij Nederlands sprak zonder accent. Ik zag dat hij toen nog meer met het mes begon te bewegen voor mijn lichaam en nogmaals schreeuwde dat de la open moest. Ik wist op dat moment dat het serieus was en ik voelde mij toen echt bedreigd. Ik had het idee dat hij mij met het mes wilde verwonden.
Met zijn mes propt hij de paar briefjes die er waren in zijn tasje. Als hij zo gaat wegrijden zien we nog een keer dat de scooter van de man 2 kleuren heeft. Het kenteken was afgeplakt. Hij reed die avond daar in Odilia Peel vermoedelijk op zo'n Peugeot-scooter, een V-klik. Later spreekt de politie een getuige dat ze iemand met waarschijnlijk een scooter wel zo'n 20 minuten met zijn helm op heeft zien wachten in de berm aan de Houtduiflaan. Net buiten de bebouwde kom van Odilia Peel. Het voelde gek. Diegene stond daar zonder licht met zijn helm op. Was dat misschien deze overvaller? Het is vermoedelijk een jongeman met een lichte huidskleur. Dat was te zien aan zijn handen. Hij is zo'n 1,75 meter lang. Zijn donkere helm was er eentje van het merk MTR. Hij droeg Nike-kleding. Aan zijn postuur en manier van bewegen te zien, lijken we te maken te hebben met een nog jonge dader van begin 20. Hij reed dus op zo'n scooter. Mogelijk komt hij uit de buurt. Zorgwekkend dat hij zo loopt te dreigen voor uiteindelijk dus €190.
Nou, hopelijk komen er ook na de uitzending nog tips over deze man binnen, want de tiplijn blijft geopend. Hopelijk krijgen we ook nog tips over de verdachte van een stekenincident in Rotterdam. Duidelijke beelden van die man, daar hebben nog geen namen binnen. Er wordt vooral meegedacht over de inbraken bij 3 juwelierszaken, waarbij de daders het rolluik weten te manipuleren. Dat lijkt een nieuwe inbrekerstruc. We hadden beelden van 3 verdachten hier in Sneek, waar goed vermomd. Het meeste wordt nu getipt over hun auto, een Golf R met opvallende verlichting. Daar wordt goed mee gedacht. Deel onze zaken, ook al wist u niet, want dat helpt sowieso. En voor nu, namens ons allemaal vanuit Apeldoorn, natuurlijk nog een hele veilige avond.
Goedenavond. Uitbuiting, ongelukken, tig arbeidsmigranten op kleine matrasjes. De minister is het helemaal zat met de vleesindustrie. Ze komen nu met een verbeterplan en de voorvrouw van Vlees NL is zometeen te gast. Over een paar minuten in Nieuwsuur. Tot zo.
I've heard there's an alpaca that might have a nasty injury to its jaw, so this might be a bit of a tricky one.
This guy has been hit by a car, so that's why we're trying to be quite thorough and check as much as we can before he wakes up.
And we've got a problem with alarm. Oops, poor little chap. I'm gonna check your temperature.
De dierenarts van Yorkshire. Morgen bij Max op NPO 2.
Ik ga niet afbokken. Hij heeft me een oefening gegeven. Een soort van emotionele gereedschap.
Hij bent wel echt vooruit gegaan.
Het is een verschrikkelijk groot verdriet. Kijk, het echt dom is. Het nieuws te zien. Ik kan alleen met water brengen.
We kunnen vertrekken alsjeblieft.
Ja, een echte zonnestaan.
Het indringende verhaal van Etty. Zaterdag op NPO 2.
Wat geeft jouw leven betekenis? Elkaar op weg helpen?
Dat gaat goed.
Of nadenken over grote vragen als... Het is oké om niet alle antwoorden te weten. Al zoekend vinden we richting.
In de kruising.
In het grootste of in het alledaagse. Zo vinden we samen de zin van morgen. Maak morgen mee. KRO en CRV.
Goed horen.
Hoor je dat?
Je wordt tante is juist de kleine dingen horen. Schoneberg. Horen zoals je nog nooit hebt gezien.
Bij TUI heb je meer opties en dus meer keuze. Zomervakantie, alles in één keer geregeld met het perfecte hotel. Of trek je eigen plan met alleen een vliegticket of verblijf. De beste last minutes binnen ieder budget. Boek ze nu bij TUI. Daalt de prijs van je TUI Fly zomervakantie na je boeking? Geen probleem. Dan betalen wij het verschil terug dankzij de TUI slimme prijsgarantie. TUI, live happy.
Handsfree bellen met je hoortoestel voor een glashelder telefoongesprek direct in je oor. Maak een afspraak op schoneberg.nl.
Maak er een potje van. Met Buut maak je potjes om slim te sparen en betalen. En als het echt moet, kunnen je ouders een beetje bijspringen. Voor een nieuwe telefoon bijvoorbeeld. Buut, de bank die het een tikje anders doet. Nieuw, Buut Pay, dat is betalen met je telefoon direct uit een potje.
Koeker, de kraan voor bruisend water en sfeermakers. De kraan die de zomer laat stromen. Nu met een jaar bruiswater cadeau en kans op een tuinfeest. Kijk op koeker.nl.
WK-deals bij Coolblue. Jij bent klaar voor het WK, maar je tv-opstelling en snacks, die moet je nog tackelen. Scoor nu onze WK-deals met korting in de Coolblue-app. Vandaag besteld, morgen juichen. Coolblue. Alles voor een glimlach.
Elke boom maakt verschil. Plant daarom nu bomen op treesforall.nl.
Nu bij Coolblue. Korting op Dreamy robots tijdens de WK-deals.
Bestel het beste voor jou in de Coolblue app. Nu bij Coolblue. Korting op Samsung televisies tijdens de WK-deals. Bestel het beste voor jou in de Coolblue app.
In elke hap Godot chocolade proef je karakter. Gemaakt van cacaobonen vol smaak. Godot, de kracht van karakter. Godot Bonbon Blanc. Heerlijk zachte praline, intense chocolade.
Kalknagels, nieuw van Formule 1. Kalknagelset 6 in 1. In 1 dag zichtbaar resultaat en slechts 2 keer per week aanbrengen. Formule 1, bewezen effectief bij kalknagels.
Gemaakt met verfijnde details. De mini-collectie van Rosefield. Jouw finishing touch voor een speciale gelegenheid. Shop nu op rosefield.com.
Kijk, een goed pensioen moet je toch echt zelf regelen. Of je nou ZZP'er bent of in loondienst werkt. Ik heb ook veel te lang mijn kop in het zand gestoken. Terwijl het zo geregeld is. En dat je een mooi belastingvoordeel kan opleveren. Brand New Day. Iedereen een extra pensioenpotje.
Met bestaat 10 jaar en dat vieren we met onze hoogste korting ooit. Profiteer nu van deals op onze matrassen, toppers en bedden. Ga naar matsleeps.com. Met het beste matras van Nederland.
Iedereen een extra pensioenpotje. Kijk op brandnewday.nl.
Scoor jouw zomervakantie bij Europark. We're looking at 2 murders, with one and the same perpetrator.
Mom, this person's phone is switched off.
Yes, Mom. Something bad is about to happen.
The situation has changed.
But your questions haven't. Aren't you afraid?
Boys, it's what keeps you alive.
Crime Nacht. Vrijdag bij KRO NCRV op NPO 2.
Zo'n toonaangevende ontwerper die zo in de vergetelheid gaat, dat is al heel vreemd.
Had een energie voor niet te trokken.
Ik was niet aan het tuttelen met meubeltjes. Hij had veel gevoel voor het ruimtelijke en de poëtische sfeer.
Ik denk dat hij juist een kunstenaar was in wie hij was.
Ko Liang-i in Close-up. Vanavond op NPO 2.
Zeer goede avond, het is alweer 10 uur. En dit is Nieuwsuur, met vanavond dit. Na decennia spanningen tussen Nederland en de Molukse gemeenschap lijken er excuses te komen van premier Jette. De president van de Molukse regering in ballingschap is zometeen te gast. Het was wel degelijk code zwart in de zorg tijdens corona. Althans zei oud-premier Rutte voor de coronacommissie van niet. Artsen reageerden hoogst verbaasd toen ze dat hoorden.
Er was crisis in de hele zorg. Dat is code zwart.
Wel degelijk zijn er keuzes gemaakt voor patiënten die wel of niet naar die gingen, waar je dat normaal gesproken anders zou hebben gedaan.
En de vleessector kreeg tot vandaag misstanden oplossen of de minister grijpt in. Wat is hun plan? De voorvrouw van Vlees.nl schuift zo meteen aan. Maar eerst gaan we naar het laatste nieuws van vanavond. We gaan terug naar.
Ja, dat komt nog steeds uit Den Haag, dat nieuws. Er lijkt namelijk beweging te komen richting de Molukse gemeenschap. Premier Jette gaat zondag spreken bij de onthulling van een monument. Alle signalen wijzen op excuses die hij gaat maken.
Hier op de Lloydkade in Rotterdam wordt zondag het monument onthuld. Zo gaat dat eruit zien. De organisatie hoorde pas vanmorgen dat Jette erbij is.
Nou ja, voor het Flevoland, het zal niet zomaar zijn, toch? Nee, dat denk ik ook niet. Ik denk dat het wel een bijzonder moment kan zijn.
De kade is een logische plek voor het monument. Want hier in Rotterdam kwamen Molukse kneelmilitairen en hun gezinnen 75 jaar geleden in Nederland aan. Ze werden ontslagen, kregen geen pensioen en werden onder erbarmelijke omstandigheden gehuisvest. Zoals in het voormalige Duitse concentratiekamp Westerbork. De opvang zou voor een half jaar zijn, maar de meesten zagen hun geboorteland nooit meer terug. En dus willen ze erkenning.
Eigenlijk toch wel de fouten die zijn begaan door de Nederlandse regering. En uiteindelijk ook wel voor de leed die mijn opa en oma zijn ondergaan.
De Tweede Kamer wil dat ook. Morgen wordt een motie aangenomen door een grote meerderheid. Die vraagt om onderzoek en eerherstel voor deze groep.
Elke partij staat eronder of stem wordt voor. En ik denk dat dat ook laat zien dat ook de Kamer aanvoelt dat het de tijd is.
Maar eerst zijn de ogen op Rotterdam gericht. En wat Jette daar precies gaat zeggen.
Een heel bijzonder moment, dus ik ben benieuwd naar aankomende zondag.
Politiek verslaggever Eva Wiesing over waarom het kabinet nu toch overstag lijkt te gaan.
Als een courier zich plotseling aanmeldt voor zo'n massale en beladen bijeenkomst, dan komt hij niet met lege handen. Want er wordt al jaren gepraat over hoe recht te doen aan de ellende die deze Molukkers is aangedaan. Maar achtereenvolgende kabinetten kwamen er maar niet uit. Dit is het moment, want er zijn steeds minder Molukkers van het eerste uur in leven. En het is ook nog eens een heel bijzonder jaar, omdat het 75 jaar geleden is dat die Molukkers in Nederland aankwamen.
Ja, hoe reageert die gemeenschap? Straks een gesprek erover bij Jeroen. Bekende Nederlanders staan stil bij het overlijden van Wim T. Schippers. De tv-maker overleed vorige week woensdag. Premier Jette noemt hem een multitalent.
Ik weet het. Ik speel op mijn bureau. Dat er ook altijd weer aan mijn staart te vallen. Ja.
Eigenlijk leek Ernie erg op mezelf, zei hij vaak. Iemand die wil spelen en ontregelen. Dat doet Schippers als kunstenaar en vanaf de jaren 70 als programmamaker bij de VPRO. Ophef blijft niet uit. Of het nou over de eerste naakte vrouw op tv gaat, of over een spruitje schoonmakende Juliana. Als kunstenaar gaat het bij Wim T. Schippers meer om het idee dan om de uitvoering. Zoals bij de pindakaasvloer of het toneelstuk Going to the Dogs met alleen maar honden op het toneel. Hij presenteert jarenlang de wetenschapsquiz bij de VPRO. Als die ophoudt, stopt ook zijn werk bij die omroep. Maar wat altijd doorging, was een stem geven aan die kleine pestkop.
Als ik op mijn bureau en drums ga spelen, maak ik dan mijn beste vriend Bert wakker? Natuurlijk niet, want hij is al wakker.
Van de nood een deugd maken, daar draaide het om bij Wim T. Schippers. Om zo het zinloze leven zin te geven, tot aan de onvermijdelijke dood.
En de VS en Iran hebben afspraken gemaakt over een einde van de oorlog. Vrijdag is de officiële ondertekeningsceremonie in Zwitserland. Er is nog altijd veel onduidelijk, ook welke afspraken nu precies zijn gemaakt.
President Trump kwam vandaag aan in Frankrijk voor de G7-top, waar hij meteen grote sier kon maken met de overeenkomst.
The deal's all signed, and the strait is already partially opened. As you know, they're doing a little hunting for a couple of mines that they've already found. But it's essentially ships are starting to go out now. On Friday, it'll be completely open. I think a lot of great things are going to happen in the Middle East right now, and very importantly, the oil is plummeting down, and the stock market is shooting up like a rocket.
Maar het is nog niet duidelijk of Iran tol gaat heffen op de schepen die nu weer door de straat van Hormuz mogen varen. En wat de overeenkomst betekent voor het kernprogramma van Iran. Israël is allesbehalve blij met het akkoord.
הצלנו את מדינת ישראל מהשמדה. אבל אני אומר לכם, אזרחי ישראל, המאבק לא תם ונשלם. אנחנו נצטרך להמשיך לעמוד על המשמר, להמשיך להיות חזקים ונחושים, להגן על עצמנו ככל שיידרש.
Het land is niet betrokken bij de onderhandelingen en zegt zijn troepen niet uit Zuid-Libanon terug te trekken.
De sancties tegen Iran vanuit Europa, die zullen blijven staan, heeft EU-voorzitter von der Leyen gezegd. Volgens haar moet het gedrag van het regime in Iran eerst fundamenteel veranderen. Albert, dankjewel. En wij gaan verder waar Albert begon, want de vraag is dus, u zag het, komt er na 75 jaar inderdaad een excuus van de Nederlandse regering voor het leed aangedaan aan de tienduizenden Molukkers die toen naar Nederland kwamen en nooit meer terugkeerden naar hun land? En aangeschoven is John Latilet. Goedenavond, u bent de president van de Republiek der Zuid-Molukken, voorman van de regering in ballingschap. Het lijkt er wel dat die excuses gaan komen. Wist u daar eigenlijk van?
Ja, de berichten die signaleerden al dat er excuses zouden worden aangeboden door de minister-president. Maar het schijnt nu daadwerkelijk zo te zijn, dus we zijn zeer benieuwd.
Wat vindt u ervan?
Ja, ik denk dat een groot gedeelte van de Molukse gemeenschap zeer verheugd zal zijn met het aanbieden van excuses. Ik denk zelf dat het misschien beter was geweest om het onderzoek af te wachten. Dan kun je vaststellen welke foutieve beslissingen zijn er genomen. Dat erkennen, rechtsherstel en dan excuses. Maar goed, de tijd die dringt, want van de eerste generatie zijn er nog maar weinig over. En de Molukse gemeenschap wacht al meer dan 75 jaar op die excuses. Dus ik kan me ook voorstellen dat er nu haast gemaakt gaat worden.
En dat het dus zondag gaat gebeuren.
Dat gaat vooruit, ja.
U hebt het over een onderzoek en daar gaan we even naar kijken. Want deze hele zaak komt eigenlijk in een stroomversnelling natuurlijk door de onthulling van het monument aanstaande zondag. Maar ook door een onderzoek waar morgen over wordt gestemd in de Tweede Kamer. Of een motie over dat onderwerp. Er zou al een meerderheid voor zijn. Laten we even samen naar kijken en dan praten we zo verder.
De Rotterdamse Lloydkade. Hier zetten 75 jaar geleden duizenden Molukkers voor het eerst voet op Nederlandse bodem. Een bord markeert dit beladen moment.
Uiteindelijk wilden ze, laten we zeggen, naar de Molukken toe. Want ze werden gedemobiliseerd. Maar uiteindelijk werden ze eigenlijk op dienstbevel naar Nederland toe verscheept.
Na de Cotta Inten, die ongeveer 1000 Ambonezen naar Nederland bracht, arriveert de Atlantis in Rotterdam met een tweede contingent van 925 Ambonese passagiers.
Aan boord zijn soldaten van het Koninklijk Nederlands-Indisch Leger. Deze knilsoldaten vechten in opdracht van het koloniale Nederland tegen Indonesische onafhankelijkheidsstrijders. Als Indonesië wint, roepen Molukse leiders in 1950 de Republiek der Zuid-Molukken uit.
De Republiek der Zuid-Molukken werd uitgeroepen, maar zij kon geen vuist maken tegen Indonesië. Uiteindelijk kwamen duizenden Ambonese militairen en hun gezinnen naar Nederland, dat zich verantwoordelijk achten voor hun veiligheid. Die militairen hadden deel uitgemaakt van het KNIL, het Koninklijk Nederlands-Indische Leger. En bij hen leefde de hoop dat zij binnen korte tijd naar hun land zouden kunnen terugkeren.
Maar niets is minder waar. Bij aankomst in Nederland worden de soldaten direct uit militaire dienst ontslagen. In Nederland begint het lange wachten. Ook voor de grootouders van deze derde generatie Molukker.
Mijn grootouders kwamen aan en dit is de kist met hun bagage waarmee ze aankwamen in Nederland. In de veronderstelling dat het een tijdelijk verblijf zou zijn. Alleen tijdelijk bleek toch permanent.
De koffer wordt het symbool van de hoop op hun tijdelijke terugkeer.
Vandaar dat men ook eigenlijk leefde met de koffer dicht. Men was in de veronderstelling, dit is maar tijdelijk. Dus waarom uitpakken als we hier toch niet gaan wortelen? Ja.
Op de Lloydkade komt nu een nationaal monument. Een permanente herinnering aan de duizenden ontheemde Molukkers. Bij de onthulling zondag is ook premier Jette aanwezig.
Er is pas geleden uiteindelijk ook een gesprek geweest met Jette, de premier Jette. En ja, ik denk dat het een goede stap is in de richting om te praten met de Molukse gemeenschap.
Vindt u dat de Nederlandse regering excuses moet maken?
Ik vind zelf van wel, alleen het kan geen lege excuses zijn. Ik vind wel dat als er gesproken wordt over de excuses, dat er excuses moet zijn met inhoud.
Morgen stemt de Tweede Kamer over een motie die de regering oproept het pijnlijke gedeelde verleden te onderzoeken in gesprek met de Molukse gemeenschap.
Wat wij zien en wat ik hoor is dat men vooral een soort van eerherstel zou willen van de periode dat hun opa's, vaders naar Nederland kwamen, hun best gedaan hebben voor het koninkrijk en eigenlijk stand voor dan kregen. En dat is eigenlijk wat de gemeenschap terugkrijgt. En ik denk dat de Kamer hier ook een stap zet om ook te kijken op welke manier we daar recht aan kunnen doen.
Is dan toch niet een beetje gek dat die volgorde misschien veranderd wordt? Dat er eerst excuses komen voordat er echt onderzoek komt naar wat de Molukkers allemaal is aangedaan?
Ja, het is niet de juiste volgorde, dat moet ik wel constateren. Tegelijkertijd kun je ook vaststellen dat natuurlijk heel veel foute besluiten eigenlijk ook al vaststaan. De gedwongen overkomst in Nederland, vervolgens het ontslaan op staande voet op de kade, zal ik maar zeggen. Slechte huisvesting. Maar ook met belofte met name dat het verblijf tijdelijk zou zijn en dat we ze terugkeren naar een vrije onafhankelijke republiek der Zuid-Molukken. Dat leefde bij de mensen, zo hebben ze dat ook ervaren. En ja, die toezegging, eigenlijk de toezegging om het recht op zelfbeschikking te kunnen uitoefenen, die is nooit nagekomen.
Dus dat is dan hierover, hè? Of die toezegging nou echt letterlijk is gedaan, zou dat dan niet fijn zijn om dat helemaal uitgezocht te
Precies, dat is erg. Ja. Het is goed om dat dus uit te zoeken, vast te stellen. Het gaat er niet om of die belofte is gedaan van je mag terug naar een vrije staat, maar is natuurlijk gewoon het beginsel van het recht op zelfbeschikking. Dat was wel verankerd in de verschillende verdragen. En in Nederland was daar politiek voor verantwoordelijk om dat te verwezenlijken. Dat is niet gebeurd en dat heeft veel leed veroorzaakt. Want mensen kwamen met name met dit idee, we zijn niet tijdelijk en we gaan niet terug. En dat is toch het begin geweest van het leed. En ik zeg altijd, 21 maart, de eerste aankomst in Nederland van de Molukse militairen en de gezinsleden, is op 25 april 1950 gewonnen. Dat is de dag van de proclamatie van de RMS, van de onafhankelijke republiek. Dus dat er geen excuses worden.
Excuses met inhoud. Wat betekent dat?
Nou, ik denk dat het belangrijk is als wordt vastgesteld dat er foute beslissingen zijn en dat het net veel leed, dat je moet proberen om dat leed zoveel mogelijk te herstellen. Dat je dat naar een weg moet zoeken om dat.
Welkom bij een hele speciale dag, want vandaag is de heropening van het Forum Insight seizoen. Het is een speciale editie, de zomereditie, dus wees er goed bij.
Het is een eigen show.
Met online haat gaan ze echt niet beter zo. Maar met onze support kan er wel eens iets heel moois gebeuren.
Nummer Kulo, WK Nieuws. Bekijk onze voorzetjes en scoor ze met Hockey.
It's 1935. And as the Nazis make their first moves on the European stage, the fortunes of some leaders are up and some are down.
What everyone's trying to do is get close to the fury. There's lots and lots of backstabbing. Everyone is jockeying for position.
Joseph Goebbels is riding high with his Nazi feel-good propaganda. Hermann Goering is fighting rivals and inner demons. But it's Rudolf Hess who's the biggest loser.
The inner circle around Hitler are like cats in a bag. They're all fighting each other, and the man holding the bag is Hitler himself. And he's willingly letting this fight continue.
And now they're joined by dangerous new player, Martin Bormann. Cunning and ruthless. They work behind the scenes to undermine them all. This is the inside story of Hitler's henchmen. The power struggles, blind ambition, and falling sycophants that will create a monster and fuel the most brutal horrors of the Third Reich. It's 1935, and Rudolf Hess, Deputy Führer, is given a request by his leader. A request which he cannot refuse. Adolf Hitler wants him to turn his country retreat at Obersalzberg into what will be, in effect, his second seat of government. It will be his Berghof, his mountain court.
Now, of course, you can't say no to Hitler. When Hitler asks you a question, no matter how tightly you're in that inner circle, you've got to jump as high as possible.
Hess is Hitler's longest serving and most loyal supporter. As a devoted disciple, doing his leader's bidding is his reason for being.
What you have to remember about Hess is that Hess is slavishly devoted to Hitler. He's an absolute yes man. Intellectually, he's not a complete dolt.
Hess likes to think of himself as Hitler's right-hand man and the architect of the great Nazi vision called Conquer Europe. But he doesn't think that Most of the time, the members of the inner circle are fighting each other, not the world. And that's a battle he's not well equipped to win.
You know, he's frankly all at sea in this incredibly Machiavellian world of jockeying and positioning for power.
Hess is more of an ideas man, a thinker rather than a doer. Running a building project at Obersalzberg, even for his beloved Führer, is not his street.
It's not a very glamorous task, really. I mean, here's a man who's nominally the deputy Führer, and he's been given a role of sort of really refurbishing Hitler's house.
So Hess decides to delegate. And he knows just the man to take the job off his hands. His own deputy, Martin Bormann.
He passes the buck to Martin Bormann and says, please organise it, Obersalzberg, get it sorted. Now, this is going to be a very fateful decision, because from that delegation, there becomes this accidental transference of power from Hess to Bormann.
Martin Bormann has a low profile in Nazi circles and is virtually unknown in the country at large. He is not a polished politician or an orator. What marks him out is his skill as an organizer. If you need a go-to man, Bormann will make things happen.
Bormann is seen as a kind of oaf, as a thug. He is not sophisticated, and there's definitely a kind of class thing operating in which, you know, he's looked down on as kind of rough on the edges.
If Bormann were to walk into this room right now, you wouldn't take any particular note. He's not one of these people who fills a room with his charisma. He's not a Hitler. He's not a Goering, for that matter. Nor is he even a Goebbels. He is a quiet man.
But beware the quiet man. He can be dangerous. The post of deputy at Hess's office in Munich is just a stepping stone to Bormann. He does serve one well, but it's a front. Bormann is determined to get to the real centre of power, whatever it takes.
This man is completely ruthless, very ambitious, and he will do anything that he can think of to please Adolf Hitler. The man is a complete psychopath. He sort of looks a little bit like a mafioso thug. He has a photographic memory as well. So for someone who has that attention for detail, there are opportunities to rise up the greasy pole very, very quickly.
And that's exactly what he does. Thanks to the opportunities his boss Hess has unwittingly given him. Martin Bormann understands how important Bavaria is to the Führer. Hitler had first visited the small town of Berchtesgaden 12 years before and fell in love with the area. He had rented and bought a holiday home nearby at Obersalzberg.
That house was called House Wachenfeld, and he spent considerable time living in that house on the Obersalzberg, and eventually came to buy the house.
That house is now being completely rebuilt as the centerpiece of a massive complex on the mountainside. Others might see the VOELBAL project as little more than an admin job. But Bormann is shrewd enough to realize that taking the assignment on could be his ticket to the big time. It has the potential to place him in direct and frequent contact with the Führer.
So for Bormann, the opportunity to develop Hitler's favourite place in the world, well, that's a really, really great opportunity for him. And he knows this, and is going to grab it with both hands.
As work continues on the ambitious rebuilding of Hitler's mountain retreat, the whole country now
is also undergoing something of a revival.
Even some of the Nazi Party's greatest detractors would have looked at Germany at this stage and seen what the regime was bringing, and looking, well, it's not all bad. Unemployment's falling, GNP's going up, and therefore maybe Hitler and the Nazi Party are bringing this kind of economic miracle he had promised.
A new Germany is taking shape.
In March 1935, the first television broadcast in Germany, a very, very small number of people that received the broadcasts, and this was a very early experiment.
TV, of course, is a great symbol of modernity, and of course, anything modern was lapped up by the Nazis because it enabled them to project the Third Reich as this very forward, futuristic-looking movement.
It is rebuilding, it is regrowing. All this can be pushed out by radio, by television, by film. The point is that the message is getting across that everyone in Germany and beyond its German borders starts to believe it.
Bormann is determined that nothing will reflect this growing confidence in the new Reich more powerfully than the Führer's Camelot, rising high in the very Alps. But there's a problem. To fulfill his lavish plans, he'll need to acquire more land. It's a challenge he takes on with characteristic brutality. Bormann visits neighbours with a request: sell up and move out. It's a proposition that's hard to refuse.
Right next door to the Berghof itself is a hotel, and the owner of the hotel doesn't want to sell.
But Bormann's methods can be very persuasive.
Martin Bormann is determined to buy this building, and he approaches the owner. The owner is reluctant, he refuses to sell.
Bormann's response is swift and merciless. He sends the owner to Dachau concentration camp.
The owner comes around to the idea of selling the hotel. Bormann offers an amount of money, which was a fair amount of value at the time, for the building. And then at the last minute, he pays a considerable amount less. He holds back on a large amount of the agreed sum.
Bormann's methods are blunt but effective.
He forces the purchase of land all around what is initially quite a kind of modest mountain chalet, and in order to create this enormous sort of empire that becomes Hitler's court.
As the new Berghof takes shape, Bormann is in his element, driving his workers on and stopping at nothing to fulfill the Führer's wishes.
He oversees it very, very fully. And of course, he's an incredibly hard taskmaster, he's a complete bully, he makes the life of his foreman an absolute misery, but it gets done.
While Bormann begins to make a name for himself, his boss, Rudolf Hess, is too busy to notice that his own deputy is stealing a march on him. And having given Bormann a leg up to the Führer, he doesn't learn his lesson. He's about to make the same mistake again. Albert Speer is a young architect working on various projects in Hess's ministry, including for the Nuremberg rallies, where the faithful come to reaffirm their loyalty to the Führer and the Nazi Party. Speer has designed an enormous eagle to use as a background. Not wanting to take the responsibility for signing off the design himself, Hess sends him to Hitler. It's an introduction that will change Speer's life. Hitler warms to this new escape.
Hitler has seen Speer, this rather glamorous young architect, and whisked him up to work for this wonderful Nazi project. So for a period, Speer is in this kind of golden world where he is achieving so much, he's so on top of things, and he's in the kind of glow of Hitler's appreciation.
Before long, Speer is appointed Hitler's official architect. He's completely overwhelmed, having come from nowhere to being a fully paid up member of the inner circle in less than 4 years. After his Eagle design, the young star has more big ideas for the annual gathering.
He wants something dramatic for the Nuremberg rally. So he's heard about that in America they use these searchlights that go into the sky. So if you turn them upward to the sky, they look like never-ending classical Roman pillars.
But Speer's ambitions bring him into conflict with one of the Reich's heavyweights. Naively, he thinks he can just ask the Luftwaffe to lend him 130 anti-aircraft searchlights. But he's treading on the toes of the wrong man. Commander-in-Chief Hermann Goering throws a fit, saying it'll jeopardize national security.
Met bestaat 10 jaar en dat vieren we met onze hoogste korting ooit. Profiteer nu van deals op onze matrassen, toppers en bedden. Ga naar matsleeps.com. Met het beste matras van Nederland.
Het is al bijna vaderdag. Koop gauw boxers, sokken, t-shirts, oswaldbroeken. En als je wilt, de sausje gepakt. Van vaderdag.
Goring makes the point that, you can't just take bits of my Luftwaffe and use them for some ceremonial occasion. Of course, he's just jealous that, that really Albert Speer has risen as this young man, but it does reveal his ego can be pricked.
Undeterred, Speer goes over Goering's head, direct to the Führer. Hitler agrees with his golden and overrules even yet more.
What you've got is a kind of rather cheeky upstart, a young whippersnapper who's coming in and actually bending the ear of the Führer. And that's annoying.
Speer gets his way, and his so-called Cathedral of Light becomes an iconic image of Nazi propaganda. The newcomer to Hitler's circle has got the better of the Nazi stalwart, but he's made an enemy who won't forgive or forget.
That's the sort of thing that's going to wind up people like Goering. And from Speer's point of view, he just needs to watch it a little bit.
Rudolf Hess's introduction of new members to the inner circle isn't helping his relations with the old guard. And to make matters worse, too late, Hess begins to realize that his own deputy is making himself rather too indispensable to Hitler. Martin Bormann is using the Berghoff project to worm his way ever closer to the center of power. And the deputy Führer is beginning to feel service to requirements.
So I think this is a really important moment, really, in the schism between these two men. And also, Bormann wins on this one. He's given this huge task. And of course, he does it very well. Hitler's very impressed by the whole project.
Hess isn't the only member of the inner circle's old guard under pressure. Hermann Goering is starting to become concerned about Hitler's expansionist plans as his Führer prepares to seize a first objective, the Rhine. Since the end of the First World War, Germany has been banned from having any soldiers stationed in
its route along its western border. But in 1936, Hitler decides to reoccupy the buffer zone with troops. He knows it'll be a popular move at home and a signal to France and Britain.
It was a way of saying we are no longer going to be a vassal state told what to do under the terms of Versailles. We are reasserting our German freedom.
But it's a gamble. Goering fears the Allies will retaliate to this blatant provocation with military force.
Goering was undoubtedly correct in feeling that this was an unnecessary provocation, but of course he's overruled.
Once again, Goering is forced to back down his pride.
Clearly see that Goering followed Hitler. He was very loyal to Hitler, but he did not quite get the point. What is Hitler wanted to achieve? So he didn't understand that, and he definitely wanted to avoid a Great War.
But things are even worse for Hess. He may be deputy Führer. He's not even being consulted about the plans to reoccupy the Rhine.
Hitler doesn't allow others to be informed who should have known, and Hess is one of them, suggesting he wasn't high in the pecking order. He would use him, but he's not prepared to give information you would think would be critical for a major minister.
But while Hess is excluded, a more savvy member of the inner circle sees the Rhineland as a golden opportunity to impress the Führer. Joseph Goebbels has the job of selling the Nazi dream. And this is the kind of propaganda opportunity he's dreamt of for years. It's his moment to shine. The troops march in. And alongside them are an army of Goebbels' film crews and newsmen. For the first time since 1918, he says, Germans have something to be proud of. The message is loud and clear. Germany is on the rise again.
We see the soldiers marching along, and we see this woman rush up to one of them and pin this flower to a tunic. With that flower onto that lapel is the kind of the hopes of Germany in what Hitler's done. And this great gamble worked.
As the Nazi Party takes stock after this first move on the European stage, the fortunes of some of the leaders are up and some down. Goebbels has created a wave of euphoria in Germany. It is in Hitler's good books. Goering has been put in his place. Hess has been sidelined. But for Martin Bormann, things couldn't be better. In the Bavarian Alps, he's ensured that the building of Hitler's Berghof mountain court is completed on time and to the highest possible standard.
So Bormann's stock as being the man behind the redeveloped over Salzburg is a much stronger position than he was before.
When the old house stood, there's now a new, much more impressive residence befitting the status of the Führer. The secure compound includes administration buildings, barracks, and guest houses. For the German people, the Berghof becomes a place of pilgrimage. Parties of school children and admirers of their beloved leader travel to Bavaria from all over the country. And favoured foreign dignitaries are invited to visit. Among them Italian dictator Mussolini and the former King of England, his wife, the Duchess of Windsor. When you get to the Berghof, you're treated with lots of smart salutes and SS sentries and guards. You're ushered in, it's all very luxurious. You're left with no doubt that this is the place of the leader of the Third Reich. The whole site covers 26 square kilometers, and below ground, Bormann has plans for a Nazi stronghold.
A vast area, probably capable of accommodating up to as many as 1,000 people below ground in what Allies believed would have been an underground fortress where Hitler might make a last stand.
But in the summer of 1936, there is no talk of defensive fortresses, no thoughts about a last stand. Bormann has created for Hitler a fantasy rural escape, an HQ.
I think Hitler had this idea he was going to have the Berghof as a kind of alternative seat of government, partly because he was lazy. He liked to run Germany from his living room. All the decisions that Hitler takes and all these plans and schemes are thought up on a chintz setting in his living room. I mean, that is pretty amazing.
And for the cronies at the top of the heap, this is the best of times. It will become known as the Berghof set. But although an invite to Hitler's Camelot is seen as a sign of approval, it comes at a price.
If you were transported to the Berghof after it was completed in the late 30s, it would be like going to the kind of most difficult and awkward weekend house party you could possibly imagine. Let's just look at your host for starters. This is Adolf Hitler. This is a man who gets up late and goes to bed very late. And every evening, you could have spent your night listening to him holding forth in the drawing room until 3 or 4 in the morning. And to leave early would be treacherous and disloyal.
Everybody else was born stiff, but he loved the idea of a nice meal, followed by a Hollywood film, followed by a ranting monologue that went on till 3 in the morning. He thought this was wonderful.
And the new Berghof is the stage on which the rivalries and intrigues between Hitler's courtiers are played out.
So you're there on the balcony and you're wearing your kind of Sunday best, and then out comes Hitler, and you'll have to jostle around him and sort of allow your heads to be patted and make all the right noises. And at the same time, you're aware of the fact that your other member of the inner circle next to you is trying to be even more oleaginous and greasy than you are. And so there's almost a kind of horrible, vicious circle, if you like, amongst the inner circle of who can basically suck up to Hitler the most.
And so we've got all these huge egos, these big personalities, the neighbours from hell scenario, with all these people wanting to curry favour with Hitler, maintain their positions, and climb that ladder.
They weren't friends, they weren't personal friends.
Bormann and Göring, for instance, are mortal enemies. They absolutely hate each other.
Himmler hated Goebbels. Goebbels hated Himmler. Himmler and Goebbels hated Göring. None of them really liked each other, except the relationship with Hitler.
And, amongst some of the Nazi wives, there's quite a lot of friction, so some of the older children may have been aware of that. But most of the time, there was this very nice man, called Uncle Adolf, who would have kind of pinched your cheek, and he would have played, with a puppy with him, and actually would have been probably very agreeable. But beneath it is something very, very disagreeable.
Het bouwbakje wordt afval afvoeren pas een echte bakje. Kijk, op bouwbakje.nl.
Lazy days and moonlit nights, hazy days when we were so happy, we're saying love to us together, a whisper promise it's forever.
developed a taste for power, and having gained his leader's trust, reverence, and attention.
The Berghof becomes a place where Bormann really is the person in charge. It becomes like it's Hitler's court, but it's Bormann's fiefdom, and these are his glory days.
Bormann is about to pull a masterstroke. Commandeers, a local children's home that moves in. It's one of the largest houses in the area, right above the Berghof. Bormann had already started to control access to Hitler. Now, he is literally his gatekeeper.
This house overlooks the Berghof, and so he can see all the comings and goings to the Berghof from his own home. He doesn't have to rely on being kept informed.
Too late, the other members of the circle realize that they have been outmaneuvered by Bormann and scramble to reassert themselves.
Everybody gets frantic about who Hitler's inviting to the Berghof, who's kind of hanging out with him, and they want to be nearby so that they can join in and not see anybody sort of getting close to Hitler than they are.
Each tries to outdo his rivals by displaying his craven loyalty to the leader, the life, everything it stands for. And in this private world of the Berghof, they feel safe formulating plans for the Jewish problem. Or as cultured, urbane, and sophisticated as the Berghof set seems, it is easy to forget that on these chintzy sofas, the most depraved ideologies were crafted.
There's a curious paradox, and it's only really made sense of by the fact that there is a new morality, if you like, a new morality within Nazism, which allows people to be cultured, intelligent, educated, and at the same time espouse those most radical, hideous, racist ideas.
Behind the scenes, Bormann is ever tightening his grip on his rivals, molding himself as Hitler's enforcer. He takes charge of the Führer's personal finances and the coffers of the whole Nazi party. He says who gets what, and where his money is power.
The ever-cunning Bormann, who now is becoming known as the Brown Eminence, which is a kind of vaguely scatological phrase to describe it, is gaining more and more power by having the keys to the party treasury, the party finances. That gives him enormous power and leverage over the person who's borrowed the money.
As Bormann's power grows, the fortunes of Hess, still his boss, continue to fall. He is the one person missing from his carefree images of the mountain retreat.
You can look at no better evidence for Hess's marginalisation by the fact that he is not in this footage on the Berghof. He is very rarely there. He is not a very clubbable figure. He's an outsider.
Hess's refusal to engage in the inner circle of vicious power games means he's slipping even further down the pecking order. With each slight, real or imagined, his hurt increases. He becomes a hypochondriac, trusting in alternative therapies to treat his various perceived ailments. His behavior grows increasingly bizarre. Goering, after mentioning to Hess his neuralgia, one day receives a surprise bundle of packages.
To his great amusement, Hess told him that he should use those pots and pans in order to treat his neuralgia, that he should fill them up with water at different temperatures, then different parts of his body in them, and ever since Goering really had difficulties taking him as seriously, and really thought that he had gone off the rails.
Hess was a deeply troubled man. He was deeply insecure about his role in the inner circle, and I think that he was becoming more withdrawn into the kind of slightly out there weirdo that he always was.
One area where Hess is still useful is in nurturing his links with Nazi supporters in Austria, where the party has been banned following a failed uprising. Hess's work as a go-between helps to prepare the ground for the takeover of Germany's neighbour, which Hitler dreams of achieving as his first step to European domination. And when words become action, the operation to take over Austria begins. The deputy Führer is elbowed aside. Instead, it's Goering that forges the way.
Goering first of all puts on a massive demonstration of Luftwaffe strength. There's huge flight paths, and they sort of keep coming over and rotating, going around, refueling, and continuing on.
The overwhelming show of force has its desired effect. The Germans march in without a shot fired. Again, camp is picked up.
They walk in unchallenged, and it is without casualty. It's an extraordinary piece of diplomacy backed by force, but it works.
Anschluss, joining together of Germany and Austria, is Hitler's greatest triumph yet, and the Austrians seemingly welcome their new master with open arms.
Not right, I think it worked. If it works, it's great. If it fails, it's a disaster. It works. Bluff does not call.
After laying much of the ground, this should be Hess's finest hour. But when Hitler is hailed by the vast crowds in Vienna, the deputy Führer is nowhere to be seen.
It's very possibly Hitler's way of saying, you are not in the front rank of those who are going to serve from this point on.
On the surface, Anschluss appears to be a peaceful uniting of nations. The day after Hitler's victory speech, the terror begins. It's led by Heinrich Himmler, one of those men at the birth who like to think of themselves as cultured and sophisticated. He's the cowardly wannabe soldier who doesn't have any military experience to fight armies. Instead, he wages war on defenseless civilians. His SS starts rounding up thousands of Jews and taking them into protective custody.
Jews are being arrested, they're being taken off to camps, in some cases murdered by Austrian Nazis. This was really the start of an open program of anti-Semitism, and it became a model that was then transferred to Germany itself.
And back in Berlin, Goering takes the pulpits alongside his Führer as an adoring and oblivious German public celebrates another great and apparently peaceful victory. Now, far from the horrors unfolding in Austria, Hitler immerses himself in the high ideals of his architectural vision for the planet. Albert Speer beguiles his patron with plans to redevelop the heart of the capital. It will be on a breathtaking scale, fit for an empire that will last 1,000 years.
They both had grandiose plans for what Germany was going to look like. These enormous buildings, these big domed buildings, these big arches.
Hitler's going, yes, I love it, you know, tell me more. And how about if we do this? That's a brilliant idea, my Führer.
Hitler even wants to rename Germania, the name given to the region by the ancient Romans. The new city will be his legacy to the grateful German people. Spear.
What you see is that Speer and Hitler are kind of egging each other on.
Both men were visionaries, both men regarded themselves as artists, but then there's a fine line between being a visionary and being a dreamer. And I suggest that both of them ultimately were dreamers.
Their shared vision and passion means the two men become close. Speer is one of the very few people who can bypass Bormann's increasing ring of steel and approach Hitler directly. To Bormann, Speer's relationship with the Führer is a threat he'll need to address. There's another member of the inner circle whose personal ties to Hitler he cannot interfere with. That person is Eva Braun. She has been Hitler's mistress for the past 6 years. Eva was 17 when she was introduced to the 40-year-old Nazi party leader, whilst working as an assistant to his official photographer.
Eva Braun was quite an outgoing person. She was fun-loving, she liked exercise, she liked to smoke, and these were all things that Hitler did not really like. So when Eva Braun was on her own on the back of with a small number of close friends, she led a totally different kind of life than from the time that Hitler was there. While Hitler was around, which she of course was always longing for, she had intimate moments with him which she really cherished, but she also really resented that she could neither be herself and that she was hidden away by Hitler.
Eva is kept out of sight, a closely guarded secret of the German.
It was necessary for Hitler's PR that, rather like Elvis in his early days, he shouldn't have an open girlfriend because it would turn off lots of fans. And it would have been very, very bad for Hitler, as Germany's rock star politician, to be seen in a loving, marital or sexual relationship with another woman. So that's why Eva was kept under wraps.
Eva Braun may come across as a typical fun-loving girl in her home footage, but she had unique influence over the Führer and the competing rivals of the inner circle in Europe.
Unsurprisingly, it seems that Eva Braun and Martin Bormann hate each other as they sort of jostle for supremacy in this Hitlerian court.
The wives of the Nazi leaders are wary of Eva too. They're embroiled with jealousy, just as much as their husbands. But they know for their partners to keep close to Hitler, they must ingratiate themselves with young Eva, however gaunt that may be.
There are a lot of women serving in Berghof, but they mostly despise Eva Braun and look down on her as an unmarried woman, as Hitler's mistress, as somebody who really shouldn't have any position at all in their view.
Het is nog vol, maar ik heb wel zin in een wedstrijdje zo. Ik hoop de gasten ook.
Maak ook werk van mooie momenten. Ontdek werken in de recreatie.
Zonder toegevoegde suikers en zout, met meer tomaten.
Bij normaal alles weg, anders zouden we het niet verkopen. Daarom kun je nu je presentmaatverband kopen voor slechts €1. Normale prijs €1. Of 5 zakjes Skittles kopen en 5 zakjes Skittles mee naar huis nemen. En elke dag koop je Gillette Venus voor €1,70. Bespaar €0. Zolang de producten op voorraad zijn. Daarna bestellen we gewoon nieuwe. Normaal, behalve
who has not seen Eva's footage is Emmy Gerber, Herman's larger-than-life partner. In public, the glamorous Emmy likes to be thought of as First Lady of the Reich, a role model for German womanhood. She despises Eva and thinks she is not worthy of her fury.
There's also probably an element of jealousy because through her relationship with Hitler, she obviously is very, very close to the source of power that their husbands are jostling for.
Even the men tread carefully around Eva, and are not above trying to flatter her. As she records in her occasional diary.
Devil sent me a really wonderful pearl necklace and wrote, "The prettiest gift I can present to my honored and beloved Führer is this small token of my respect for you."
But Goebbels' extravagant gesture to ingratiate himself with Eva Braun is fabulous.
Goebbels, with all his brains, is still an impossible man. He still does not know that Adolf hates pearls and that I am never allowed to wear them in his presence. He says they bring bad luck.
Throughout 1938, the jostling in the Führer's entourage continues as the next step in Germany's domination of Europe begins to unfold.
Once the Anschluss had been successfully completed, it was apparent to everyone that Hitler would be turning his attention towards Czechoslovakia.
An area of western Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenland, includes a sizable minority of German speakers who are already being mobilized to support the Nazi cause. Hitler's plan is to use them as an excuse to invade. But he can't just march in without justification. So once again, he turns to his propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, to come up with a pretext.
And this really explains how much Goebbels is involved in the foreign policy and also the ideological aims of Adolf Hitler. You know, if Hitler had decided to invade the moon, Goebbels would have dressed up as an astronaut. That is the kind of person that he was. He was intimately involved in all of Hitler's actions, and he didn't question this one.
Goebbels' propaganda machine goes to work again. He stokes up division and hatred by portraying these Germans as victims of Czech aggression. There are calls for the Sudetenland to be brought into the Fatherland to restore order.
He cooked up bogus stories about aggression against ethnic Germans in order to present Germany as the protector of ethnic Germans. So Goebbels very much sold German intervention there as a humanitarian intervention.
Having won back Hitler's respect following the success of the Anschluss, Goebbels urges caution once again.
His warrior instincts may be, we must go forward, we must take territory, we must conquer. But he also was practical enough to understand that military action is risky, and you make a bad choice, then the whole house of cards come tumbling down.
But again, Hitler ignores Goering's advice. The old war horse hasn't learned that his leader can't be talked around once he's made up his mind. German troops pour into the Sudetenland, and they don't stop there. 6 months later, they push on and take another large chunk of Czechoslovakia. Another gamble has paid off, and Hitler's house of cards remains standing. Yet once again, Goering must swallow his pride.
For Goering, it was a disappointment. When Goering was, in his perception, the second
most important man in Germany. And now, from autumn 38, spring 39 onwards, for the first time he was losing power, not gaining power. So it was definitely a blow for him.
Knocked back, Goering has another problem. Old addiction rears its head. 15 years earlier, during the attempted Munich putsch, Goering had been shot and seriously injured. Treated with morphine to kill the pain, he became hooked on the drug. It took him 2 years to kick the habit. But now, another medical problem leads to him once again taking morphine.
Goering suffered some severe dental issues that involved some quite painful dental surgery. As part of his recovery, the dentist gave him some painkillers that had a certain amount of opium in them.
He is soon hooked again, and in the more years to come, strong rumors of his addiction to morphine will blight Goering's career, and his reputation will continue to cease.
His focus is taken away from the job of running the Luftwaffe, and he is seen kind of lying on couches in the middle of the day in a sort of haze of overeating, overdrinking, and consuming drugs.
Hitler's 50th birthday. Everything is going according to plan. Austria and Czechoslovakia have been incorporated into the new Germany without bloodshed. The Führer reigns supreme, and the Berghof sector is in party mode.
Leading Nazis all recognise that this is a key moment, that this is a time where you can just curry a little bit more favour, that you can just manoeuvre yourself into a slightly stronger position.
But what present do you give the man who has the biggest empire since the KIJK?
All these leaders are jostling to give the ultimate leader the best present. It's like a kid's birthday party. They're hoping that the recipient is going to pat their head the most if they've given him the nicest present.
Each member of Hitler's entourage tries to upstage the others with extravagant gestures to show their loyalty. Goebbels organizes the largest military parade since the Third Reich came to power. Goering lays on an impressive flight past of his Luftwaffe. Speer presents an enormous model of a victory arch he wants to build in the Führer's honor.
It's actually childish. It's actually sort of showboating to each other. Look how much I care for the Führer debate.
But Bormann, predictably, trumps them all. At vast expense, he has built a stunning mountain-top tea house for Hitler above the Berghof. It's later to be dubbed by the Allies the Eagle's Nest.
The Eagle's Nest is a spectacular building, dominates the area. It is really the icing on the birthday cake.
The Third Reich is reaching the zenith of its power. These are giddy times for the inner circle around its triumphant leader. They are on the sunlit uplands, and they look to the future with confidence. All except one.
There is perhaps one leading Nazi for whom the future isn't quite so bright, and that's Rudolf Hess. He's being superseded by people who are simply better than he is. Cleverer, cannier, more Machiavellian, more ruthless, and more ambitious. So the future for Hess doesn't look quite so simple.
But the Deputy Führer is not ready to give up yet. A radical idea is starting to take shape in his mind. It's his way to outflank outrank his rivals, win back Hitler's favour, to create a pact to enable Germany to have total domination over the European mainland. Hess's secret plan would lead to the most bizarre episode in the Second World War.
Zomerdeal. Nu tot 50% korting op alarmplaatsing. Ga naar harrysure.nl.
As Nazi Germany marches ever closer to total war, the pressure is on for the leaders of the Third Reich.
The key members of Hitler's inner circle are all jostling their way, trying to get as near to the centre of power as possible. They're all stabbing each other in the back.
Goebbels, and Himmler are holding their positions, just about. But it's Martin Bormann, Hitler's enforcer, who's coming out on top.
You can imagine him thinking, now I can make it.
The biggest loser is Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess.
He's losing his marbles by this point. You know, he's starting to believe in sort of ever more wacky stuff.
And he dreams up a secret plan. It's a crazy idea, reckless and dangerous.
This has got to be the most loony plot that's ever happened.
This is the inside story of Hitler's henchmen. The power struggles, blind ambition, and forming sycophants that would create a monster and fuel the most brutal horrors of the Third Reich. The top brass of the Nazi Party take their places on the podium of the Reichstag. Among them, Air Chief Hermann Goering and party stalwart Rudolf Hess. Goering is riding high in Hitler's favour, following the military takeover of Austria and Czechoslovakia without a shot being fired. And Hess, despite having the grand title of Deputy Führer, is not a happy man. They've come to hear their leader address the German people, and they know their fortunes hang in his plans.
Hitler is almost at the apogee of his power. He is so in control. The atmosphere must have been electric. You see these big key figures in Hitler's inner circle sitting in the Reichstag waiting for him to make this absolute most key of keynote speeches.
Hitler says he desires nothing but peace, mocking Britain and America for demanding assurances that Germany will not invade its neighbours. He reads out a long list of countries which the Reich has no hostile intentions towards. But the Reich, he says, has legitimate interests and demands, including the return of German territory in Poland to the fatherland.
We will make our own decisions, we will decide our own destiny, and that is the kind of speech that will go down really well in front of Nazi deputies, who after all were all the most vibrant and passionate Nazis he could find.
Hitler claims Germany is the innocent victim of foreign aggression, especially from Poland.
The speech is essentially a rousing appeal to the German people. We stand at this point. If it involves war subsequently, so be it. But we are in the right. Powerful stuff. Nonsense, but powerful.
Not everyone is sold on Hitler's vision. The old war hero Goering fears his Führer is biting off more than he can chew. But it's Rudolf Hess who has the greatest sense of formal meaning.
Hess is an Anglophile. He understands the strength of Britain particularly, but also of France and the United States. And he has severe reservations about how far Germany should push things for Poland at this particular time.
Hess knows Hitler well enough to understand that although the Führer talks of peace, he's prepared for war.
He was thinking, look, it's all going to go the wrong way. We're going to end up fighting the wrong war. Instead of actually confronting Poland and the Soviet Union, we're going to end up fighting against France and Britain. And that's the wrong war.
Back in the old days, Hess was Hitler's closest confidant. His commitment to Hitler is fanatical. But after years of unwavering devotion of all Hitler's courtiers, he feels the least able to influence unfolding events.
He no longer has Hitler's ear, which in the early days he certainly did have. And it's a fall in prestige that he feels very personally.
And although the two men share much in common, Hess's obsessions are starting to grate on Hitler.
He's a very odd man, Hess. When he goes and visits Hitler in the Berghof, for example, he used to bring his own food. Well, Hitler really took against that. I mean, it is quite rude on a number of levels.
If Hess is starting to feel paranoid, it's with good reason. Even his own staff are plotting against him. 6 years before, Martin Born, a backroom administrator in the Nazi Party, had impressed Hess with his quiet efficiency and had been appointed to his personal office. But since then, the ruthlessly ambitious Born has wheedled himself ever closer to Hitler and never misses an opportunity to undermine Hess. For a schemer like Born, his boss is an easy target because he's becoming obsessed with pseudosciences like astrology and horoscopes.
He's a bit like, one of those people who he's got a lot of money, a lot of time on his hands, and he doesn't know what to do.
Hess was always a man interested in occultism, or what they call esoterica. He was interested in magic with a K in the end. He was interested in astrology, soothsaying, pendulums, telekinesis.
No wonder his own staff are ridiculing the deputy Führer behind his back. On one occasion, an aide comes into his office to see the second most senior man in the Nazi Party trying to exert the power of mind control over a chair.
Frankly, anybody who thinks they can keep a chair from falling over just by using thought control is clearly not the most stable personality.
Hess's insecurity increases when he discovers Nazi leaders have been summoned to a crucial meeting in the Reichschancellor to plan the invasion of Poland, but he's not been invited.
There's no doubt, I think, that, in his mind, it was a disappointment. Where have I gone wrong? What do I need to do to get back into favour? Why am I outside the loop? And he's not a very astute politician. He's surrounded by people, you go into homeless and so on, who are very astute politicians.
But despite his flakiness, Hess is right to worry about all-out war in Europe. But he's not alone. As preparations for the invasion of Poland continue, Hermann Goering is also anxious. He knows that Hitler is eyeing up communist Russia, and Poland is just the stepping stone to the main prize.
Goering has close contacts to Britain and therefore believes far more than Hitler does that an invasion in the East will lead to an entry of the United Kingdom into the war, as a result of which Germany will ultimately be in a two-front war in the East and in the West, and that Germany is unlikely to win that kind of war. And that is again why he is so hesitant in 1939.
Hitler's gambling with Britain is bluffing, but it won't come to Poland's aid. Goering fears the Führer is misjudging him, but realizes there's no changing his leader's mind, so he makes a tactical retreat.
Hermann retires to his estate, which distances himself from the decision if it goes badly, but also, I think, to safeguard his relationship with Hitler to the extent that he didn't want to become a pain, as it were, to Hitler.
Anxious to prove his worth, Hess tries to persuade Britain to stop supporting Poland. He invites a senior British politician, Lord Buxton, to Germany for talks. But even he can see that Hess no longer has the power to bring in the Führer.
Lord Buxton came back and said, look, Hess is a busted flush. He's got no influence over Hitler. Yes, he's against the whole idea of invading Poland and provoking the war with Britain, but I don't think he's going to have that big influence.
Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's trusted minister of propaganda, has no reservations about going to war, and offers a pretext to invade Poland. His propaganda machine pumps out stories, some narrated in English for an international audience, that ethnic Germans living in Poland are being attacked.
Persecution of Polish gangs. Their Polish houses were massively burned down and devastated by the Poles.
But these stories are all fake news.
They base their propaganda onto this massive anti-Polish feelings within the German public. And Goebbels was building upon that. So it was easy for Goebbels to raise this anti-Polish feeling, and that there has to be war against Poland.
Then the propaganda is ramped up to blame the Polish government for actually organizing the attacks on Germans within its territory.
Hundreds of thousands of worn-out, distressed and panic-stricken people pour daily to the German refugee camps.
Tales of brutality, of killings, of confiscations of property, of German families driven from their homes, abused, denied their rights, discriminated against and persecuted.
It's all rubbish, but of course it is believed. This is the problem. The German public starts to believe this propaganda because it has no access to any other points of view, because Goebbels has a monopoly over all the opinions.
The fake stories do the trick. German military hardware is moved close to the Polish border and primed for action. Goebbels has prepared the fire. All it needs now is the spark to ignite the flames of war. And it's not long before they get it. radio station near the border with Poland comes under attack. Some of the raiders are killed, then fired to Polish soldiers. Later that night, Berlin radio broadcasts the news of this outrageous provocation. But all is not as it seems. The whole thing has been staged, the brainchild of SS boss Heinrich Himmler. The raiders were in fact SS troops in Polish uniforms, but carrying Polish guns. And the bodies left at the scene, they weren't Poles either.
A group of concentration camp prisoners were taken from their normal confines. They were shot, put in Polish army uniforms, and dispersed about this German radio station to make it look as if there had been a Polish army attack.
Hitler now has his excuse to retaliate. War is just hours away, and God knows it.
He's absolutely cursing. He just goes, oh my god, this is going to be it. You know, that is the end of Germany.
Verzorg. Zweet. Juich. Huil. Verfris. Herhaal. Geef hem je hand zoals je een voetbal geeft. 12 man plus care.
My son, who has autism, he said, Mummy, it's like pins in my ears.
Ontdek hoe Torque hygiëne in uw sanitaire ruimte inclusiever kan maken. Betere hygiëne, betere business. Torque. Kom maar. Dansen met Hansie? Heel graag.
De mooiste bestemmingen boek je bij D-reizen.
But to survive in the inner circle, you have to think fast. And the head of the Luftwaffe pulls himself together.
Once he gets over that shock and that despair, he then says, but the Fuhrer is magnificent, you know, we are but pawns, you know, we are but little people compared to his greatness, we must do his bidding.
Dawn on the 1st of September 1939, the point of no return to the deadliest conflict in human history. Goering's Luftwaffe launches the Second World War by bombing civilian targets in Poland. Then the warships of the Kriegsmarine join the attack. And the Wehrmacht storm across the border. Now the conflict has begun. With new enthusiasm, Hess signs the documents that incorporate Polish territory into the Third Reich. His fanatical devotion to Hitler trumps any personal doubts he may have had about the current war.
Hess realises he has to do what Hitler wants. And if Hitler wants to invade Poland, you know, you either go along with it or you don't.
2 days after the invasion, the whole game plan changes when Britain declares war. Goering's prediction, which had been brushed aside by Hitler, has come true.
German
was heard to have muttered, "If we lose this war, then God may have mercy upon us." At the same time, he knows that this is not the time to challenge Hitler, and that Hitler would certainly not like to hear him say, "I told you so." So despite his reservations, he decides that he has to go with this, that he has to stick with Hitler.
Britain may now be in the war, but it can't stop Germany overrunning Poland within 5 weeks. Goering is the hero of the hour, another feather in his cap after the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia. Now Heinrich Himmler moves center stage. He unleashes the SS to crush any resistance. But they go further, seeking out and targeting Jews and other undesirables. It's another ominous step towards what will become known as the Holocaust. So far, Hitler's grand campaign for new lands in the East has gone perfectly to plan. But now the inner circle is about to face an existential threat, and it comes in the very heartland of the Third Reich. In the autumn of 1939, the inner circle gathers in Munich to commemorate the failed putsch of 1923. As usual, Hitler will make a speech at the Vertebrau Real, where it all began. He intends to fly to Berlin later that evening. But as fog descends over the Bavarian capital, his plans have to change.
On the advice of his pilot, Hans Bauer, he's told that he can't fly. So the decision is made that he has to go by train, which means that his speech in the Real has to be cut short. So Hitler will be leaving early.
A photographer is there as Hitler starts his speech ahead of schedule. The Führer leaves the hall as soon as he's finished. Precisely 13 minutes later, the bomb had been planted right behind where Hitler would have been. 8 people are killed, and many more injured.
It knocks out the main pillar in which it's located, it brings down the roof, it devastates the room. And there's chaos.
Had he not got away 13 minutes earlier than planned, it's inconceivable to think that he wouldn't have been killed.
Hitler's life is effectively saved in 1939 because of bad weather.
It's one of those amazing what-ifs, and it's amazing how little is known today.
Each henchman, in his own way, tries to make capital out of the failed assassination and use it to curry favor with the Führer. Hess stages an elaborate ceremony to honor the blood martyrs, and of course to laud praise on the Führer's miraculous escape.
I think this is another side of him saying, look, I'm still here, I still love the Führer, I'd like to be back in your inner circle. It's a kind of real sort of desperate, creepy moment, really.
Goebbels is also quick to turn the attack to his advantage.
He gives the propaganda line to his newspapers almost verbatim as to what line they should take, which is basically that this has to be the work of the British, it's the nefarious British Secret Service that's to blame, and thereby justifying the war against British and the French.
But as always with Goebbels, it's a lie. The bomb wasn't the work of enemy agents. It had been planted by a German, acting alone. Georg Elser had wanted to stop the war, fearing it would lead to untold human suffering. He is caught trying to flee across the Swiss border and confesses.
and in retrospect, absolutely rightly, that Hitler was leading the country back to war. And he decided, unlike many of his fellows who would have been also dubious about Hitler, he decided to actually do something about it, which is the mark of Elson's bravery. For Heinrich Himmler, the man in charge of Hitler's personal security, the assassination attempt is very bad news. Hitler is absolutely furious about this, so it sort of happened on his watch, really. And according to the local Gestapo chief, Himmler doesn't hesitate to take out his frustration on the prisoner. Himmler personally intervenes for part of the interrogation and actually beats the hell out of this guy. He felt humiliated, and perhaps he was trying to show his own mettle and show that he was as big and as tough as many of his rivals.
I'm going to really make sure that this guy is going to suffer. Anyone who messes with the Führer messes with me.
Spring 1940. Goering's Luftwaffe leads the way as Hitler unleashes the next phase of his master plan to conquer Europe. First, German troops occupied Denmark and Norway. Then a huge invasion force pushes its way through Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Belgium, and then defeats France within 6 weeks. British forces in northern France are overwhelmed by the speed of the German blitzkrieg. They're pushed back to the coast and evacuated from the beaches of Dunkirk. Goering is confident he can finish Britain off when the time comes.
Within a matter of 2 months, the situation of Germany and Europe has been transformed, and the situation for Hitler and his entourage will be transformed as well.
The conquest of France is the high watermark for the military success of the Third Reich. Hitler is triumphant. This victory has been his life's ambition and sweet revenge for humiliating defeat in the First World War. Goering basks in his fearless success.
The fall of France meant also for Goering that he reached the peak of his career, but he was still keeping his position at the top of the pyramid.
Newly promoted to Reichsmarschall, the most senior rank in the military, Goering heads to Paris, to the Louvre, and rewards himself with the spoils of war.
So either Herman or one of his buyers would then go through all this stuff and just say, okay, put it on a train, back to Germany. It was wholesale theft, essentially.
The full scale of Goering's plundering will only be revealed at the end of the war when his treasures are discovered by the Allies, hidden in Germany. Inner circle favourites Bormann and Goebbels are also in Paris, riding high on the Führer's coattails. Goebbels arranges the ultimate propaganda photo opportunity of the conquering era. But there's one leader left out of the party in Paris.
Je wilt nooit meer terug naar bijna schoon. KIJK, Challenge the Expected.
Je hebt alles al geprobeerd, maar soms heb je meer nodig dan alleen wilskracht. Wellness biedt een online medisch traject voor gewichtsverlies, zonder de constante strijd. Persoonlijk en veilig, samen met een geregistreerde arts. Pak de regie over je leefstijl terug. Bekijk de mogelijkheden op getwellness.com.
the deputy Führer.
What that tells you is that Hesse's influence is on the slippery slope downwards. You know, he doesn't have that access to Hitler that he once had. Other people who are cleverer, more Machiavellian, who Hitler likes personally more, are getting closer to him.
One of those now constantly at Hitler's side is Albert Speer, formerly a junior on Hesse's staff, but now chief architect of the Reich. He's steadily assuming the role of Hitler's confidant, and his writings record Hesse's fall from grace.
Hitler said to me after a conversation with Hess lasting many hours, with Hess, every conversation becomes an unbearably tormenting strain. He always comes to me with unpleasant matters and won't leave off.
So we have some evidence there from a close acolyte of Hitler that Hess is really, how can I put it? I'll use the Liverpool vernacular. He's doing me head in. So I think that is true in the case of Hess, and it does reveal that Hess was getting to be hard work.
Shut out of the inner circle, the pressure is getting to Hess, and the others concede. Gossips about how the deputy Führer uses psychic powers to divine if letters bring good or bad news. While Hitler no longer takes it seriously, saying, "I only hope he never has to take over for me. I wouldn't know who to be more sorry for, Hess or the party."
Hitler's waging a world war. That's what really interests him at the moment. He's not interested in Hesse's anxieties about party rivalries.
Barely 3 weeks after the surrender of France, Goering's Luftwaffe launches an onslaught on Britain, the prelude to invasion. The Battle of Britain is underway, but it will see a turn in the fortunes of war.
That was fought above the clouds, but this is how it ends. Another. And another. 169 in one day.
Against the odds, the Royal Air Force holds out. And the Blitz, the intensive bombing of cities and industry across the country, fails to weaken British resolve. For the first time, the Nazi war machine doesn't look quite so invincible.
And this reveals one of Goering's great shortcomings, because although he is a great war hero, he's never been to staff college, and actually he just doesn't know what he's doing militarily as Commander-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe.
Goering's failure to crush Britain from the air forces the planned invasion to be put on hold. The reputation of the Luftwaffe commander is now looking rather tarnished. His star may wane, but Hess, meanwhile, finds new resolve. He begins to formulate a secret plan, an opportunity to redeem himself, with the help of a skill he learned many years before. Hess is an experienced pilot. He flew biplanes in the First World War. Now, he familiarizes himself with the prototype of the latest Messerschmitt, taking it on flights under the guise of testing its capability. The 110 is usually crewed by 2 pilots, but Hess has it modified so he can fly solo. And he has extra fuel tanks fitted to increase its range. Hess knows that Hitler is preparing to invade Russia, and he recognizes that Germany cannot fight a long war on 2 fronts. His outlandish plan is to go behind the Führer's back, fly to Britain, and try to meet an influential contact who, he hopes, will introduce him to Winston Churchill. The aim, to persuade the British to sue for peace.
He knew if he would be able to make peace with Britain, that would definitely please Hitler. Here, Führer, I bring you the peace with Britain. This would also, of course, immediately overnight meant that he would make it back in the inner circle again.
The person Hess hopes will act as a go-between is someone he met 5 years earlier when the Olympic Games were held in Germany. Behind the scenes, the Nazi leaders laid on lavish parties for foreign dignitaries, and it's then that Hess is thought to have been introduced to a well-known Scottish aristocrat.
It's at one of his banquets where it is said that he met the Duke of Hamilton, and then they forged some sort of connection that Hess would use in the future.
Like Hess, the Duke of Hamilton was a keen pilot. In fact, he was something of a hero in the aviation world, after being the first person to fly a biplane over Mount Everest. To Hess, this dashing adventurer with a fancy title must have come across as being at the heart of the British establishment, someone very well connected, who probably mixed with royalty, and perhaps even had a direct line to the British leadership. Now, 5 years on, Hess plans to renew that acquaintance. He'll fly to the Duke of Hamilton's estate in Scotland and ask him for an introduction to Churchill.
So, emboldened by all these sort of ideas of fate and Nostradamus and astrology, Hess decides that he's got one last card he can play, and if he plays it well, he will have the eternal gratitude of not only his beloved Führer, but also of the German people.
At the beginning of May, Hess visits the Führer in the Reich Chancellery. It is to be their last meeting. Hess never said what they talked about that day, a fact that would give rise to a conspiracy theory that maybe Hitler was in on the plan. But does it stand up to scrutiny?
There's no evidence whatsoever that Hitler knew about Hess' plans, and all evidence we have is very clear that Hitler was totally surprised by that step. So, to me, it's absolutely clear Hitler did not know that Hess was planning to fly to Scotland and try to negotiate a peace with Britain.
6 days after that meeting, the most bizarre episode of the Second World War starts to unfold. Rudolf Hess explains his intentions in a letter to Hitler. He then leaves home, telling his wife Ilse he will return in a couple of days.
On the 10th of May, Hess plays his last card. It's the card played by a desperate man.
Hess drives to the aerodrome. He tells his adjutant to deliver his letter to Hitler by hand the following day. There's no turning back now. Hess's route takes him across Germany and over the North Sea towards Scotland. He navigates right into enemy airspace and reaches his planned destination south of Glasgow. But in the fading light, he cannot see anywhere to land. He decides he has no alternative. He'll bail out.
I mean, it really is absolutely extraordinary. You think about this, he's never even done a parachute jump before. This is the deputy leader of the Nazi Party on a lone mission in a Messerschmitt 110, flying over Scotland to a place that he doesn't know at all, and then parachuting out for the very, very first time. The whole thing is, frankly, you couldn't make it up.
But despite all the dangers, Hess lands safely.
This is a near miracle that he's managed to do this, and maybe when he lands, he feels he's survived this epic flight, this epic parachute drop, and yet he's still alive. He must feel that, well, the providence is making this go well.
On hearing the plane crash, a farm worker goes out to investigate and comes face to face with the deputy Führer. I am a German, the well-spoken intruder announces. And I have an important message for the Duke of Hamilton. Then the local home guard arrives on the scene.
And at this point, it all gets rather farcical.
What happens next is like something out of a sort of one of those old-fashioned British comedies.
The farmer then takes him off to his house and gets him a cup of tea in time-honoured British fashion.
That's how we do things in Britain. We always give people a cup of tea, even if they are the second most senior Nazi.
But the warm welcome will be short-lived.
Eventually, he's taken off to a barracks where he's held, and then the real trouble starts for him.
The prisoner is positively identified as the enemy's deputy leader. This is not the reception he had in mind.
Hess is suffering from a delusion of viewing the British political system still almost in a feudal mindset, as a system in which dukes and barons and so on still have tremendous political influence. In truth, they don't.
He believes he'll be sent straight down by special car to go and dine with Winston Churchill, where they'll have top-level discussions. It's just so far from a practical idea, and it's a measure of how detached Hess has come from reality.
That same weekend, Adolf Hitler is taking a relaxing break at his Bavarian retreat, the Berghof. On a Sunday morning, around the same time as Hess is identified in Scotland, his adjutant arrives with a most important letter for the Führer.
WK-nieuws. Bekijk onze voorzetjes en scoor ze met korting.
Hallo? Met Anna van Weerscher. Uw alarm gaat af. Geen zorgen hoor. Er is een bal door de buis gegaan. Ik denk dat het hun bloedskinderen zijn.
Ja, ik ben momenteel niet thuis, paraat ben.
Geen punt. Zal ik u in contact brengen met een glaszetter?
Ja, graag. Dankjewel.
Geen probleem. Fijne wedstrijd.
Zomerdeal nu tot 50% korting op alarmplaatsing. Ga naar marysure.nl.
My Führer, when you receive this letter, I shall be in England. You can imagine that the decision to take this step was not easy for me. Hess says, I've done this for the sake of your good self, my Führer, and for the sake of Germany. War with Britain is not serving our interests. We must make peace. And if, my Führer, this project, which I admit has but very little chance of success,
ends in failure and the fates decide against me. This can have no detrimental results for you or Germany. It will always be possible for you to deny all responsibility. Simply say, I am crazy.
High up in the Obersalzberg, up this mountain, there was a maelstrom going on. At the heart of it was Hitler, incandescently raged that his most trusted, loyal comrade from all those years back had just got off on a plane in the middle of the night and flown off without telling him.
The principals are silent. Bormann has no answers to Hitler's furious questions. How could Hess have flown off without anyone knowing? Why didn't anyone stop him? He's in a very delicate position and is still nominally Hess's deputy. Will he be tainted by association to the treaty? The control freak has lost control. So what happens now?
Within the inner circle, the question arises, how are we going to present this to the public? So Martin Bormann contacts Joseph Goebbels, and he replies, there are some situations where propaganda hasn't got the answer, and this is one of them. Rudolf Hess has lost the plot.
In his diary, Goebbels sums up the mood inside the inner circle.
The entire affair is thoroughly confused at the moment. A hard, almost unbearable blow. The Führer is quite shattered. What a sight in the world's eyes. The Führer's deputy, a mentally disturbed man. Dreadful and unthinkable. Now we shall have to grit our teeth.
Goebbels does precisely as Hess suggested. His radio stations report that Hess is mad.
The letter he left unfortunately shows in this confusion the evidence of a mental derangement, which leads us to fear that party member Hess has fallen victim to a delusion.
The broadcast goes on to suggest that the Deputy Führer has most probably crashed or met with an accident. And that, as far as the stunned entourage around Hitler is concerned, is the end of the matter. Hess becomes a non-person. He is never to be mentioned in public again. But it leaves an uncomfortable question in the mind of many Germans, but a question which no one dares voice. If Hess was deranged, how come he was still in place as the Führer's deputy? Precisely 4 hours after the German radio bulletin, the BBC broadcasts this astonishing announcement.
Here is the news from London. Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, has flown from Germany and landed in Scotland by parachute.
The newsrooms gloat over this bizarre turn of events. Hess's unexpected arrival in Scotland is a moment of light relief during the dark days of the Blitz.
His name is David McClay. He works on a farm not far from Glasgow. He saw Rudolf Hess coming down in the darkness by parachute. Yes, I'm the man that captured Rudolf Hess.
The British treat it as one big sort of laugh.
I went over to the farm and all the white might be playing with a pitchfork.
What is this all about? This can't be real.
The man refused tea, and we're going to have a drink of water.
Churchill doesn't take any notice of it. It's treated in the British press like one big laugh. What is going on here?
Rudolf Hess may have thought he would be invited to have tea with Churchill, but instead, he's taken off to the Tower of London. The wisest course of action, Hess tells his interrogators, will be for Britain to seize this chance to make peace with Hitler and form an alliance against Soviet Russia. And if King and country would just allow Nazi Germany a free rein in continental Europe, Britain and its empire will be left untouched. The interrogators can't work out if Hess is deluded or plain mad. And his arrival in Britain had coincided with one of the worst air raids of the Blitz, in which 1,200 people had been killed. Winston Churchill is in no mood to talk peace.
So the whole thing has been an absolute catastrophe from any which way you look at it, whether you be Hess, whether you be Hitler, or whether you be Goebbels or anyone in Nazi Germany.
Back in the Berghof, Bormann's keen to fill the new vacancy, and so immediately moves to distance himself from his former boss. He has Hess's wife, Ilse, interrogated and threatened with eviction from the family home. But she appeals to Eva Braun, and Hitler accepts she was not in on the plan. In happier days, Bormann had named two of his children, Rudolf and Ilse, after their godparents. Now he promptly changes their names by court order. Within days, having ridden the storm, Bormann's loyalty is rewarded. Hitler abolishes the post of Deputy Führer, and despite strong objections from both Goering and Goebbels, appoints Bormann as head of the Chancellery, his closest aide and formal gatekeeper. With fox-like cunning, the backroom operator has finally reached the pinnacle of his power, at the heart of the injustice, violence, and terror of the Third Reich.
You can imagine him thinking, no, me, and Hess is yesterday's man, you know. I've got all this in front of me. Sitting down, putting his feet up perhaps, putting an ashtray on the table so he can smoke. You can imagine, for Bormann, this is a unique moment.
Back in Britain, Hess is moved to a safe house outside London.
Hess is being held captive, and he's feeling that he must have failed. He's feeling lonely, and more lonely than he did in the Third Reich. And he must be aware of the fact that really his future is deeply uncertain, and he knows he must be being vilified by not only the inner circle back home, but also in the world at large. He's being written off.
Hess is in the depths of despair. To him, there's only one way out.
He reaches his lowest ebb and tries to commit suicide by throwing himself over the banister down into the hall of the building.
As Hess fails again.
He breaks his leg on landing, is in tremendous pain, and that must have been his lowest moment. Not only had he failed in his mission, but he'd also failed to take his own life.
Rudolf Hess will remain behind bars for the rest of his life. He pours his heart out in Red Cross letters to his family and friends.
Dear all, you can imagine how I am thinking of you. My thoughts are no less with the Führer and with the whole nation. Someday I shall return home. I am looking forward to it with pleasure. True, I achieved nothing. I was not able to stop the madness of the war and could not prevent what I saw coming. But it makes me happy to think that I tried.
Now, on one level, that is a pretty sympathetic thing to have written. It looks like a man who desired peace rather than war, and it looks like that he was probably of the inner circle the least martial of the lot. And yet we mustn't be too kind to Hess. He was a man who propagated and helped to bring to power one of the most evil regimes that the world has ever seen.
With one man down, Hitler's henchmen reassess their positions. Goering is looking vulnerable, while Goebbels and Himmler are holding their own. And Bormann is stealing a march on all his rivals. But as the war progresses, the infighting among Hitler's inner circle will become even more intense. In 1939, the Führer's declaration of war heralds the rise of one of the most fanatical figures within Hitler's inner circle, SS boss Heinrich Himmler.
The outbreak of war gives Himmler the opportunity to realise all his dreams, all his twisted racial thinking for the future of Germany. These can all happen in his view.
To make his dreams a reality, Himmler has within his SS the most ruthless Nazi of them all. His name is Reinhard Heydrich.
He's utterly ruthless, manipulative, very clever operator, and a useful man to have if you're trying to set up a police state.
Heydrich and Himmler make a formidable pair. But as they push forward their radical plans, inner circle rivals are already plotting to break up the deadly partnership.
Goering will look at Himmler and think, you know what, your boy's doing really well here. He's going to be trouble for you at some point. And of course, Bormann will be taking subtle credit. It is a very, very old political game, and Bormann is absolutely masterful at playing.
And Heydrich's meteoric rise will make him a target both inside and outside Hitler's inner circle. This is the inside story of Hitler's henchmen. The power struggles, blind ambition, and fawning sycophants that would create a monster and fuel the most brutal horrors of the Third Reich. September 1939. The invasion of Poland is underway. And for Hermann Goering, head of the Luftwaffe and the most powerful man within Hitler's inner circle, everything is going to plan.
The Luftwaffe is incredibly successful. It pummels Polish towns and cities, it destroys Polish units. It is an essential part of the Blitzkrieg, and Goering takes full credit for it.
Von höchster Eindringlichkeit vermitteln diesen Film dem deutschen Volk den gewaltigen Eindruck Hilfsrichtung. Das heißt, auf Widersetzlichkeit, Retten, Sagen und Verpflichten.
This is a complete turnaround for Goering. At the beginning of that year, he had been openly against Hitler's expansionist plans for the Third Reich.
Goering is a real skeptic of this entire enterprise, but it goes really, really well, and it goes well very quickly. And this gives Goering the confidence to say, yeah, this is a great idea, I'm all up for it.
But there are others in the inner circle who also realize that Poland is their opportunity to shine. Heinrich Himmler, the fanatical boss of the SS, is looking to set in motion a radical plan to Germanize occupied Poland.
Himmler is an ideologue. In many ways, he's kind of more ideologically driven than Hitler, if such a thing is possible. He's anti anyone who's not Aryan and Teutonic.
Himmler really is a dyed-in-the-wool National Socialist ideologue. He's got a vision of the future Germany, and it's a frightening vision.
It's a vision that the Führer shares as he celebrates his victory from the Reichstag. His plans are clear and uncompromising. The Führer's words confirm for Himmler that Poland is where their shared ideological dreams can become a reality. Himmler plans to turn a large part of Polish territory into Lebensraum, or living space, for a new German master race.
He doesn't just want to get rid of the Jews. He wants to get rid of the Slavs as well. He wants to get rid of the handicapped as well. He's got this idea, I'm going to Aryanize German society. I'm going to Germanize all the places that we occupy.
Himmler's goal is to expel millions of ethnic Poles and Jews from Western Poland to make way for German settlers. It's a radical project motivated not only by Himmler's fanaticism, but also by his appetite for power.
Once they've all been cleared, and this has become Germanified, and they've taken over their Lebensraum, it is the SS that are going to be kind of running the show. So as they move into occupied territories, so Himmler's own role and authority increases in tandem.
And Himmler has his very own example of Aryan supremacy to do the job. Reinhard Heydrich is Himmler's second in command, head of the infamous SD, the SS Secret Intelligence Agency. While Himmler fixates on detail and doctrine, he's the one that gets things done.
Heydrich is a cold, pragmatic ideologue. He's not a dreamer. He's someone who tries to implement that ideological vision.
If you want to draw the cartoon version of an evil SS man, you're going to draw Heydrich. Heydrich is tall, he is blonde, certainly, he's clever, he's a brilliant fencer, and he's deeply ambitious.
Such is Heydrich's reputation. Even Himmler needs to watch his back.
Heydrich was absolutely ruthless, and he really knew how to terrorize people. He managed to put fear both into friends and foes alike.
He can make people with blood run cold just by being in the same room.
But when Himmler first met Heydrich, he was a man without a future. Back in 1931, while Himmler was building up his new paramilitary organization, the SS, Heydrich was unemployed and desperate.
Before Heydrich joins up with Himmler, this is a man in disgrace. After all, he's lost his officer's commission in the Navy.
The cause of Heydrich's disgrace was an embarrassing love triangle.
He was simultaneously engaged to two women, and one of the women's father was a very influential man with good contacts to the senior naval command.
Heydrich made the mistake of dumping the wrong girl. And her powerful father demanded that her honor be restored.
Heydrich was dismissed as a result not so much of the dual engagement, but because he treated the case with contempt, which was deemed to be unacceptable for a German naval officer.
Heydrich's timing could not have been worse. With the onset of the Great Depression, he was left high and dry with zero career prospects. But his favored fiancée provided a lifeline.
The woman who he was going to marry, Lina von Osten, had, unlike him, been a supporter of the Nazi movement for quite some time. It was her who introduced him to the movement and also who encouraged him to seek the interview with Himmler.
Himmler was looking for someone to create a new SD secret intelligence service as part of his SS. Heydrich had never worked in professional espionage, but he didn't let that hold him back.
What experience does Heydrich have about intelligence networks? None. All he has done is read, as a boy, some detective fiction and some spy novels, and he uses his knowledge of those thrillers to impress him as to how an intelligence service would work.
Luckily for Heydrich, Himmler, the wannabe soldier, was dazzled by the former naval officer's swagger.
Himmler, as someone who always aspired to be a soldier without ever having been a soldier, is impressed by that military bearing, the military language, the physical appearance, and he decides to charge Heydrich with the task of building up the SD.
Having successfully completed his first act of deception, Heydrich was now Himmler's new spy master.
That is the limits of his experience. But it's enough. And as we shall see, Heydrich learns on the job like no one else.
In Heydrich, Himmler had found a ruthless right-hand man prepared to do the dirty work others couldn't stomach.
He's sublimely efficient, Heydrich. He's efficient because of his cruelty.
In 1934, while Himmler drank tea with the Führer, it was Heydrich orchestrating a bloody purge of the SA, the Nazi Party's original paramilitary group.
What takes place, of course, is one of the most sort of infamous acts of political violence ever known. It's called the Night of the Long Knives, and boy were those knives sharp.
It's believed that in just 3 days, between 150 and 200 people were murdered. But the principal target was the SA leader, Ernst Röhm.
Röhm is, in fact, the godfather to one of Heydrich's children. So they are willing to sacrifice a close personal friend for their own political and personal gains.
The Night of the Long Knives would establish the SS as the Nazi Party's foremost agency of security, surveillance, and terror, making the diminutive figure of Himmler Hitler's new leading henchman. But it's Heydrich who becomes the one to watch.
In many ways, the extraordinary success of the SS can only be explained because Himmler and Heydrich work together so well. They have complementary talents. One is someone who manages to cultivate very close relations within the Nazi leadership. The other one is clearly a very efficient and talented administrative terror.
5 years after the elimination of his SA rivals, Heydrich is now in charge of every police and security agency within the New Reich. And it's as the Nazi regime's top policeman that he receives a short but highly sensitive memo from the Führer's second-in-command, Hermann Göring. It instructs him to begin work on a solution to Hitler's so-called Jewish problem, by means of emigration or evacuation in the most convenient way possible.
Heydrich in 1939 is still very much in his 30s, he's still comparatively young, he's a rising star. So when he is given an order to start looking into the Jewish question, of course, that is a massive feather in his cap. And you know that someone like Heydrich is ambitious enough, ruthless enough, motivated enough that he won't disappoint.
Heydrich has in effect been chosen by the Führer himself to make the Nazi dream of a racially pure Germany a reality. But as the army prepares to invade Poland, he will soon acquire almost 2 million more Jews for which there appears to be no definitive plan.
Orders from the top, if they're particularly strong, they're quite often quite vague. Hitler never says, I want them all to be executed. He just says, we've got to get rid of all the Jews. Now, what does that mean? Who knows? You know, just sort it out. And the interpretation of those orders is left to Heydrich.
As German troops pour into Poland, it is Heydrich who has been tasked with securing and preparing the new territory for Germanization. To do this, he has formed special SS task forces, or Einsatzgruppen, to terrorize the civilian population into submission.
The task of the Einsatzgruppen in the Polish campaign was to decapitate the Polish society. You have to kill the Polish elite, you have to kill the priests, and you have to kill the professors, the politicians, the economic leaders, and kill them in the tens of thousands. This was the task of the Einsatzgruppen.
But this is merely groundwork for more systematic measures to make Himmler's dream of new German living space a reality. Heydrich's men have new orders. Millions of ethnic Poles are to be moved east to make way for German settlers. And as for Poland's Jews, their fate is even less certain. They are all to be corralled and held inside urban ghettos, ready for future deportation.
They are suddenly marched out at gunpoint in the middle of the night with every other Jewish family with one suitcase for their belongings. And then they're put on these long train journeys to big centres in occupied Poland where they're crammed into tiny, tiny rooms, literally crammed into them like sardines. It is inhumane, it's disgusting, and it's barbaric.
By early 1940, hundreds of thousands of Jews have been crammed into ghettos inside a newly created zone, known as the General Government. Heydrich has no moral or practical concerns for their living conditions, partly because it is only supposed to be a temporary measure. But the impact of these huge forced migrations is upsetting other senior Nazis. Hans Frank is the powerful new Nazi boss of the General Government, which includes the Polish capital Warsaw and its second city, Krakow. He is not happy about Heydrich and Himmler using his new fiefdom as a holding station for their Jews.
Frank becomes increasingly concerned that his general government would become, as he calls it, a dumping ground for undesirables from other occupied territories.
Frank also happens to be an old friend of Hermann Göring, Himmler's inner circle rival.
Himmler will refer to Goering as the king of the black market. It was good his snout in the trough. Whereas, of course, Goering will look at Himmler and write him off as this sort of priggish, schoolmasterly, bourgeois, self-denying, sort of shrew of a man. You can't get greater differences between two individuals.
When Göring hears that SS activities are threatening the economic viability of the German government, it's the perfect opportunity to throw his weight around. So he calls Himmler and his old friend to a meeting.
The real problem was Hans Frank had been given this job of running the general government in Poland, and of course Himmler was given the task of Germanizing Poland. We have these disputes between Frank on the one side, who's saying, look, stop dumping all these people on Poland. And Himmler's saying, look, where else are they going to go?
As the Führer's number 2 and Minister of the Economy, Göring forces Himmler to agree that no further deportations can happen without Frank's consent. For Himmler, it's a frustrating reminder of who holds sway within the inner circle. Heydrich will have to find a new plan for Poland's Jews. As for Göring, his priorities are on the front line as a new theatre of war is about to open. Emboldened by his success in Poland, Hitler decides to strike at his enemies in the West. It's now their turn to experience the devastating effectiveness of Göring's Luftwaffe.
We started in early April with Norway and Denmark. And then on the 10th of May 1940, the Wehrmacht attacked the western countries of France, Luxembourg, Belgium, and the Netherlands.
And flying combat missions over Western Europe is none other than Reinhard Heydrich. Unlike his boss Himmler, a frustrated soldier, Heydrich satisfies his craving to see real military action.
This was an incredibly risky undertaking for a man of his immense importance and position within the Third Reich. And it says a lot about his desire to prove that he wasn't just a man who could fly a desk, but he was a man who could fly a plane, he could take risks, and he was the kind of alpha male, as we call him today.
Once again, the Luftwaffe's close support of the army is instrumental in defeating the French and the British. In just 6 weeks, Western Europe is under Nazi control, and Goering is the man of the moment.
Goering became, after the fall of France, the highest decorated and the highest rank of all German militaries.
Decorated as Nazi Germany's new Reichsmarshal, Goering's position as the Führer's successor appears unassailable. The Nazi occupation of France has also potentially provided a somewhat far-out solution for Heydrich's Jewish problem: the island of Madagascar.
Heydrich sees it as a huge opportunity in using the former French colony of Madagascar as a new Jewish home.
Heydrich's plan is to ship all of Europe's Jews almost 13,000 kilometers to this remote island off the east coast of the African continent. It's a terrifying sign of the cruelty Heydrich is prepared to inflict on millions of people.
Of course, it is always assumed that because Madagascar has a very inhospitable climate, particularly for Central Europeans, that many people would die in the process, but that is part of the calculation.
But there is one major obstacle to his plan: the British Navy.
The plans for Madagascar are very much dependent on a German victory over Britain. As long as Britain is still in the war, sea passage to Madagascar cannot be guaranteed.
Goering, flying high on his success in France, is about to take his biggest gamble yet. He promises the Führer that he can bring Britain to her knees by air power alone.
Goering is very keen that Luftwaffe should be seen to do this, that somehow or other it will put the Luftwaffe on a pedestal above the army and the navy, and at the same time enhance Goering's own reputation with Hitler.
Goering throws the full force of his Luftwaffe against the enemy. But his pilots meet unexpectedly stiff and well-organized resistance.
They didn't understand the British air defense system, they didn't understand the radar system and how it was organized, so they didn't quite get where the weak points were. So therefore it was an intelligence problem.
For months, Goering personally assures Hitler that the RAF will be broken. But as the conflict wears on, it's also clear that the Luftwaffe was never ready for long-range operations over the Channel.
And of course there was a problem: the Germans just don't have long-range fighters and long-range bombers. So as long as the British don't lose their nerves, it was no chance whatsoever for the German Air Force to win air superiority over Britain.
For Goering, it's a personal disaster. Having promised so much, all he can deliver is Nazi Germany's first major military failure.
It's the start of a growing distrust between Hitler and Goering, a growing distrust of Goering's boastfulness. Hitler's going to ask himself the question: how much longer can I put up with Goering? How much longer can I entrust him with things so that's all he can do?
By October 1940, the Battle of Britain is all but over. For Heydrich, the Madagascar plan is effectively shelved. But Goering's failure will lead to new possibilities for the SS as Hitler focuses his attention back towards the east. With Britain standing defiant, the Führer decides that the Soviet Union now holds the key to Nazi supremacy over Europe.
Hitler's decided now that he could defeat the Soviet Union. You have huge resources then to turn against Britain. And anyway, if you defeat the Soviet Union, Britain has no more hope in Europe. So Britain will reach an agreement.
For Goering, invading the Soviet Union while Britain is still a threat is strategic suicide. And since his own military failure, his credibility is at an all-time low.
For Goering, the British Empire is really the critical enemy at the moment. Goering makes this clear to Hitler, but never actually pushes it. There's a point at which he realizes if he pushes it any further, he's in trouble. Himmler and Heydrich, on the other hand, have a rather different view.
On the 22nd of June 1941, the invasion of the Soviet Union, codenamed Operation Barbarossa, begins. For Himmler and Heydrich, this is the battle they've been waiting for. The showdown with what they regard as the arch-enemy of National Socialism.
What happens in the evolution of Nazi ideology and Hitler's own ideology is this merging of Bolshevism and the Jew together as a combined menace. So it becomes the Bolshevik Jew. And anti-Semitism runs at absolutely the heart of it.
Russia's vast territory also offers limitless living space for their new German empire, and they will give no quarter in trying to win it.
This war against the Soviet Union will be fundamentally different from all the other wars. Certain rules which could not be broken quite simply do not apply in the ideological war that will be waged on the Eastern Front.
Himmler predicts that millions of Russian Slavs will die through starvation alone as the German army tears through Soviet territory. In its wake, the Einsatzgruppen follow. And it's soon clear that Heydrich has ordered a terrifying escalation of violence against the Jews.
Very quickly, Heydrich's task forces begin killing Jewish men of military age, and then very quickly thereafter start to kill Jewish women and children as well. At this point, Heydrich is moving from a territorial solution to an implementation of genocide.
Heydrich is proving to be the inner circle's most committed follower of his Führer's creed of hate. And just weeks after the invasion, he visits an embattled Goering to sign off on what would become known as the final solution.
Heydrich comes to Goering with a document which will authorize Heydrich to undertake the final solution to the Jewish question.
The term final solution is deliberately vague, but what is clear is that Heydrich wants to be in control of it.
Heydrich is looking for assurances from the Nazi leadership, essentially from Hitler via Goering, that it is him, not the army, not the civil administrators, who is fully responsible for finding that solution. A solution that is becoming bigger by the day.
Heydrich, the man who only joined the SS because he needed a job, is now stepping out of Himmler's shadow as he takes responsibility for the policy that lies at the heart of the Führer's ideological ambitions. But ironically, it's anti-Semitism that almost ended his career before it began. When Heydrich was only 1 year into his new job, a file claiming the young SS officer was Jewish arrived on the Führer's desk. It revealed that Heydrich's paternal grandmother had remarried a man with a supposedly Jewish surname.
These accusations that he's tainted, quote unquote, with Jewish blood, which of course in the Third Reich is the worst thing that you can have, are a serious thing.
The story had originally been used to tarnish the reputation of Heydrich's father, Bruno Heydrich, a well-known musician and composer.
Even though this idea that Heydrich has any Jewish ancestry has been shown to be nonsense by his father many years before, it still dogs and haunts Heydrich.
Though Heydrich could easily show he had no Jewish blood, he's well aware that inside the inner circle, even unfounded rumors are dangerous. Therefore, Himmler's support was crucial.
There's no doubt that Heydrich does need Himmler's support, and we see repeatedly within the Nazi regime how it doesn't matter whether an accusation is true or false; it'll be used against you anyway because the Nazis make up their own truth. Heydrich knows this because he's one of the people who does that.
Now, 8 years later, armed with the Führer's authority, Himmler's protege is proving that he is capable of anything. Heydrich's final solution has evolved into a campaign of mass murder, as his task forces develop their brutal methodology.
They would round up predominantly Jews from a given area. They would march them to a wood or a nearby field, and they would get them to dig a deep trench. And they would shoot them by their head. The next group would then have to stand at the edge of the pit. They would be shot, they would fall on top. And so it would go on until the pit was filled, and then they could cover it over with lime and soil. And that was repeated right across the whole of the German front.
It's a genocide instigated not only by fanaticism, but also a cold, calculated bid for power.
Himmler and Heydrich are certainly convinced that they will be rewarded for implementing what they consider to be Hitler's will.
Tens of thousands of Jews are now slaughtered at a time. And sites such as a ravine near the Ukrainian capital of Kiev would become forever synonymous with mass murder.
The mental image that we all have of the Holocaust is fundamentally the railway tracks which lead under that famous building in Auschwitz. But the Holocaust really began with executions like Babi Yar.
Over just 2 days, in September 1941, more than 33,000 Jews were systematically shot dead and thrown into the abyss. And how the SS leadership justify these atrocities, both to their men and themselves, is truly horrifying.
People like Himmler and Heydrich would have rejected our Western moral code as weak and decadent, as something of the past, and their commitment was primarily to the Germanic race. So what we consider heinous crimes, from their point of view, was a service to their people.
But for all of Himmler and Heydrich's commitment to the cause, the Führer has decided that once Russia is defeated, control over this vast new territory will be given to civilians, not the SS.
Hitler is always careful not to concentrate power into too few hands, and even though he's extremely grateful to them, he is actually trying to limit the power of the SS and other agencies run by Himmler and Heydrich.
But Heydrich is far from giving up. He has already in his sights the perfect opportunity to gain real political power. His target, the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia in Czechoslovakia.
For the Nazis, the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia is particularly important in an economic sense. There are major armaments productions in the Protectorate, and with the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, we see a massive increase in resistance activities.
Czech saboteurs are severely damaging the Nazi war effort. For Heydrich, this is a job for the SS, but they need an ally, someone who has the Führer's ear to help them make their case.
There's one man that Heydrich has to impress in order to take over Bohemia and Moravia. The man he has to impress is Martin Bormann, who is head of the party chancellery and is basically in the shadows behind Hitler all the time. That's why he's called the Brown Eminence. And I think that you have to realise just about every member of the inner circle's route to Hitler is through Bormann.
Heydrich mobilizes his intelligence network to compile reports to disparage and denigrate the civilian administration in Prague.
What they are saying is that the civilian administrators in charge of these territories are unable to control the situation.
And he is desperate to, seize control of a place like that and literally grab it by the neck and strangle it until all the people start doing as they're told.
Bormann needs little persuading, as Heydrich's promotion will give the wily bureaucrat a way to control Himmler's rising star.
If you look at Hitler's inner circle and you look at how Bormann behaves, he is incredibly cunning. He knows that if Heydrich goes to Prague, that means he's reporting directly to Hitler, but that actually means he's reporting directly to Hitler through him, Martin Bormann.
When Bormann presents Heydrich's report, it has the desired effect. Hitler is furious. The Czechs, he says, need to be taught a lesson. Heydrich is coming to Prague. On his arrival, Heydrich wastes no time getting to work.
Heydrich cracks down very hard on the resistance as soon as he arrives in the protectorate.
Heydrich's strategy is brutally effective. Now, the common perception is actually what he just does is he just rounds up everybody and shoots them, and that's how he takes control. But as well as that ultimate stick, he also offers a lot of carrot. So he improves the rations of workers. This is going to make people happy.
Essentially, what he wants to achieve is a situation in which the labourers in the armament factories and other important industries will no longer succumb to the propaganda of those inciting them to go on strike.
It's an incredibly devious plan because he is taking away with one hand and he's giving with another.
Heydrich's strategy soon yields results. The Czechs appear to have been brought to heel and production figures are back up. When Heydrich returns to Berlin, he is the man everyone is talking about. Goebbels, the Nazi head of propaganda and one of the Führer's closest confidants, is particularly impressed.
As Goebbels wrote in his diary, he managed to play cat and mouse with the Czechs and really managed to get them under his thumb. And it was really then that Heydrich was increasingly seen by other people within the Nazi hierarchy as a leader in his own right.
While Heydrich is personally congratulated by the Führer, Himmler's rivals watch with interest. Everyone wants a little Heydrich stardust.
It's like a kind of soap opera, Hitler's inner circle. They're constantly looking at who's doing well, who's doing badly. And Goering is watching Heydrich's supreme efficiency. And he can sort of look at Himmler and think, you know what, your boy's doing really well here. He's going to be trouble for you at some point. And of course, Bormann will be taking subtle credit. He's very much associating himself with success. It is a very, very old political game, and Bormann is absolutely masterful at playing it.
Himmler's inner circle rivals see Heydrich's success as a way to break a formidable partnership.
Heydrich now reports directly to the Führer. Some people perceive that as the beginning of a rivalry between Himmler and Heydrich, in the sense that Heydrich is becoming a lot more independent.
Heydrich is fast becoming a leading member of Hitler's inner circle in his own right. Now is the perfect time to take his final solution to the next level. On the 20th of January 1942, the Berlin suburb of Wannsee is the venue for a top-secret meeting of high-ranking civil servants, party officials, and members of the security services. Chaired by Heydrich, it will be one of the most infamous gatherings in history.
Heydrich called the Wandel Conference really for two reasons. First, in order to gain control over anti-Jewish policies, and second, in order to coordinate other German state agencies in the implementation of the final solution.
Heydrich's final solution will involve corralling and moving up to 11 million people across the continent, and he'll require almost dictatorial control of numerous government agencies to make it happen.
Heydrich wants to make it clear that he is number one when it comes to this program. I'm in charge. This is what's going to happen, and nobody's going to get in the way.
The meeting is shrouded in bureaucratic detail about how they will identify and classify all of Europe's Jewry, and then move them to their final destination.
They've now reached a new level with the Jewish question. They were going to be deporting Jews to the east. The meeting didn't spell out that they would only be killed, but the implication was that they're not coming back.
With millions of Jews imprisoned in ghettos all over Europe, Heydrich's final solution is about to evolve into a genocide on an industrial scale.
What Heydrich and the Gestapo officials are attracted to is the idea of setting up purpose-built camps where you can kill very large numbers of people in one day and dispose of the bodies. In other words, you move from a very violent, face-to-face form of killing to a more abstract, industrial form of killing.
By March 17, 1942, the first stationary gas chamber at Belzec in eastern Poland is operational, where in just 3 months, 80,000 people are killed.
And that's what happens after the Wannsee Conference. These camps are set up by March 1942, and that's where millions and millions of Jews are murdered.
Himmler and Heydrich are planning the systematic murder of millions of innocent men, women, and children. Perversely, the management of this depraved project is the pinnacle of Heydrich's career. As spring arrives in Prague, Heydrich is celebrating. As overlord of the Czechs and architect of the final solution, the days of defending his family's racial purity are long gone. And appropriately, he marks his new status with the concert of his father's work.
This is a moment of self-celebration through music, something that, of course, throughout his career in the Third Reich was very close to his heart.
Heydrich is now at the apex of his power. He's in charge of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, he's in charge of all the security apparatus within the Third Reich, and he's effectively in charge of another one of Hitler's pet projects, the genocide of the Jewish people.
That evening, the icy Heydrich, for a moment, shows a new side to his personality.
He was schmoozing, he was very gregarious, he was very sociable, and it seems ironically that he was actually now had found a kind of social confidence that he had never really had before. So it was a mark of the fact that he must have felt on top of the world.
The following day, Heydrich is expected in Berlin to meet with the Führer. After his success in Prague, he is hoping to take control of security in the occupied territories of both Eastern and Western Europe.
The SS leadership's ambition in 1941-42 is to expand their powers to the rest of Eastern Europe and then to Western Europe, which is still very firmly controlled by a military occupation regime.
It could be a major breakthrough for the SS, but Heydrich's rising status as a member of the inner circle could also make him a target. The next day, Heydrich takes his customary journey to a waiting plane that will take him on to Berlin.
It's a mark of Heydrich's arrogance that he travels around in an open-top car. Not for Heydrich the idea of cowering in an armoured limousine with a whole line of tanks and armoured cars and outriders. No, he wants to show, I can go around in an open top car and no one's going to touch me.
It's a journey Heydrich has made many times before, and with the hope of a new promotion, his spirits are high.
He must have been feeling super confident and very happy about how everything was going. Reports back to Berlin were looking good, reports from Berlin were looking good, everything looked perfect.
But as the car slows to take a tight corner, something isn't right.
The next thing he sees is a man step out in front of the car with a Sten gun and point it at him.
Heydrich immediately goes for his gun. The bomb, thrown by a second assassin, explodes by the side of the car.
All sorts of stuff is thrown into Heydrich's side, but it doesn't seem to affect him. He continues to fire at the conspirators as they run away. But he then slups back. He's wounded. He falls to the side of the car. He is now in a lot of trouble.
On hearing the news of the attack, Himmler immediately sends his personal physician, Karl Gebhardt. Heydrich's wounds are serious, but do not appear to be life-threatening. Seven days after an operation to remove debris from his spleen, Heydrich appears to recover. But then, without warning, he goes into shock, falling into a deep coma from which he never recovers.
News that Heydrich was killed reaches Berlin. There is enormous shock within Hitler's inner circle. It makes not one of those men himself feel safe. If this can happen to Heydrich, then it can happen to any of them.
Himmler's investigators soon discover that Heydrich's attackers were Czechs trained by British secret intelligence. But the fact that Heydrich died under the watch of Himmler's personal physician sparks rumors within the inner circle.
There's a lot of conspiracy theory attached to Hitler's inner circle. And we even see it in the case of Heydrich's assassination. Did Himmler deliberately get Heydrich's treatment wrong?
But why? The theory is that in the long term, Heydrich could have been a threat.
Heydrich was unique. You couldn't have had a more ruthless and efficient mass murderer than Heydrich. He could have easily been the Führer. There's no doubt about it.
My own view is that had he survived, I suspect that he would have ended up getting rid of Himmler eventually. Because I think he's probably cleverer and better at the job than Himmler is.
Despite the rumors and speculation at the time, experts are skeptical that Himmler really wanted to cut short his deputy's career.
The rumors about internal involvement in the assassination of Heydrich has really been around since the day he died. Some people, I'm pretty certain, were relieved when he died, although I wouldn't count Himmler among those.
Heydrich died because medical science at that stage couldn't save him. It's as simple as that. It's a cock-up. It is not a conspiracy. Himmler was absolutely mortified that Heydrich was killed.
He needed Heydrich. He could not replace Heydrich.
If the SS boss did have any concerns about Heydrich's rise to power, they are soon overshadowed by outrage. This is the first time a leading member of the inner circle has been assassinated, but Himmler is not the only one who wants revenge.
Hitler is apoplectic, he really wants the Czechs to suffer.
Heydrich was so popular, and then it was clear that they have to do something.
2 villages are identified as being connected to the resistance, but it's merely a pretext for merciless revenge.
I mean, there was a brutal and a very fierce reaction. I mean, they totally wiped out 2 villages, Lidice and Dizaki, and they killed nearly 500 civilians, men, women, children.
In full view of the world, the male inhabitants are executed on sight, while almost 300 women and children are sent to concentration camps, where almost half of them would perish in the gas chambers. While the 2 villages are literally wiped from the face of the earth, Heydrich's body is returned to Berlin for a lavish state funeral. In the minds of Hitler's inner circle, Heydrich's death is a shock, but also a moment to take stock. For Goering, isolated over the decision to invade Russia, it is time to get back into the fray. Whereas Bormann will have to find new ways to play his rivals off each other. As for Himmler, it's horrifyingly simple. Just continue what his fallen lieutenant had started.
Himmler begins to take more of the, if you like, direct responsibility for pushing the genocide on as fast and extensively as possible. She's very keen that Heydrich's memory stays alive, that the final solution is a final solution.
Signed off as Operation Reinhardt, Himmler will greenlight the murder of over 6 million men, women, and children in what will become the single worst crime against humanity in history, the Holocaust.
Having arthritis makes pushing a soap dispenser really difficult.
Ontdek hoe Torque hygiëne in sanitaire ruimtes inclusiever kan maken. Betere hygiëne, betere business. Torque.
Het zijn niet auto's die voor verandering zorgen. Het zijn mensen. Zoals jij. Dus waar je ook bent op de reis naar elektrisch rijden. Wij zijn er voor je. See you there. Fastnet.
It's early 1942. Nazi Germany is now up against the industrial might of Soviet Russia and the United States.
This is a nightmare scenario for Germany's military and political planners. They're faced with a two-front war against enemies on both sides who can outproduce them in every sphere.
Hitler needs a man to revolutionize the German war machine. But no one expects the Führer to choose his friend, Albert Speer.
Speer was an architect. He was not a manager. He was not an engineer. He was not even a general.
It's a promotion that soon stirs up a bat's nest of inner circle jealousy and intrigue.
It's a very public humiliation for Goering and a very public success for Speer.
And that kind of success makes him an immediate target for other members of the inner circle.
He's got Bormann briefing against him, Himmler jostling for power.
It's a confrontation that might even threaten Speer's life.
This raises the kind of tantalizing prospect that members of Hitler's inner circle are actually trying to murder each other.
This is the inside story of Hitler's henchmen. The power struggles, blind ambition, and fawning sycophants that would create a monster and fuel the most brutal horrors of the Third Reich. The snow around Moscow, the rapid advance of the Nazi war machine has been halted. This time, blitzkrieg tactics have failed to deliver swift victory.
Once the blitzkrieg ground to a halt in the Soviet Union in 1942, the nature of the war itself changed, and Germany found itself effectively in a war of attrition, in a war of production, which is an extremely difficult prospect. It has to outproduce the economic might of the Soviet Union.
Nazi Germany needs more tanks and guns fast, but its economy isn't ready for a long, drawn-out war. And to make things worse, a plane crash has led to the death of the very man Hitler needs to arm and supply his war machine. Minister of Armaments, Fritz Topp.
Todd was a well-known man, a capable man, and the big question is who will be the successor?
It's a chance to save the Nazi war effort, and for Hitler's number 2, Hermann Göring, this is an ideal opportunity to repair a once glittering reputation.
By 1942, there have been some big setbacks for Göring. Dunkirk, back in Britain. The Luftwaffe is not the force it once was. Göring's star is on the way.
Göring's career may be in the doldrums, but he has good reason to believe that he is the obvious choice.
Göring, you have to remember, is in charge of the four-year plan. The four-year plan is basically the office that's been created to rearm Germany. And when Fritz Todt dies, he is fully expecting that either he or one of his men will fill that position.
Göring is banking on being put in full control of the supply and manufacture of armaments. But when he arrives at the Führer's office, he gets a nasty surprise. Hitler has already found a new man to rearm Germany, his chief architect, Albert Speer.
When Speer is appointed, this is an absolute shock and bolt from him.
Everyone knew Speer as Hitler's architect, but everyone was surprised that he was the successor of Todt because he was not the engineer, he was not even a general, he had no idea about weapons industry whatsoever.
But a move like this should come as no surprise to Göring, as Hitler likes to keep his inner circle in check by keeping those closest to him on the back foot.
Hitler likes to surround himself with people who say yes. He therefore has a habit of giving people jobs for which they have no background knowledge, no experience, and are unlikely candidates for those jobs. Now, Speer thought that he himself was the only thing approaching a friend that Hitler ever had.
Albert Speer had first met Hitler almost a decade earlier, when, as a relatively inexperienced architect, he was asked to submit designs for the Nuremberg rally.
Speer's idea for the Nuremberg rallies, these absolutely astonishing cathedrals of light with all these anti-aircraft lights shining up into the air, they just absolutely wow and impress the crowds and everyone attending these rallies, but they also impress Hitler himself.
To the young architect's surprise and excitement, the Führer invited him to regular luncheons to discuss his own architectural dreams for a new Germany.
Speer and Hitler have this immediate rapport because they both have this kind of artistic sensibility, and they would spend hours, looking over models or architect plans and drawing up ideas. There was a lot of sort of intimacy between them. They were like pals.
Speer would soon show that he could also undertake major projects including Hitler's new Reich Chancellor, which was built within a year. The architect may have no experience of armament production, but so far in the eyes of the Führer, he hasn't got a foot wrong.
I think he thinks, here's someone who is not tainted by anything he's come before. He's not been tainted by the failures of the Soviet Union the previous year. He's not Goering. He's someone new, and he's someone I can trust, and I think he's worth a punt.
But Speer's appointment is a massive gap. With the United States entering the war, the future of Nazi Germany is now dependent on knocking out the Soviet Union before it's too late.
They've got one more chance, and that is in the summer campaigning season of 1942. They've got this last chance to defeat the Soviet Union, but of course their factories are also pumping out more tanks and machinery and all the rest of it, and now Britain and the United States are also supplying them through the Arctic convoys as well with more and more material. So the race is on.
It's a daunting challenge, but Speer's first hurdle is to deal with the very man who wanted his job.
Speer, travelling to see Goering soon after his appointment, would have been expecting something of a showdown.
Speer now finds himself thrust into the bear pit of Hitler's inner circle, surrounded by dangerous men who all jealously guard their grip on power. And Goering is itching to put the young upstart in his place.
Speer knows that he's completely in above his head. Yes, he's been in the inner court, but he's always been just a guy who builds buildings. He hasn't actually been involved on a kind of day-to-day basis of the political machinations of the Third Reich. So suddenly he's going to have to kind of sink or swim with the big boys, and they don't get bigger than Goering.
Hitler's number two receives Speer like a pompous patrician, telling the newbie just to follow his lead, and all will be well.
Goering just wants to go, okay, fine, you're now going to be consumed for the plan we're going to set up, and you'll just basically do what I say.
Goering outlined the areas beyond which Speer was not to tread, and Speer realises at that point that he's being set up.
This is kind of heart-stopping moments for him, and he's got to show Goering right from the outset that he's not going to be pushed around.
Speer may be a political novice, but he has come prepared. He can't push Goering around, but Hitler can. He reveals a decree from the Führer himself.
Hitler says that these new areas, as far as armaments production was concerned, it was all to be under Speer's competence. It was to be taken away from Goering's competence as head of the 4-year plan and was to be given to Speer.
Speer is playing his trump card, his personal bond with the Führer.
What he has managed to get out of Hitler is a concession that he can go straight to. He has a direct access to the Führer, and the Führer says, I will back you up on anything. And Goering just has to kind of suck on.
With Goering out of the way, Speer gets to work. And as an outsider, he brings some much-needed reforms.
For a Nazi Germany where everybody is enmeshed in bureaucracy and overlapping hierarchies and nobody can get anything done, Speer comes in and he sets up these new, clean lines of control on a more business-like basis.
The German war economy had never really been properly rationalised. So first of all, that's what Speer begins to do. So he tries as far as is possible to ensure that each individual factory produces one product, whether it be a rifle or an artillery piece or whatever it is. And at the same time, he's banging heads together. And people that don't toe the line and do the right thing are removed.
Crucially, Speer has good news for his Führer. He expects production of armoured vehicles to double by the end of the year. Speer's star is growing ever brighter.
For Speer, it's an absolute dream. And he describes how they would have a monthly phone call in which he would report to Hitler how things were going, and he would get praise. And he would begin by saying, "Heil Hitler," and Hitler would reply, "Heil Speer." And just to have that sort of jokey respect from the Führer was extraordinary.
However, this unique friendship is being watched enviously.
Speer's relationship with Hitler is very threatening to Martin Bormann.
Bormann is the head of the Nazi Party Chancellery and Hitler's closest aide.
Bormann is a man of very base origins who is a creature of Hitler, is someone who is in it for himself, and he's absolutely ruthless.
This wily bureaucrat has made it his life's work to become the Führer's official shadow.
All his power comes from his proximity to Hitler and to controlling who has access to Hitler. And suddenly this glamorous man comes along and Hitler just accepts his calls and overrides Bormann.
Over and above the daily access, it's Speer's emotional connection with the Führer that hurts most.
Hitler seems to like Speer, to be excited about the conversations that they can have, that Bormann is kind of like a laptop or something. He's very, very useful to Hitler, but it's all entirely practical instructions that go from Hitler to him.
Through his unique relationship with the Führer, Speer has made a dangerous enemy in Bormann. But the realities of war soon present more pressing problems for Hitler's new minister. Summer 1942. Operation Case Blue is underway. It's the Führer's grand plan to finally knock Soviet Russia out of the war. But as more and more men are sent to the front, there are fewer left to work in Speer's factories.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Scoren doe je met Evans. Met private en zakelijke leasedeals van Evans rijd je nu al vanaf €269 per maand. Kies snel uit onze winnende selectie en vind een auto die bij je past. Score op evans.com. Evans, better with every move.
Speer knows where he can find labor, but it means dealing with the most feared and fanatical member of Hitler's inner circle, SS boss Heinrich Himmler.
Heinrich Himmler is the head of the SS, which we conventionally think of as the architects of the Holocaust, but it's often forgotten that the SS is the largest economic player in the Third Reich as well.
Although names like Auschwitz and Dachau are synonymous with the extermination of millions of Jews and other political prisoners, Himmler's vast network of concentration camps are also a vital source of labor. The problem is, he wants to keep them for himself.
Himmler is very keen to expand the economic enterprise of the SS and actually have munitions factories set up within concentration camps, using all of that, to him, free labour to make munitions and weapons and everything else. Speer disagrees with this because he sees this as being fundamentally inefficient way of making arms. He wanted to have the established armaments factories staffed with concentration camp labour to build armaments.
With Himmler reluctant to cooperate, Speer is keen to find other sources of labour. Luckily, there is a man with a mutual interest itching to get back into the Führer's thoughts, Joseph Goebbels. Goebbels is the Nazi head of propaganda and one of Hitler's most devoted followers. But the spin master has recently found himself drifting from the center of power. Goebbels' job's propaganda minister became more and more difficult as the war went on, because when you report successes and conquests and great victories, that's fairly easy and fairly straightforward. When the war began to turn more sour, this becomes much more difficult to represent. However, Goebbels has found inspiration from an unlikely source, someone who has made a virtue out of stoicism and self-sacrifice.
We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. We have before us many, many long months of struggle and of suffering.
Goebbels was enormously impressed by Churchill's public speaking in Britain's hour of crisis, and although he loathed and detested Churchill, he recognised in him a fellow orator.
I would say to the House, as I said to those who joined the government, I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat.
Goebbels believes that he too can inspire the German people to join the war effort on every front, and he sees a potential ally in Albert Speer. Goebbels pitches a program of austerity measures, one of which could solve Speer's labour problem.
Goebbels and Speer develop a kind of alliance because both of them believe that all Germany's energy should go towards the war effort, and they believe that women should be working in armaments factories and so on as they are in the countries of their enemies, such as Britain.
The conscription of German women onto the factory floor is an obvious solution, but they both know Hitler will take some convincing. After months of discussion, Speer and Goebbels present their new plan. It's called Total War. However, Hitler is reluctant to accept the need for women to build munitions or do anything that might bring the war closer to home.
Hitler is very worried about losing the home front. He always has one eye on protecting German civilians from the realities and the hardships of war. This stems from the circumstances at the end of the First World War, which is when effectively the home front was lost, and that led to the collapse of German armies in the field. And Hitler said right from the outset of his political career that that would never happen again.
And the idea of German women working in factories also goes against Hitler's ideological goals for a Germanic master race.
Another element is Germany's breeding program. Hitler wants German women to focus on breeding and producing a new, strong generation of Aryans to dominate Europe.
Despite Hitler's reservations, Speer and Goebbels don't give up. Too much is at stake.
Speer and Goebbels know the situation is desperate and giving everything. And Hitler gives some ground, but he tells them that they will have to work on the Total War project with Martin Bormann.
This is devastating news for Speer and Goebbels. They must now share control of their project with a major inner circle rival.
One of the problems that affects the inner circle all the time is the uncanny ability of Martin Bormann to pour bureaucratic treacle into anybody else's gearbox. Every time a project ends up in Bormann, it ends up being slowed down by committees, meetings, and it's a source of constant frustration. But of course, it's all about Bormann seizing as much power as he can.
For Bormann, a project like this is a win-win because if it fails, he will be able to cast it as Goebbels and Speer's kind of irresponsible, unpractical efforts. But if it succeeds, then of course he can take part of the credit.
while Bormann gets his claws into Goebbels and Speer's total war project. A beleaguered Hermann Goering spies a way to exploit a developing crisis in the East. Stalingrad. As the Russian winter returns, the Führer's 6th Army has found itself surrounded by Stalin's troops. But Hitler will not allow a tactical withdrawal. His men must hold the city as a matter of principle.
Because it bears the name Stalin, Hitler becomes fanatically committed to the idea Stalingrad must be taken. Now, militarily, that makes no sense.
The original plan had been to focus on destroying the industrial capacity of the city and control its river, the Volga, a crucial supply route to the Russian heartland.
The Germans reached the border in August 42, and by reaching the border north of Stalingrad, they cut off one of the most important lifelines of the Soviet economy. But from August 42 onwards, the Germans pushed more and more and more resources into Stalingrad to conquer the town. But conquering the town was not really important.
But now, after months of being bogged down in bloody street fighting, his army is in desperate need of supplies. One man, however, has a plan to save the day and salvage his own reputation.
Goering fascinating. Saw in the impending crisis a way of elevating himself in the estimation of the Führer.
Goering proposes an audacious plan to use his Luftwaffe to create an air bridge to supply the besieged troops.
He puts on a very good show. He says, "Mein Führer, I can do this." The Luftwaffe is ready and is able to perform this duty. Stalingrad will be taken, mein Führer. Your dream will be realized. Führer could turn that down.
Faced with ice, snow, and freezing fog, Goering's pilots begin what his own senior staff already fear is an impossible task.
The estimate that was given was that it would require something like 800 tons daily to keep those soldiers supplied. The reality was that they managed under 100 tons per day.
As days turn into weeks without fuel or food, the 6th Army is losing as many soldiers by starvation and cold as it is by enemy bullets. Goering's promise has proven to be a catastrophically empty one.
In reality, he had neither the aircraft nor the pilots to fulfill that task. So the supply of German soldiers in Stalingrad was simply an air bridge too far for the German Air Force.
On the anniversary of the Führer's accession to power, Goering, in an attempt to disguise his own failure, tells the German troops perishing in the snow, their sacrifice will not be forgotten.
One day Goering said, "When you come to Germany, tell them you have seen us lay down our lives at Stalingrad as the law, that is to say, the law of the security of our people, commanded."
This much vaunted air bridge that was supposed to bring relief to Stalingrad has been an utter failure. And then Goering has the gall, utter temerity to make this speech. And to them it just sounds like their funeral oration.
But Goering's own humiliation is only just beginning. As he starts his speech, sirens wave over Berlin.
What makes this worse still doubly ironic is when this speech goes out, British mosquitoes are flying over to bomb Berlin.
For the first time, the Allies feel confident enough to attack Berlin in broad daylight. It's a humiliating reminder of another promise Goering failed to keep.
He says, if ever a British bomb falls on Berlin, you can call me Herr Meyer, which is a bit like saying you can just call me Mr. Smith, making me just write off as an ordinary person. And of course, very, very shortly after that, British bombs do start falling on Berlin. And so, amongst the German population, he is, called Herr Meyer.
As bombs rain down on Berlin, the Führer is reeling from the loss of over 200,000 men in Stalingrad. In front of his staff, Hitler blames the Italians, Romanians, and Hungarians fighting alongside his Sixth Army. But within the inner circle, everyone knows Goering is the real fall guy.
This is just another one of Goering's failures, which had all started at the Battle of Britain, and then you got the failure at Stalingrad. And it's absolutely clear to Hitler that Goering is just not up to the job. Yes, in his day he was a brilliant pilot, but he is not a brilliant Reichsmarshal.
Humiliated, the once heroic fighter ace soon slips back into old habits.
Goering had been this kind of complete hero, ace pilot, kind of glamorous sort of figure emerging from the First World War. But he had also suffered injuries after the Beirut Purge.
Back in 1923, during the Nazis' first failed attempt to seize power, Goering had been shot and severely wounded.
He was shot in the leg, they managed to get him to a hospital, but when he's recovering from his wounds, he starts developing an extremely serious morphine addiction.
And now, as his addiction once again rears its head, the old fighter is losing his appetite to be Hitler's number 2 and successor. Martin Bormann's power, however, continues to grow as he simply exploits Hitler's preoccupation with the Eastern Front.
Bormann by now is an increasingly important figure. It's a constant fight in the inner circle to try and get Hitler's ear and get Bormann out of the way.
Even though the Stalingrad crisis has prompted Hitler to allow Speer and Goebbels to enact some of their total war measures, Bormann is continually looking to minimize their scope and impact.
Bormann doesn't really think independently. Goebbels and Speer are thinking independently about what's best for Germany. They're considering the situation. Bormann only thinks about what's best in terms of maintaining my relationship with Hitler and my hold on power.
But for Joseph Goebbels, the king of propaganda, there is another way to bypass Bormann and show Hitler that Germany is ready for total war. Go public and let the people decide. In front of a carefully selected audience, Goebbels seizes the opportunity to turn Stalingrad into a story of heroic sacrifice and tell the German people that it's now their turn to join the war effort.
In a way, it was Goebbels' finest hour, in that he recognised the gravity of the occasion. He realised that this was a defeat which could not be glossed over.
But this wasn't just a Churchillian call to arms. Goebbels wants to show Hitler that all Germans are ready to do whatever it takes. The speech has put Speer and Goebbels' plans back on track. Thousands of German women register for work. And finally, the Führer is impressed.
Goebbels then followed this up, looking for the opportunity to get a firmer grip on the German war effort.
Now is the time to target Bormann, and they think they found a chink in his bureaucratic armour, a way to beat the schemer at his own gate.
They get together as many like-minded individuals as possible to resurrect the Defence Council, which was something that had been in place up until 1939, but was effectively moribund.
Though this Defence Council had been lying dormant, its powers are still in place. And if resurrected, it could be used to bypass Bormann's bureaucratic barricade around the Führer. But there's a hitch. The man in charge of this dormant agency is also out of action.
This is the problem. The head of the Defence Council was Goering.
Speer and Goebbels need Goering on side, but it's uncertain that he's up to the job.
Goering himself is still rather unreliable, he still has a rather nasty morphine habit. He's actually rather averse to doing anything to actually solve the problems that Germany is facing.
Someone needs to snap Goering out of his slump, but he's not even talking to Goebbels, because total war measures have led to the closure of Goering's favourite restaurant. So it falls to Speer to coax the old fighter back into the ring.
Speer claims he wasn't really a political animal, but he was indeed political when he needed it. And this is one of the instances where he plays upon Goering's sensitivity over war.
Speer takes full advantage of their mutual dislike and distrust for Bormann.
Speer and Goering come from a very different background to Bormann. They both look down on him, but they are also kind of very aware of his ways of operating. And there's this moment where Speer is reminding Goering of the kind of drip of Bormann's technique. He's always there with the Führer, and he will brief against them.
And the final damning of Bormann in the eyes of Goering is Speer's statement to the effect, he's after your job. He wants to be number 2 in the party elimination, and you stand in his way. And that, for Goering, is the clincher.
The two men agree a plan to chip away at Bormann's influence. The first step, to target and discredit one of his stooges at a meeting over the still vital issue of the labour supply. As head of the resurrected council, Goering will lead the attack.
What happens is very similar to what might have happened in a medieval court. It was an interpersonal attack, not going directly for Bormann himself.
For a man new to politics, Speer has put together an unlikely coalition. Together with Goebbels and Goering, they can finally take Bormann down a peg or two. But as Speer arrives, something's not right. Goebbels is nowhere to be seen. And Bormann has a new friend, Heinrich Himmler.
So I can imagine when Speer walks into the room and sees Bormann sitting next to Heinrich Himmler, he probably told himself that this perhaps was a meeting that wasn't going to work well.
And it soon gets worse. Goering goes off script and starts attacking Speer's deputy.
Speer is really bewildered at Goering's behavior. He just can't make sense of that. And Speer is worried that the forces had aligned themselves against him.
With Goebbels absent and Goering's about face, it's clear Speer has been betrayed.
For Goering, the realisation that Himmler was lining up on side with Bormann against Speer and his group, but he perhaps thought that this was the side that he should also be on.
For Himmler, still jealously guarding his control of concentration camp labour, any attempt by Speer to gain more power is a potential threat.
Himmler is very keen to not allow Speer to grow his own influence much more than he already is. And what you could interpret this meeting as is Himmler just reasserting his influence.
on the economic sphere and reminding Speer of who is actually the bigger player.
For Speer, it's a painful reminder that his inner circle rivals will do anything to protect their personal positions over and above the crisis Germany faces. But he's learning fast. His battle for control of the war economy isn't over yet. Summer 1943. The world witnesses the biggest tank battle in history, but also Nazi Germany's last strategic offensive on the Eastern Front.
Until the summer of 1943, the Germans still believed that they could win this war. And then Germany loses the Battle of Kursk in Russia, which in many ways is a more important battle for the Germans than Stalingrad.
Nazi Germany is now fighting for survival. And while Allied bombs pummel its industrial heartland, Speer is still battling to convince Hitler to fully mobilize the home front.
And this is the problem. They're still making products for the home front for domestic consumption. They still haven't gone over to a war footing. That should have happened in 1940, and it hasn't happened even in 1943.
Speer wants every factory to be turned over to the war effort. No more luxuries or non-essential goods. The war is now on everyone's doorstep.
Speer thinks that domestic conditions should virtually mirror those at the front, that those civilians living at home should have essentially the same food and the same wherewithal as soldiers at the front.
To do this, Speer needs dictatorial control over Germany's economy. And it appears the message is finally hitting home.
Speer gets a further promotion. His title is Armaments Production Minister. And that makes him potentially more threatening to all.
Speer has risen from political novice to a position of immense power. But he knows that his austerity measures will not be popular among many senior Nazis, and that Bormann is waiting to pounce.
Bormann is a conduit for all of the complaints that come from the Nazi Gauleiters, the regional commanders across Germany and beyond. And many of them have local commercial concerns, and many of them also were not keen to reduce the living standard on the home front.
But this time Speer is not going to be outmaneuvered. In autumn 1943, Speer presents his new plan, but also a new partner.
It's interesting that in these shifting alliances and power plays between the senior Nazis, that almost from 1 month to the next, you could be a rival with someone and then forge a temporary alliance with them. And that happens with Himmler and Speer.
Speer's old adversary appears to have had a change of heart.
Himmler, if he has eyes in his head, is certainly aware that the war has turned very decisively against Germany. But also, we have to bear in mind that Himmler is the arch-loyalist, who's someone who's absolutely loyal to Hitler's word. So if Hitler has given this added remit to Speer's portfolio, then Himmler's thinking is probably, well, that's perhaps where I need to align myself as well.
Speer announces that the SS will ensure that production of all non-essential consumer goods will stop within 2 weeks. No more radio sets, refrigerators, or cosmetics. It's an all-out war against what Speer calls the Skyders and the malingerers.
It's a very tough message for many of those local party bigwigs to hand. They are being told that unless they toe the line, they will be potentially falling foul of the SS Sparta.
But the lectures are not over. What follows is one of the few recorded speeches by a senior Nazi regarding what will become the single worst crime against humanity, the Holocaust.
The meetings opposed are unique because they're a very vocal expression of the intention to eradicate a people. Himmler said, someone's got to do this dirty work. Someone's got to kill all these people, all these Jews, all these homosexuals, all these political enemies. Someone's got to kill them to get rid of them so that humanity is saved from their so-called malignancy. And so therefore they could say, you've got to commit an evil act in order to do good.
In his efforts to secure victory, Speer has made a pact with the devil. Yet he would later claim that he hadn't stayed to hear his new allies' incriminating words.
I am very, very wary of any of Speer's claims. He spent his entire life, from 1945 to the year he dies, distancing himself from the Third Reich. He is trying to show that actually he was very much the anti-Nazi, kind of good Nazi.
But in reality, Speer has never had any moral qualms about using Jewish and foreign slave labour. And now with SS cooperation, tens of thousands of people will be worked to death building roads, fortifications, and new weapons in his bid to save the Nazi regime.
Speer is not at all sentimental about concentration camp labour. He's not particularly bothered about the conditions that the concentration camp inmates live in.
Perversely, Speer would claim that his workers at least had a chance to live. However, the death rate of those building his new secret weapon, the V2, was the highest in the entire Nazi concentration camp system.
He's merely concerned with the weapons that he needs to produce are produced as efficiently as possible. So it's not a human concern that they'll be better treated in his factories versus the concentration camps. It's purely about the outcome.
However, new wonder weapons alone are not going to save Nazi Germany. Despite Allied bombing and dwindling resources, Speer's factories continue to build more and more tanks and planes. But by January 1944, as the Soviets begin to enter Poland and the Allies move up the Italian peninsula, the stark reality is Germany no longer has the soldiers to use its new resources.
Crucially, it all came rather too little too late. The shift to a total war economy had come far too late in the day, and by that stage, the war is all but lost. The constellation of power ranged against Germany is so vast that Germany really is in no position to expect any sort of positive outcome.
Whereas the Führer refuses to accept any notion of defeat, the reality of the situation is taking its toll on his most able minister.
Speer is now in a very difficult situation. The reality of Germany's military situation, of Hitler insisting on offensives which were impossible, plus he's got Bormann briefing against him, Himmler jostling for power. It just becomes an absolutely unmanageable situation in which all he can do is fail.
Stress and anxiety is pushing Speer to breaking point.
Speer is run down with the exhaustion, and this incessant, insane workload have made him, just in his late 30s, feel like an old man.
Speer is fighting on all fronts. So not only is he trying to rationalise the German economy, he's also having to fight constant rearguard actions against his fellow Nazis and rivals. And this inevitably has an effect. Speer, in January 1944, has what appears to be some sort of psychological collapse.
Exhausted, Speer admits himself into the SS clinic at Hoylich.
Initially, he has an inflamed knee and is hospitalised for that, but then is subsequently kept in hospital for exhaustion.
The clinic is run by a physician with a rather dubious reputation.
During that time, he was treated by one of Himmler's pet doctors, by name KIJK, who was something of a quack. For example, one of the treatments that he prescribed for Speer was a massage with bee venom,
quite what that was supposed to achieve, I'm sure. Speer develops depression, and his anxiety increases as he refuses to stop working.
He calls people to see him, he writes reports and reads reports, and he feels vulnerable. He wants to get back to the office, to the desk as soon as he can.
Speer's concerns are justified, as rumours soon start spreading within his own ministry that he is incurably ill.
Being ill is very bad news for any Nazi. When someone's been pushed from power, the official message given out will usually be that they're ill.
In an almost pathetic cry for help, he writes to the Führer complaining that his own staff are scheming against him.
So Speer is in really desperate straits. He's confined to an SS clinic, and he's having to write to Hitler to request that his underlings be relieved of their duties.
But as his condition deteriorates, there are concerns that Speer's rivals want to kill off more than his career.
He's getting more and more ill. And another doctor is summoned who says, hold a minute, you wouldn't hear with a knee complaint. You're spitting up blood. You've got an embolism. How has this happened?
How Speer got so close to death is mystifying, but his long-serving secretary Anne-Marie Kempf would claim that it wasn't an accident.
She overhears this conversation going on between two men, and she hears the name Speer mentioned. So she does what all kind of eavesdroppers do, she puts her ear to the door. And she is amazed when she realizes that one of the voices is that of none other than Heinrich Himmler. She hears Himmler go, "Is he dead yet?" And Gebhardt just is about to start replying, and then Himmler just cuts him off and says, "The less said, the better."
Whatever Himmler's intentions were, Speer does eventually recover, suggesting this conspiracy theory is more of a devious creation by its supposed victim.
It's another example, I think, of Speer rewriting history very subtly to make himself look better than he was, and that he too was a victim of the Nazis. That here was Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, the head of this wicked organization, who not only was trying to exterminate the Jews, he was also trying to do away with Adolf Hitler.
What is certain is that illness has enabled Speer's rivals to continue to undermine him. Bormann, in particular, has been busy. Speer's aggressive speech to the senior Nazis' district leaders has created a severe backlash.
The focal point for all of that discontent is Bormann, and he collects up those complaints from the local party leaders, and as he has the ear of Hitler, he's feeding snippets of information, negative pieces of publicity, negative reports, to drive a wedge between Speer and Hitler.
Bormann uses this to promote the idea that Speer is going too far and damaging morale in the country. He's trying to bring Speer down, and it works. Speer is no longer in the kind of Führer's golden glow.
Bormann has finally won. Speer's monthly phone calls with Hitler are now a distant memory. Absence and a willingness to push against vested interests has led to Speer losing what matters most, the confidence and authority of his Führer.
The problem for Speer is that at the end of the day, like a medieval lord serving his master, Speer is almost entirely dependent on Hitler's whim and Hitler's say-so. So it's clear to Speer that the relationship with Hitler has fundamentally changed, and he's much diminished from the figure he had been 2 years earlier.
As Nazi Germany faces a final showdown against Soviet Russia and the Allies, Speer's inner circle rivals remain focused on their own push for power. Goebbels' campaign to become Minister for Total War is gaining new impetus every day, and with Speer neutralized, Himmler can continue building up and supplying his own army of SS fanatics. As for Speer, he is down, not out.
Nobody stays within the inner circle of the Third Reich for the duration of the war without themselves being incredibly devious. And Speer himself is devious.
In what will become a fight for survival, Speer will implicate himself in the ultimate act of treachery, the betrayal of the Führer himself. In 1944, and as the tide turns against the Nazi war machine, Hitler's inner circle are starting to think the impossible.
Publicly, they're denying that there's a crisis, but secretly and privately, they know it's a disaster.
Goebbels and Bormann remain loyal for now. But Hitler's deputy Hermann Göring prepares for life after the war.
Göring always wants to have his big fat fingers on the leadership, on the ultimate prize.
And architect of the Holocaust, Heinrich Himmler, secretly negotiates with the Allies.
It's a really risky game he's playing. The personal stakes could not be any higher.
But one man, Albert Speer, will be implicated in a plot to put the German people before the Führer.
If Germany is to be saved, Hitler must be sacrificed.
This is the inside story of Hitler's henchmen, the power struggles, jealousy, and falling sycophants that would create a monster and fuel the most brutal horrors of the Third Reich. July 1944. It's a month since the Allies landed on the beaches of Normandy, opening up a new front. While to the east, the Russians are coming. And bombs fall unopposed on Germany's industrial hardware. The onslaught is relentless. Adolf Hitler is a shell of his former self. But there's always one man at his side, ready to tell the Führer what he wants to hear, or manipulate his way to more power. Martin Bormann.
He's not a glamorous figure, he doesn't stand out, he's not known to the public, he doesn't say very much, but suddenly, sort of creepily, spookily, people realise he's actually always there.
As always, Bormann spends most of his time feeding Hitler's paranoia. No one, he says, can be trusted.
Bormann endlessly consolidates his position, really on the grounds that Hitler can trust nobody but him, and he's increasingly narrowing the kind of field around Hitler that he can trust.
Bormann becomes the gatekeeper to Hitler's inner circle. So if you're with Bormann, you will have the Führer's ear. If Bormann turns against you, you will probably also lose access to Adolf Hitler.
For Bormann, the war going badly only brings him closer to the Führer. But others are in crisis. For the last 4 months, Hitler's former golden boy, Albert Speer, has been suffering from mental collapse. The one-time architect is charged with the impossible job of keeping the German army supplied with guns, bombs, and bullets.
He cannot produce the armaments at the rate that is demanded. And by summer of 1944, Germany is running out of fuel as well.
And Speer knows that while the Allies are destroying his factories, his rivals are plotting to destroy him.
Being ill is very bad news for any Nazi. It's an opportunity for the others to take over their role and assert their closeness to Hitler. So he's facing huge problems which he cannot overcome.
Attempting to work from his sickbed, Speer is looking for a way out. Meanwhile, Hitler's second in command has all but given up on the war. He was once the man Hitler could rely on to deliver military victories, but a series of disasters means Hermann Göring's reputation is now in tatters. No longer trusted by Hitler, he is now sitting up a war on his private estate, addicted to morphine.
This hugely important character in the Third Reich, still number 2, but in many ways this kind of drug-addled wastrel living on his estate.
But with Hitler visibly crumbling, Göring steels himself. He believes he will be the man who leads Germany when the time comes. Göring's greatest fear, that on the way down, Hitler will drive the country to annihilation, and he will lose everything. Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels is now struggling to make his defiant positive propaganda count. And as the situation deteriorates, he resorts to fueling the paranoia.
Nazi propaganda is sort of feeding the idea that if Germany loses the war, the entire population will be annihilated by the Russians, but also by, of course, the Jews.
Head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, has the most to fear from a Jewish backlash. As architect of the final solution, he's growing increasingly nervous and begins to indulge in disloyal thoughts. While Göring may see himself as Hitler's natural successor, Himmler has other ideas.
Even someone as loyal as Himmler can't imagine a life beyond Hitler.
He is going behind Hitler's back, trying to cut deals, trying to maneuver himself as a post-Third Reich Nazi leader.
While some of the inner circle's loyalty fractures, outside there's also growing discontent, even within their own army.
Conservative military circles being increasingly concerned not only about the way in which the war is fought, but also about the end result.
Right from the beginning, there's this tension between the Nazis and the German army. And the German army never fully accept the Nazis.
With wider devotion to the Führer eroding, Hitler knows he must be careful. He has already had 2 attempts on his life. He cannot afford to take any more chances. Hitler's Eastern Front headquarters, the Wolf's Lair, is hidden deep in the forests of East Prussia. Reached only by a single railway. It's a camouflaged fortress, teeming with SS. And it's from this hideout that Hitler now runs the war. Soon, Hitler will be entertaining the Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini. But first he holds his daily conference to try to avert the military disaster unfolding around him. But if Hitler feels safe here, he is mistaken. An explosion rips through the compound. A bomb has gone off inside Hitler's conference room. It seems impossible that anyone inside could still be alive. But somehow, Hitler survives.
Hitler has suffered minor injuries. His eardrums have burst and cuts and burns that he is basically okay.
As the smoke clears, the hunt for the traitor is on. They know it must be an inside job.
The only group that had any hope, realistically, of assassinating Hitler were those closest to him physically.
As soon as the bomb has gone off, suddenly the blame game is afoot.
Behind the facade, the party is a rat's nest of envy, greed, and vicious power plays. For the inner circle, no one is above suspicion. Over 600 kilometers west in Berlin, Joseph Goebbels receives the news from the Wolf's Lair. He's eager to demonstrate his loyalty and further his political ambitions.
The bomb plot gives Goebbels in Berlin the chance to shine and to show his beloved Hitler that he's made of the right stuff to be a senior political leader and not just a minister of propaganda. Goebbels springs into action.
You see a brief resurrection of the kind of fighting qualities which had made him so successful before 1933.
Goebbels targets a weak link in the inner circle, a man only just out of hospital and under increasing pressure. Minister of Armaments, Albert Speer. Speer had been a comparative latecomer to Hitler's circle, but the young designer learned to play up to the Führer's weakness for architecture.
Hitler spots him as somebody that he can use, and Hitler seems to be very drawn to Speer, perhaps as someone who would have liked to have been an architect himself.
He was soon designing the icons of Nazi megalomania.
He is hugely successful. He gets off to a great start.
Goebbels had initially greatly admired Speer, but he had become increasingly jealous of the attention lavished on him by his beloved Führer.
With both Goebbels and Speer in their relationships to Hitler, they have this kind of homoerotic quality.
Hitler had promoted Speer to Minister of Armaments, responsible for equipping the German military. But Goebbels suspects that in the face of impossible demands and increasing desperation, Speer may have a motive for assassination. And with a vast army of migrant slave laborers, Speer also had the perfect means to smuggle a bomb into the Wolf's Lair.
He is running the organisation Todt, which supplies all these foreign workers to various sites. There are a lot of Operation Todt workers at the Wolf's Lair, and Goebbels is incredibly suspicious of Speer. And so he summons Speer, and he tells him, "Come around to see me. I want to hear, everything you know."
As Speer arrives at the propaganda ministry, he is unaware that he is under suspicion. Goebbels intends to question him about his Operation Todt foreign workers.
Goebbels accuses Speer of allowing these men to walk haphazardly around the site and therefore circumvent all the security they got in place. Maybe Speer had allowed this to happen deliberately, and if so, it's Speer the traitor.
But events soon overtake the interrogation.
Speer and Goebbels look out the window and they can see these troops, and they have no idea whether these troops are loyal to them or hostile to them. So they're kind of in a kind of limbo.
Troops of the Guard Battalion Großdeutschland in full combat gear surround the building and take up positions to close off the Brandenburg Gate. It is clear that the attempt on Hitler's life is part of a larger conspiracy, a full-scale military coup. Back at the Wolf's Lair, the hunt for the bomber continues. Then Bormann learns that just before the explosion, a colonel with a missing hand had been spotted leaving. It could only mean one man, a veteran war hero, Klaus von Stauffenberg. And he'd been at the meeting where the bomb was placed.
Klaus von Stauffenberg was the only individual realistically who could have got close enough to the Führer to carry out the assassination. He suffered for Germany and therefore was customarily honourable in the eyes of many.
He was of aristocratic background, he was an old-fashioned military type. He certainly was no Democrat, but he was very much a German nationalist, but he didn't want to see Germany's name being dragged through the mud.
That Stauffenberg had placed the bomb is shocking news for the inner circle. It means the German army were behind the plot.
It actually is a moral revolt against Nazi atrocities on behalf of the German military. Many of whom, of course, knew about the mass executions and so on, and were due on this to come.
This was not like the other attempts on Hitler's life. This time, it came from within.
And this is ultimate treason for Hitler.
That Hitler lives, and he is bent on revenge. Stauffenberg, believing the Führer to be dead, had raced to Berlin and already launched the army takeover, codenamed Operation Valkyrie.
This is an official plan that the reserve army will take over in the case of Hitler's death.
This plot to push the Nazis aside is now in full swing. If it succeeds, the army will be in control of Germany.
The plan that the plot is put together is to try and utilise the official Valkyrie plan, which is for us to lock down in Berlin and other prominent cities.
But there is a fatal flaw in the plot.
They left Goebbels with a live telephone connection to the Wolf's Lair, which meant that Goebbels was able to make plans.
As the scale of the coup becomes clear, the inner circle is thrown into turmoil. Everyone is a suspect.
You want to know how deep this plot has gone. Is it just the generals? Is it just all Prussian aristocrats? Or is it, actual Nazis as well?
Heinrich Himmler is tasked by Hitler to fly to Berlin at once, take charge of the situation.
One of the greatest beneficiaries of the bomb plot is Heinrich Himmler.
There's a tremendous doubling down on security and intelligence gathering, so all of which falls within the aegis of the SS.
He was able to pursue all those enemies of the Reich that he's got files on.
Himmler unleashes his Gestapo to investigate any connections the inner circle may have had to Hitler's assassins. His principal suspect is a man known for his contacts within Germany's business and aristocratic circles, Hermann Goering.
He was an old war hero from the First World War. He had a chest full of medals. He had this very ostentatious style about him. So he was very much an easy target for those rather more radical individuals within the senior Nazi hierarchy.
Unaware that his old enemy Himmler has him in his sights, Goering leaves his mansion and rushes to join Hitler at the Wolf's Lair. Incredibly, despite perforated eardrums, burns, and a cut to his hand, Hitler insists that the planned visit from Mussolini goes ahead.
There's this extraordinary sort of tea party that takes place in the Wolf's Lair that afternoon.
As Goering arrives, Bormann keeps a close eye on him. The unsophisticated and unpopular Bormann has never liked the glamorous former war hero. With suspicion and tension running high, the tea party soon descends into a major argument. Admiral Dönitz blames the army for the failing war effort. Goering agrees. But Dönitz rounds on him and says that the performance of the Luftwaffe is also responsible.
Dönitz goes one step further and says, you are losing the war, Goering. And so therefore you have this sort of kind of family row almost between Hitler's inner circle. And all the time, meanwhile, Mussolini is sort of playing with these little bits of cake like a child with putty.
Hitler can take no more. He erupts into a raging fury that lasts for an hour and a half. Unwilling to accept responsibility for the disaster he's created, Hitler settles on a scapegoat. His rant ending with a megalomaniac cry, I'm beginning to doubt whether the German people are worthy of my great ideals. Shortly afterwards, the increasingly camera-shy Hitler is caught on film alongside Bormann and Goering as he bids farewell to Mussolini. This will be the two dictators' last meeting. And as the train pulls out, it's back to business. The bomb plot. In Berlin, Operation Valkyrie is still underway as troops surround Goebbels and Speer at the propaganda ministry. In charge of the replacement army is Major Otto Rehmer. Believing Hitler is dead, Rehmer is unaware that he's acting as part of a coup. But the plotters have left Goebbels with an active telephone. He called in Rehmer, immediately won him over, and said, "You must drop this immediately, Hitler is alive." Major Rehmer falls into line, but the coup still hangs in the balance. Himmler issues orders cancelling the mobilization of Operation Valkyrie, but it's not enough.
There was a good deal of panic, of course, in party circles. And there were many people who heard about the assassination who hoped he was dead.
Propaganda Minister Goebbels realizes what has to be done. Knowing Hitler lives will surely pull the rug out from under Valkyrie. Hitler has to break his year-long silence and tell the German people that he's alive.
The one thing that the Nazis can do is communicate. They've got to convince the German people that it's all okay, the show's still on the road.
But the broadcast is beset with technical difficulties, and the rumor of Hitler's death is spreading fast. If they don't broadcast soon, Operation Valkyrie may be unstoppable. Finally, just after midnight, they're ready.
Then suddenly the voice came on me. It was unmistakably so.
That still carried great weight. It still had an enormous impact. The coup is off.
All the plotters, of course, know that they've failed. For the German people, there's a strong sense that they've been saved. That somehow, if Hitler survived, maybe they can still win the war.
The plotters are quickly rounded up. Stauffenberg and his men are shot. As the echoes of gunshots die down, Bormann fires out the message. Attempted putsch by irresponsible generals bloodily crushed. All ringleaders shot. It's now clear that the assassination was to be the start of a military and political revolt against the regime.
So this is actually a very diverse movement which includes liberals, people who hold up Christian values, but also conservatives who are very seriously concerned.
And Himmler's intelligence network has also uncovered unsettling evidence that incriminates one of the inner circle. In the conspirators' safe, the SS find a draft list of those who would head a new government should the coup succeed.
Next to armaments minister was the word Speer.
Albert Speer is back in the frame. In Stauffenberg's diary, Himmler also discovers that Speer had been invited for a meeting with the conspirators on the same day as Hitler's assassination attempt. Things are looking bad for Speer. Himmler immediately issues the orders. There must be no more executions. For a mass purge of any opposition, Himmler needs information, and dead men can't talk.
They're tortured brutally until they cough up their last secrets, and then they can finally be hanged.
Rumors spread that Albert Speer has been arrested, even executed. But in fact, the Gestapo finds the evidence against Speer is inconclusive. Fortunately, he declined the invitation to the meeting with the conspirators.
Speer's advisors can't make it. I'm too busy. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. Genuine reasons.
And the choice of Speer as armaments minister may have been wishful thinking on the part of the plotters.
Luckily, in pencil, scribbled next to his name, was a question mark, and the two words, if possible.
It's a difficult moment for Speer, but he survives it, and the question mark is enough.
Had that question mark, and if possible not been there, then the Nazis would have assumed that he had already said yes to being in a future government which didn't feature Hitler, which would have meant he was complicit in the coup, and which would have meant he had been strung up.
In the aftermath of the plot, thousands are executed. Many hung up like meat carcasses. Some executions are even filmed by order of Hitler to be watched at his convenience. Despite signs that the regime is falling apart, some members of the inner circle still feel they can make capital out of the chaos. Months earlier, Goebbels had given a rousing speech to the people of Germany calling for the entire nation to be mobilized as part of the war effort. Hitler had initially rejected the idea, but now he finally gives Goebbels his full backing for total war.
For a moment, it feels like he's got complete power over what is going to happen, how the war is conducted, and how the nation's resources are used.
What it means is that Goebbels is now going to draw more power.
Goebbels goes about trying to procure 1.2 million men from the civilian sector to be deployed on the front line. Everything will now be unleashed. But Goebbels is not the only member of the inner circle to get an upgrade. As the mastermind of the final solution, so far Himmler's career has consisted of waging war on civilians, but he has always dreamed of military conquest. Himmler had turned 18 in the final days of World War I and had been desperate to prove himself as a soldier, but it was too late. Himmler had harbored dreams of military command ever since. Now, more than 2 decades later, Himmler finally gets his chance. In the wake of the failed coup, the wannabe soldier is appointed commander of an army responsible for defending Germany's industrial heartland.
So now he's got all this military power and might. He's commander of an army, 2 million men. He now feels like a soldier. He's not just the head of the SS, he's also a proper soldier. And that's enormously important for him.
More important still, he has finally usurped Hermann Goering as Hitler's chosen one. But some believe Himmler's dream promotion is a plan to undermine him by the inner circle's most dangerous plotter.
There's a theory that actually it was Bormann who secretly persuaded Hitler to allow Himmler to have this military post in order to let him fail.
If true, Bormann's timing is impeccable. Himmler's army is struggling, desperate for supplies and equipment. It's a crisis that immediately throws Himmler into conflict with the man who'd only just escaped his Gestapo death squads, Albert Speer. Having survived the rumours of his involvement in Valkyrie, Speer, as head of armaments, clashes with Himmler over manpower.
Himmler wants them in the army, Speer wants more people in the factories making planes and making bombs.
There was always that tension between the key players. Where can I get my resources from? Where am I going to get my extra men from? Is somebody going to take them from me?
Speer, Goebbels, Himmler, Goering, they're all being asked to do the impossible.
And so you have these sort of meetings in which these men are kind of jostling for power over centres of production. And in the end, it's becoming increasingly marginal because they know this is all in vain. This is bald men fighting over a coat.
In the end, it is Himmler who gets Hitler's backing.
It's really a question of who had the most power in the end at this point.
And it won't be long before Himmler's ability as a military commander is put to the test. At the Wolf's Lair, Hitler is still convinced he can win the war. Since the bomb attack, he's become a drug-addled wreck, with military tactics that are increasingly irrational. Hitler now devises a last gasp plan to grab victory from the enemy defeat. He plans to break through in the Ardennes region, splitting the Allied armies in two and pushing on to Antwerp. The Americans will call it the Battle of the Bulge.
This is going to punch a hole all the way through to Antwerp, encircle Allied armies, and take hundreds of thousands of men prisoner, and the Reich will be saved.
The Ardennes offensive is absolutely the last throw of the dice as far as the Germans are concerned. The idea is to attack west, again using the same sort of techniques and often the same terrain as they've used very successfully in 1940.
Back then, the Blitzkrieg had been made possible by overwhelming firepower from the air. But the Ardennes offensive will have no such help.
Goering is a much weaker figure at this point, but also he's still nominally in charge of the Air Force.
But he's drug-addled and constantly fantasising about the might of the Luftwaffe, which is increasingly being hammered by the British and American Air Forces.
The pressure is on. To pull this off, the Nazis will need 200,000 men and a vast amount of tanks, artillery, and ammunition.
Strategically, it would have been a masterstroke, but the problem was that the Germans simply didn't have the fuel or the manpower or the military hardware to carry it on.
It's just a hopeless gamble. The weather's terrible. The problem is that they just can't get men to the front line. They can't get anything to the front line. Every time a plane does fly overhead, they have to hide under a wood.
Germany is in no fit state to be carrying out large-scale offensives like that in the deep winter of 1944-45. It's too far gone.
Himmler's small part in the operation and first taste of military command ends in disaster. But Hitler takes another punt on his rookie commander. This time his army had to defend Berlin from the advancing Soviets on the Eastern Front.
He's massively outnumbered on the Eastern Front, and he really lacks the wherewithal to make an effective defence. There were other German commanders who were brilliant at defence, improvised defence. There were other German commanders who were completely ruthless, and Himmler could do neither of those things.
If Bormann did want Himmler finished, then Himmler realizes too late that he's been passed a poisoned chalice.
Himmler is facing defeat and retreat on every side.
Himmler, the wannabe soldier, fails miserably, and and Hitler accuses him of blatant disobedience.
This failure would undoubtedly have affected Himmler's sense of his own success and his own work. He had grown the SS from a very small organisation in the 1920s up to the state within the state that effectively ran Nazi Germany.
He has finally achieved his dream, his objective of being the undisputed number two after Hitler. But he's sort of the number two of a vanishing empire.
With his dreams in tatters, Himmler wants to resign, but he can't face confronting Hitler.
He doesn't have the courage to admit to Hitler because he so wanted to be able to do this. So in the end, he finally gets somebody else to do it, and he's able to step away.
Himmler heads 100 kilometers north of Berlin to a sanatorium to be treated for stress and stomach pains.
Where's he? He is basically malingering. He is claiming to suffer from all sorts of stress after playing the Ardennes offensive, but I think actually he's probably playing a far deeper and more cunning game.
With the German war effort on the verge of collapse, and Bormann after him, Himmler decides his only hope of survival is an audacious rebrand. He needs to rid himself of his murderous past.
Himmler, the man who for so long Hitler thinks he can trust above all others, actually has an eye for the future from quite an early stage. He's going to distance himself from the mass murder that he was so instrumental in carrying out.
Just a few months earlier, Himmler had ordered concentration camp gas chambers and crematoria to be closed down.
That wasn't because he had some sympathy for Hitler. He wanted to get him the good books if that were possible with allies when they won.
His men start destroying evidence, setting fire to accommodation blocks, many with the prisoners still inside. Meanwhile, Martin Bormann accompanies his Führer back to Berlin. They're horrified by the destruction brought upon the city. They'd last seen the Reich Chancellery a month earlier. Now, it's in ruins. Every window shattered. Only the ground floor and cellar are habitable. Hitler's office and residence have now been relocated to the barely completed Führer bunker, deep under the Chancellery garden. Designed by the man Hitler still trusts more than any other, Albert Speer. 18 rooms of bare concrete, his subterranean fortress. Defended at all times by hand-picked SS guards. But the Führer they watch over is a broken man.
By early 1945, Hitler is a shell of a man. He's increasingly reliant on all sorts of weird and wonderful drugs.
By now, Hitler is a physical wreck, developing a tremor in his left hand after the Valkyrie bombing. Yet the inner circle do nothing, seemingly paralyzed by fear.
It would take a brave man to actually say, no, you're wrong, we're not following you anymore. It's just impossible.
They know that if they put a foot wrong, they could fall victim to Hitler's silent shadow, Martin Bormann.
It's very dangerous to get on the wrong side of Bormann because Bormann will wave the stick force of Hitler. If Hitler disliked someone, he would tell Bormann, I never want to see this guy again.
Everybody's very, very tense. Everybody wants to keep Hitler happy. Everybody knows that Bormann can send a hit squad and they can be killed.
But while languishing at his sanatorium, Himmler decides to risk everything. He formulates an escape plan, sending a message through his masseur to the Vice President of the Swedish Red Cross. If they agree to waive human rights claims, Himmler will release the only asset he has left.
And so, as bargaining chips, Himmler starts using concentration camp prisoners.
He's trying to buy his freedom with Jewish lives.
So it's kind of disgusting. He's using hostages, human shields, in order to try and negotiate what he hopes are going to be freedoms for himself. I mean, these are highly treacherous acts in Hitler's eyes, and would see him, strung up. But actually, it's a mark of how little authority is now being transmitted from Hitler to him, that Himmler feels emboldened to act in this way. It's a really risky game to play. The personal stakes could not be any higher.
Himmler hopes that by releasing prisoners, he can open up a channel of communication with the Allies.
He is entirely misreading the situation in his very naive hope that he can, of all people, can negotiate a separate agreement with the Western Allies.
He even hopes that his rebrand as the Nazi who released the Jews might secure him leadership of a post-war Germany.
Himmler is the complete fantasist, totally overestimating his own international status and capabilities.
Away from the sanctuary of the sanatorium, any hope he had evaporates as the true horrors of Nazi atrocities are being uncovered. A lone Soviet scout enters part of the vast Auschwitz-Birkenau complex. He walks into a nightmare. A recently abandoned concentration and extermination camp. What's left of the systematic state-sponsored killing of over 6 million Jews. Inside, he finds 600 sick and dying men and women, and mountains of clothes and shoes. Evidence of the most horrific war crimes the world has ever seen. But the net is closing in on the Third Reich. For Armaments Minister Albert Speer, the Soviets' arrival in this region marks the end of all hope.
The key development for Speer is the loss of Upper Silesia with its heavy industry and, crucially, its coalfields.
He prepares a memo for Hitler on the hopeless situation for armaments production. Silesia had been providing 60% of Germany's coal supplies. Now there is just 2 weeks' worth of stocks left to fuel factories, railways, and power plants.
He could see that German industry, which was already struggling on its last legs, was no longer able to effectively resist.
When he hears the news, Hitler's fragile ego disintegrates, and he turns his anger on the people he professed to love.
So the issue of the so-called Nero decree scorched those. There's nothing left for the Allies when they're alive.
It's the equivalent of a child at the end of the day on the beach destroying his sandcastle because he doesn't want anyone else to play with it. It's the ultimate infantilized, evil, and morally bankrupt order that can ever be issued by a man against his own people.
Speer receives the Nero decree orders from the Führer. Hitler declares the German people have failed in the war, and they don't deserve the infrastructure to survive. It's a step too far for Speer.
There's a great irony in Hitler's scorched earth order and the fact that issues in technology there. These two men regard themselves as architects, builders, constructors, and yet Hitler turns round and says, I want it all to be destroyed. I want every factory, every locomotive, every bridge, every road, every railway, I want everything to be destroyed.
Now that had a suicidal notion of going down in flames. Speer certainly couldn't accept.
He doesn't want the German people to go down suicidally. He doesn't want mass starvation. He can't have German people dying in hundreds of thousands.
Speer is summoned to the bunker to hear the Führer's orders firsthand. He
can't believe that his friend and mentor, Adolf Hitler, could resort to such inhumanity against his own people.
Our Speer is increasingly demoralised with his friend, Hitler. He once says, if Hitler ever had a friend, I would have been it. So not only is this a patriotic thing for Speer, but also he feels it's just a personal treachery.
As Speer leaves, he contemplates his own fate and a world without Hitler. He'll later claim that it's now he considers a plan to make that world a reality.
When Speer was interrogated by the Allies after the end of the war, one of the first things he wanted to learn was the alleged assassination plot.
Did Albert Speer really try to bump off his beloved Hitler? It's likely, like a lot of people, Speer thought, this man's man, maybe it's best if I just bumped him off. It's possible. It's absolutely possible.
Speer had designed a bunker, so he knows it inside out. And he's well aware that a strategically placed gas bomb in one of the air vents could kill everyone inside.
There's a ventilation shaft that lets the air into the building. He thinks the easiest thing in the world for me to do, you just need to get some poison gas, tabun, which is a nerve agent, incredibly toxic. You don't last very long after you've ingested that. And just introduce that into the air intake into the bunker and probably solve.
But according to Speer's account, he discovers that the air intakes have been moved.
Hitler has ordered the air intakes to be raised in case the Russians use gas to attack him, and because gas is typically heavier than air, sinks to the ground, therefore the gas won't get into the air intake.
Speer's alleged plan is thwarted.
I think there's no doubt that he did think about this and talked to some of his staff about it and so on. But I think it's much more likely that he used this story to persuade the Allies that he was actually so much to keep past the others.
It's the 12th anniversary of Goebbels' appointment as Minister of Propaganda. As if to mark the occasion, a giant armada of bombers appears overhead. But they are Allied planes, not German. It's just one of the hundreds of air raids that month. Releasing 2,000 tons of bombs on the city of Berlin. And not a single one of Goering's Luftwaffe fighters tries to stop them.
Aircraft are seen flying unhindered over Germany. This is a bad omen for the future. If they can fly across Reich territory unhindered, then that's a very bad sign.
And one of those raids wipes out Goebbels' already damaged ministry building. For the inner circle, it's clear. The game is nearly up. Goering throws himself into ensuring his precious artwork, stolen from the greatest museums in Europe, is stored away from the advancing Allies. When the war is over, Goering still hopes to display them in his new home as the future Reich Chancellor of Germany.
When the leading Nazis realised that the game was over, that Germany was going to lose the war, and that Hitler's project has failed, they react in different ways.
300 kilometers south of Berlin, 1,200 concentration camp prisoners are released and loaded onto a train to Switzerland. Himmler's scheme, devised in the sanatorium with his masseur, is taking place. But if Himmler wants to rebrand himself as the man who saved the Jews, he is going about it the wrong way, demanding payment of 5 million Swiss francs. It's part of his deluded grand plan to position himself as the man who will take over in Germany after a negotiated surrender. Goebbels, on the other hand, is unable to see the purpose of life without his Führer. He works behind the scenes to ensure the German public are toeing the party line. Despite the approaching Red Army, he engineers a rare public appearance for Hitler.
He's shuffling around, he's disheveled, he's physically given up.
Martin Born also remains fiercely loyal to Hitler. He hoped they'd escape to the bunkers he built in Obersalzberg. But with Hitler staying put, Bormann knows he too must remain in Berlin. His power relies entirely on proximity to the Führer.
I think it shows the extent to which Hitler is a kind of godlike figure.
A small band of dedicated Nazis now joins Hitler in the underground fortress. Joseph Goebbels is accompanied by his wife Magda and their children.
Magda Goebbels is a passionate supporter of Hitler.
I always found this tragic, disturbing at the same time. She said she couldn't live in a world without National Socialism. And that's one of the most powerful comments from an insider on the whole character of the takeover of rationality and normality by the Nazi regime.
They both make the decision to stay with him in the bunker, and they know that that means death.
Finally, there is the ever-loyal Eva Braun, Hitler's long-term mistress.
She was this sort of secret, unattainable figure, and particularly in the bunker, she was a very glamorous figure. She is smiling, you know, she's walking around looking glamorous and representing something kind of good and positive to the desperate people who are there.
But the days of the 1,000-year Reich are numbered. After more than 2 decades of comradeship, conniving, and carnage, those above ground conspire to abandon the Nazi sinking ship, believing that for those in the bunker, the day of reckoning is coming.
So they would go down in flames. They'd die in the cause. They would not compromise.
Only 2 of Hitler's inner circle will survive the days that follow.
Ja, Peter daar volgens mij niet. Hoe jullie met mij worden. Ja, het is 10 uur en een half. Hij is boven elkaar slapen. Tuurlijk.